Okay, welcome everybody, both in person here at Ulster University and online as we're being streamed live right across the world at the moment. So this is our first ever Sports and Human Rights Conference at Ulster University. It's brought to you via the Northern Ireland Community Relations Council's Sports and Human Rights Forum. And we'd just like to thank everybody for being here today. Just a few housekeeping rules first. If you have any phones, can you put them on silent, please? Thank you. If you hear a fire drill today, it's the real deal. There's no practice ones, so we make our way to the fire exits just over there, and also one behind me as well. Okay, so today we're really excited. It's International Women's Day. We've got speakers from all around the world who are going to be joining us over the course of the day. Our first speaker today is Conal Heatley, and he's the chairman of the Northern Ireland Sports and Human Rights Forum. Conal's joining us by video today because he's actually on holiday, so we have a little video piece. We're going to cut to Conal in a few seconds.
I would like to add my welcome as chair of the Sport and Human Rights Forum. Would like to welcome everybody here today, whether in person or online. My apologies for not being able to be there in person. I'm, fortunately for me, out of the country on a bit of a holiday, but I know you're in very capable hands of Michael and the team. So looking forward to a fantastic day. I don't think any of us thought back in 2018, 2019 that we would actually be hosting something of this scale. So at the launch of a declaration in April 2019, we have certainly come a long, long way, and it's fantastic to see. I think it's put Northern Ireland at the centre of international best practice. I think our sporting bodies deserve great credit. The support that we've received from the Human Rights Commission has been fantastic. And I think we're in a good place for going forward. So this conference today is going to be a very, very important part of that. During the course of the day, you get some updates on how human rights can be enhanced, promoted through education, whether it's our schools, our coaches. It plays a vital role to set the standard at an early age, the expectations of our sports people and those involved around sporting events. The impact of events is also looked at. We've seen over the last couple of years where there have been dreadful human rights abuses, whether it's been at Olympic Games in Rio, whether it's Football World Cups, we're looking at Qatar and the massive humanitarian damage that has done. But on a positive note, human rights and the promotion thereof, looking at the inclusion piece, over recent months, the Human Rights Forum has covered many issues such as racism, disability, gender identity. These are issues that just increase sports accessibility to all sections of our community. It's obviously really, really important that sport plays its role in wider community. And I think we're doing that. And people have approached it sensitively, but again, with the expertise that we can access from the vast pool of people who work in those sectors. And I think it's a very, very important piece for us all. Sports should be freely available and accessible for all. So the inclusion piece will be discussed in detail later. And obviously today, as International Women's Day, it is vitally important and only right that the role of women in our sport is both promoted and celebrated. I think as we look forward to the summer, we're going to have the Women's European Championships in England, and we'll also have Commonwealth Games there. So I know Kenny will obviously mention that later, and good luck to the girls there. And from a Commonwealth's perspective, Northern Ireland will have its first ever female chef de mission in Alison Moffat-Robinson. And the games themselves will have more medal events for women than for men. And that's a milestone at any major international multi-sport games. From our own point of view within Team Ireland, Team NI, we will potentially have more female athletes than male. It's very early in the selection process, but I think the females have really been shown their skills, their attributes, and their determination to get to these games. So, as for me to wrap up very briefly, I'd just like to thank all of our contributors. They bring incredible expertise. For those of us involved within sport, we often look at this topic and we think, I don't know anything, we don't have the in-house knowledge, we don't have the resource. And we keep saying, please reach out. There are people locally, there are people internationally who can bring that expertise to the table. And I think today's conference is a perfect example of that. So again, a massive thank you to our contributors, and a special big thanks to both Michael, Jason, and the team at the Human Rights Commission. Without their input, none of this would be possible. So please enjoy your day, approach it with an open mind, and have a very enjoyable day. Thank you.
Okay, good round of applause for Conal there. Thanks, Conal, for that brilliant video. And Conal was very sad not to be here today, because actually Conal and our Chief Executive, David Russell, have been sort of pushing sports and human rights for a long time here in Northern Ireland, and have championed it quite a bit. So it was brilliant to have Conal's video there, and we thank him for all his support and guidance. I should have also said at the start, big thanks to Ulster University, who are our partners in the conference today. For me, it's brilliant to be back at Ulster University. This is where I did my sports studies degree, did my master's, and I've always felt at home here. Actually, even when I was a little toddler, I was being dragged around Ulster University by my mum, who was a mature student. So when I'm walking around these corridors, it still feels the same as it did way back in the early 80s. So it's all good, and it's brilliant to be here. I also want to say thanks to our speakers. All our speakers have given up their time freely. You know, nobody's getting paid, you know, to be here today. They're all giving up their time freely because they're passionate about the topics and about the subjects. And we've got speakers who've come in from Portugal, from all over Ireland, from Holland, from Brazil, to be with us today. So it's fantastic. And actually, our next speaker, Dr. Catherine Corty, she's from Munster Technological University, but she's at the moment she's in Dubai, talking to partners out there about sports and human rights. So we're going to bring in Dr. Catherine Corty to talk about the Trust Project. It's a sport and human rights toolkit for teachers and grassroots coaches. So in a few seconds, we're going to bring Dr. Catherine Corty on via Zoom. She's had a few technological issues at her hotel this morning, so I'm hoping and praying that she comes in. If she doesn't, we have her colleague, Sarah Carney, who's also with us today in person, thankfully. So, okay, Catherine, if you can hear me, can you just turn your camera on, please, and your microphone? Perfect. I'm very relieved to see you, Catherine. It's good to see you. So I'm going to hand over to you, Catherine, and you can share your screen and share your presentation if you're okay with that.
Michael, I'm still on my phone, so Sarah might need to share the screen. I can see it there now, so that's perfect. So Sarah will probably advance the slides. And as you correctly said there, Sarah and myself are delighted to speak here today. I'm in Dubai. Sarah's with you in the room, which is great. I'm at the World Expo, where, again, human rights and inclusion and diversity are a topic of the day here for International Women's Day. So delighted to be with you in Northern Ireland. I wish in many respects I could be there. Like Conal, I'm not away on holidays, and I am here and delighted to join you and to take you through some of the initiatives that we've been involved with the UNESCO Chair MTU in relation to human rights and sport. So Sarah, if you want to advance to the next slide, we can get a start there. I think there's just a little animation on this. So what I really wanted to talk about today, just to kind of set the scene, and it contextualizes some of the work that we do in the UNESCO Chair. So our role is around diversity and inclusion and human rights and sustainable development goals. So a lot of the work since 2015 in international sports policy has pivoted around the implementation of the sustainable development goals. And the goals were underpinned by a human rights approach. So much of our work connects with that. We've been very conscious since 2017 that agenda is not necessarily top priority at grassroots sport and even among some national sporting bodies, but we see huge merit in the global community coming together. And, you know, as Conal and others said in the introduction there, the importance of partnership and working together to advance this agendas can help us all hopefully achieve our goals more quickly, and leverage each other's assets to try and advance our goals. So that's what we're trying to do today. So today we'll look at demonstrating how human rights and the SDG approach can help us to advance sports participation and inclusivity, present the international activity that's been taking place and the policy objectives in relation to human rights and sport, and showcase some of the available resources that are there to advance practice. So thankfully, in the last few years, a lot of work has been done to put resources on the table that everybody can use, from universities to grassroots sports organizations to national sports organizations and indeed national human rights organizations. So there's been a lot of activity in this space. It's been a very popular and topical agenda. So we hope that today you leave with lots of ideas as to how you can implement a human rights-based approach aligned with sustainable development in your work. So these are you're probably familiar with the Sustainable Development Goals, the icons attached to them. As I mentioned, I'm here in Dubai. We had a session here during Global Goals Week in January, and we're delighted that the Northern Irish Human Rights Commission presented here in person with Michael and indeed David online in January at that event, very much aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals. And what some people don't necessarily connect with Sustainable Development Goals is the very strong underpinning human rights agenda and the kind of idea of no one left behind, starting with the most vulnerable, really positioning those who maybe are marginalized in sport and in society to be at the forefront of our development as we move forward with sport. On to the next slide. So I'm just going to run quickly through the SDGs, what they're about and how they connect with sport. So we can go on to the next slide. So basically these 17 goals for the world's future through to 2030 were underpinned by a range of different targets, many targets, and even more associated indicators to determine whether or not we were making success on these goals. And they were negotiated at the United Nations in the period leading up to 2015. And practically every country in the world has signed up to deliver on these goals. And much work has been advancing indeed in relation to the Sustainable Development Goals. So there were a previous set of goals called Millennium Development Goals that were very focused on, I guess, developing countries more so. The Sustainable Development Goals are different in that they involve every country in the world and every sector, and indeed call on all of us in our professional roles, but also in our personal endeavours to try and advance achievements towards sustainable development. And that includes human rights. They very much call on governments, civil society organisations, businesses, universities, and every sector, including sport, which we were very happy to see. And this is called universality. So they apply to everybody and we can all do something to advance towards the goals. Integration. So all the goals are interconnected in a system and we have to aim to achieve all the goals. Indeed, we can prioritize some in our work in sport, but overall, we're looking at how the goals connect and how advancing each goal develops our systems and our societies economically, socially, in terms of human rights achievements. And so this is called integration. So we can look across all the goals that sport can touch on. And indeed, having this lens of the sustainable development goals has given us a very different focus in sport in terms of aligning our work. So transformation is about making big fundamental changes to how we do our work, including in sport. So how can we do sport differently? Nobody said achieving the Sustainable Development Goals was going to be easy. It does put challenges and it does ask us to do things differently. And in sport, no more than any other sector, we are being asked to do things differently and to look very much at those who have traditionally been left behind and make sure that that doesn't happen again into the future as we advance. A key principle of the goals is no one left behind, starting with the most vulnerable. And on the next slide, you'll see the paragraph 37, which is in the declaration of the goals. So the goals aren't explicitly mentioned in any individual goal or target, but this paragraph 37 very much lays down the importance placed on the goals in the process of sustainable development and the impact that they can have on health, education, social inclusion objectives, and indeed across a broad range of areas. And that positions sport in a different light, especially among stakeholders who are not necessarily familiar with the broad reach and impact that sport can have in our communities, on people, and in our societies. They're the goals. You've probably very familiar with these icons at the moment, but how sport connects with each individual goal and the targets behind each goals is very important. And indeed, over the last number of years since 2017, we in the UNESCO chair have been very much involved with the Commonwealth Secretariat and UNESCO and multiple partners internationally in looking at how sport can deliver on these goals and specific targets behind these goals to really show the breadth of impact that sport has across society. And we've also done some analysis on the countries and organizations that have implemented this approach. And overall, I would say that organizations who have adopted this approach found that it created new partnerships and positive connections with other stakeholders within and across government, within and across society, to really ensure that sport can have a broad impact and definitively advance kind of the human rights attached to these sustainable development goals. So how has the sports sector responded to kind of the international policy advances over the last few years? And we can go on to the next slide. You can see in this slide that really since 1948, this idea of sharing the same human rights has existed. And over the years, we've seen different conventions emerge on the scene to address the needs of specific rights holder groups. And many of the conventions mentioned on this slide point to sport, be it in a cultural context, in terms of the rights of people with disabilities, the elimination of discrimination against women, economic, cultural, and social rights. And they have fed into policy instruments in international sport, such as the Kazan Action Plan that came out of the World Conference of Sports Ministers in 2017, the Global Action Plan on Physical Activity from WHO, and UNDESA produced Sport for Development and Peace resolutions and action plans, indeed, since 2017. So all of the international instruments in sport that have been developed since the Sustainable Development Goals came on the scene in 2015 have pointed to human rights and advancing human rights, equality, inclusion, diversity, and advancing sustainable development. There's a huge momentum behind this, and a momentum that we haven't seen previously in global development. I think SDG 17 on partnership brought together international stakeholders in a way that we haven't seen before. So whether that's UN agencies working with multilateral agencies, governments, NGOs, civil society, rights holder groups, and the voice of rights holder being very much to the fore of development in the work that we have been doing and involved in. You know, this has really changed the landscape and has created an opportunity that between now and 2030, we would be remiss not to kind of embrace and really see how much further we can go with this agenda between now and 2030. Every sector has embraced the Sustainable Development Goals. You can see, you know, everything in the university context where you are now in University of Ulster today. You've seen, you know, everything from tourism to business to architecture, nursing. You know, practically every sector in society has looked at Sustainable Development Goals and what they can do to advance work towards the goals. And sport, thankfully, is no different. And it has generated this momentum and hive of activity that's very broad, very deep, and that has really changed how we perceive and see sport and its impact. And that can be a positive thing that will stimulate, we want to stimulate more investment in a broader range of areas for sport, especially in the domain of social inclusion and human rights. So the Kazan Action Plan I mentioned previously, and this was to foster international collaboration and really to look at advancing those human rights-based agendas. And many actors, indeed, across those stakeholders I mentioned previously, are working to the Kazan Action Plan at present. Obviously, it came out from the World Conference of Sports Ministers, which was in Kazan in 2017. The next one is this year, due to be in Azerbaijan in June. And we move from Kazan Action Plan, you know, the development of solutions aligned with that, to the implementation of solutions and towards a Fit for Life program that UNESCO have developed to bring us to the next stage of iteration of Kazan Action Plan implementation. On to the next slide. So the connection with human rights and the idea that everybody has the right to participate sport at all levels is something that is really underpins the implementation of the sports policy initiatives that I've laid out already. Sport, human rights, and SDGs are inseparable. And we really do believe through the work that we've been doing in UNESCO Chair, and we call on other partners to really have a look at this in terms of how it can help you advance your aims, because sustainable development goals and indeed human rights are things that governments are looking at, they're reporting on. And if we can report on sport as it connects with human rights and sport as it connects with SDGs, that convergence of policy interest is something that from a governmental level, there's a requirement to report on these initiatives where conventions have been ratified. And it really will help us advance the prominence by which sport can be seen as a valuable tool in advancing human rights and development. These intersecting policy objectives, and there's even a broader range of these on the next slide, but you see the Olympic Charter, Human Rights Agendas, Global Action Plan, Kazan, Sustainable Development Goals, Wellbeing Indices, which I know they're looking at across many OECD countries at the moment. They intersect. So there's value in looking at how sport can intersect with these agendas and the really broad areas in which sport can have an impact on society that we don't always look. I know in university programs, we don't always look through these lens, and it is very useful lens to look at in terms of trying to advance sport in society. And on to the next slide here, which we see, some of the other elements of democratic culture and advancing towards citizen engagement are very much to the fore in that kind of policy objective as well. So you see here the Kazan Action Plan areas that we're working specifically in the UNESCO chair in advancing. And in the middle row here, you'll see the inclusive policy actions, and given International Women's Day as well, the policy actions on gender equality that are very much to the fore of international development as well, and indeed empowerment. And a new observatory of women in sport has emerged in the last few years with funding from the Swiss government as well, to run that observatory and really ensure that as we advance gender equality, we make sure that women and that gender equality is something that's within our reach, within the time frame, hopefully, of the Sustainable Development Goals. And remembering today, International Women's Day, it's one of the most important and significant UN observance days. It's there because we're not there yet, because we need more action on gender equality, and because we've a lot more work to do. So while it is a time to celebrate the work and achievement and impact of women in terms of advancing sport, advancing societies, it also acknowledges that there's a hell of a lot more work to do, and we can't afford to drop this off our radar. We still need to prioritise gender equality alongside the other areas of equality and recognise the multiple discriminations faced by many women, including those with disabilities, from other marginalised population groups as well. They're the treaties of particular interest in the context of sport. So that they were all featured on the earlier slide I put up in terms of those that explicitly reference sport. And, you know, reporting to the committees of these treaties through your national mechanisms from the sport sector is something that we've been encouraging in the UNESCO chair, something that really can throw a light on what's happening in sport, or, you know, advances that we have made, or indeed investments and advances that are still needed. And the Universal Periodic Review process is one whereby countries can report on all their human rights achievements, or where there's a need for further advancement in terms of human rights as it connects to sport. So that's a mechanism that we would encourage countries, but also other sports stakeholders to report on and to report to, in order to advance sport in that international mechanism that's open and available to us all. I'm not going to go too deeply through the articles, but we will share the slides and you'll be able to see the specific articles here as it relates to the elimination of discrimination against women, the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the Convention on the Rights of the Child, the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and also other rights. So while there are direct rights in sport, there are also other rights that engagement through sport can help people access. So sometimes by getting involved in sport, this can open up access to other areas such as education, health, social inclusion, lots of other areas and fields there that you see. And we see that indeed in many of the case study examples that we've looked at in sport, and in much of the work of large sporting organizations, whereby sometimes it's through the education system that sport can be the catalyst to get people in, or to retain people within education system, and also to access opportunities for independent living or employment or other areas. So sport is a tool for human rights in and of itself, but also in the way in which it connects us with other human rights. So a human rights-based approach to sport is quite different. It's very much a way of looking at something and examining what human rights are at play, who's affected, what rights are upheld, and how this can be developed in such a way that it promotes and protects the rights of everyone involved. Why are we doing this? How are we doing this? What are the consequences of this? And what is it trying to achieve? These are some of the questions we ask ourselves when we look at a human rights-based approach. It's a different approach to delivering sport. And it's absolutely one that we believe does require and does call on us to change sport. And it's one that even the event I'm at in Dubai today is promoted by the Australian Pavilion here at the World Expo, but an approach that Australia and New Zealand have looked at over the last few years is reorienting sport, reorienting it back from a focus that comes away from this competitive winning focus to one that engages and involves everyone, in the hope that this will reduce the attrition rates we see in teenage sport participation and responds to what young people are saying they want, in that a focus of sport that they can enjoy. Yes, they want to participate. Yes, they want to be competitive. They also want to enjoy sport with their peers. And they believe that that's a mechanism to keep people in sport in the longer term and to address their human rights in the process. And it's not to take away from that competitive focus. All programs should further the realization of human rights, and human rights standards and principles guide all phases of the programming process, and activities contribute to the development of the capacity of duty bearers with respect to their obligations. So the idea of those involved in sport having a duty to deliver on sport is also one that's very important. So we have duty bearers, right holders, and responsibility for human rights, and we're going to talk through that in a minute. Okay, so just looking at how duty bearers in sport have that role to adopt and embrace a human rights-based approach, and instilling in them the understanding of how to do that at all levels is part of what our trust program that Sarah will speak about in a second does. The human rights-based approach positions rights holders at the centre and the rights that they are entitled to. And using a human rights-based approach in sport has these kind of 10 objectives in place, which I have to say, Sarah, at this point in time on my small screen, I cannot see these 10 reasons that we have outlined here. So if you can see them there, you might take the group through the 10 reasons to use a human rights-based approach.
Sure, no problem, Catherine. So we've got 10 reasons here. The first one is that sport is a powerful tool that can be used to impact positive change in society. Secondly, a human rights-based approach calls on us to use sport to develop and advance as individuals and societies. When sport neglects human rights, it can cause or perpetuate harm, corruption, intolerance, injustice, and inequality. Using a human rights-based approach can empower participants in sport. Through a human rights-based approach, sport can cultivate humanity and build character. A human rights-based approach can have an impact anywhere and can be adopted at any level. Through a human rights-based approach, sport can change people, societies, and systems for the better, leveraging positive energy to develop sustainable change. Reorientating sport education and training towards a human rights-based approach may be the most powerful mechanism we have to ensure sport delivers positive outcomes for all. A human rights-based approach called on us all to dig deep and learn about ourselves, others, and the world around us. And finally, a human rights-based approach in sport promotes and protects the rights of all.
Thanks, Sarah. And again, here I'm going to struggle with the why and the how that come up here. But basically, what these next two slides are about is the why get involved in this kind of human rights and sustainable development approach. And really, the answer to that is because this is an approach that we've seen this momentum in the global sector that has been not seen prior to now. And there is a genuine belief from all stakeholders that this is a really positive way to take sport to the next level and to enable sport to deliver on the power that we know sport has if correctly and effectively delivered, and delivered in a way that addresses and embraces a human rights-based approach to maximize the impact it has for all sectors of society. So, getting on board this process at this point in time, when we know that global stakeholders have developed many mechanisms, many tools, many resources to support us in embracing this approach, now is a good time to get on board this change. And the tools are there. Sarah's just about to take you through our program, which is Trust. started out life as the Rights Understanding in Sport Toolkit, but we're talking now about trust, sport as it should be. So it should be fun, fair, safe, equitable, and really looking at how sport can be delivered. So I believe I'm coming to the close of my part of our presentation now, and Sarah's going to take you through the trust resources, just in terms of the why and the domains, I suppose, that sport takes you through. It looks at the impact of sport across all aspects of delivery. And I know Sarah's in the room with you, so hopefully we'll have a chance when Sarah's finished to revert to some questions. But I'm gonna pass over to Sarah now for the next part of the presentation. Thanks, Michael.
Thanks, Catherine. That was fantastic. As Catherine said, we've got Sarah Carney coming up next. She's a sports and human rights researcher, a UNESCO chair, and has been a valuable member of our Sports and Human Rights Forum as well, bringing lots of international contacts and lots of knowledge to the forum. So I'm going to ask Sarah to continue the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael, and thanks, Catherine, very much for taking us through all that wonderful information on the international and the policy context. So I'm going to start my slides now, and we're going to take you through some of the resources we've built to take these policies and contexts that Catherine's taken you through, and how we can use these in educational settings, in sports settings on the ground. So. Sorry, just get my clicker here, get set up. So the first resource we're going to take you through is trust, as Catherine mentioned, but just to show you here, the resources we've developed are taking on a few different levels. So Catherine's taking you through the international context, and as mentioned, we've developed resources on engaging with those treaty bodies that Catherine highlighted at UN level. We're also working at national level. We've started in Ireland, in the Republic of Ireland, with a model called Trust Ireland, which I'll take you through in a minute. And we're also developing a range of capacity building tools, which we'll take you through. The main one is Trust, that we'll be taking you through today, but we also have ones on inclusive physical education and physical activity, UFIT, which is looking at inclusion in fitness centers and gyms, and Plan to Inclusivize, which is looking at inclusive sport and physical activity in development contexts. So we're trying to work at all these different levels to improve better outcomes on the ground for people engaging in sport. So as I mentioned, I'm going to take you through Trust now, which is, as Catherine said, the Rights Understanding in Sport Toolkit. So this project was developed as a partnership with some European partners. We have the Gaelic Athletic Association, the GAA. We also have the Portuguese Olympic Committee, and we have the Refugee Team, which are an NGO based in the Netherlands. And this project was funded by the EU and the Council of Europe under a scheme called DISCO, which is a very fun name for Democratic and Inclusive Schools, Cultures in Operation. So what we wanted to do with Trust was develop a toolkit, as it says in the name, but it took on more resources than that in the end, that could be used in educational institutions such as this one, but also by sports coaches and sports practitioners in the wider community, to introduce them to all these areas we've been looking at this morning, and how they can actually use them practically on the ground in their work in sport to increase inclusion and participation. So I'm just going to, so what we were looking at is sport as a solution. As Catherine said, sport can contribute to all these rights. So sport is a solution to many issues in sport, but also in society more generally. And when we say trust sport as it should be, these are what we're looking at. We want sport to be fun, ethical, safe, clean, inclusive, accountable, and transformative. So going beyond a strictly competitive focus in sport and looking at how sport can be used for everybody. So I think we're going to play a short video here. Oh, sorry. Just a short video that's going to introduce the ethos and of the Trust project. Thanks, Roy.
Sports. Trust's ethos and resources. Whether for games, physical education, play, or other vigorous activities, sport in its many forms is a source of excitement, fun, enjoyment, and well-being for many. It uniquely connects people and communities. and participation in sport is a human right. This means that everyone is entitled to access and participate in sport simply because they are human. We also have human rights in and through sport. When we participate in any type of sport at any level, we have the right to do so safely and inclusively. Finally, sport can also promote other human rights such as health, education, inclusion, and employment. But not everyone can equally access the many benefits of sport. And that's where Trust Sport comes in. Through Trust, the Rights Understanding in Sport Toolkit, we are raising consciousness of these important linkages between human rights and sport within the sports sector, from grassroots and schools level to governing bodies and policymakers. Both sports and human rights education have roles to play in building character and humanistic capacities, elevating human potential. Trust is a rights-based approach to sports education and training. It challenges our perspectives and worldview, delivering intellectual, personal, ecological, and social growth and development opportunities. Trust starts at the individual level, player, educator, or policymaker. What can I do to respect, protect, and fulfill human rights? The Trust journey, in turn, will help you to drive actions towards transformative change at a group, organizational, and societal level. Through 2 online education modules, a series of audiovisual guides, and a repository of resources, we explore our knowledge, values, attitudes, skills, and critical understanding to deliver better outcomes for individuals, groups, organizations, society, and humanity. Trust ensures that everyone can enjoy their human rights in and through sport. Human rights and...
Thanks, Roy. So as Catherine took us through what a human rights-based approach was in her slide, so we used the human rights-based approach as a framework for our Trust modules, and we felt it's a wonderful framework for unifying a lot of various agendas that are already in sport, so that can come under this heading, that all of relevance to human rights, for example, safeguarding, sports integrity, quality physical education, sport for development and peace, sports diplomacy, management, pedagogy. These can all come under the human rights framework and be unified in one place to deliver better sport and to deliver sport better. So the way the Trust module works, it was mentioned in the video, is that we start with the individual, with the me, and the idea of just becoming familiar with your own human rights and the human rights of those you're interacting with. And it then moves you through the we and the us, which is where you think how these human rights work in your clubs, in your communities, in your societies. And that brings us to the R, where you start working together as a community, as your society, whether it's at the policy level or down at the local club level, to implement this human rights-based approach and take collective responsibility for promoting human rights in and through sport. So Trust stands with you. These are capacity building tools. These are to help you in your journey with human rights in and through sport. So we have developed a range of resources, which can all be found on our website here, trustsport.net. So we have 2 online modules as mentioned, and I think we're just going to play another quick video here that flicks through them in a way that's easier than going through them on slides. So quick video introduction to those tools.
We believe that sport should be fun, ethical, safe, clean, inclusive, accountable, and transformative. That's why we have developed the Trust online course, a pedagogical resource designed to instill a human rights-based ethos for everyone engaging in sport, from PE teachers and sport coaches to policymakers. You will be inspired and learn how to connect human rights, sustainable development, and sport. Let's have a look at the modules. The Trust online course is built on an interactive, accessible, and user-friendly platform. It is composed of 2 modules. Module 1, Human Rights in and Through Sport, includes 3 units. In Unit 1, we will guide you to know more about the rights understanding in Sport Toolkit, Trust, Sport as it should be. In Unit 2, you will learn more about a global and holistic approach to social and personal development. And in Unit 3, Human Rights Education Through Sport, the key principles of human rights education and safeguarding in sport will be outlined. Module 2, Putting Human Rights theory into sport practice builds on Module 1, also through 3 units. Unit 4, Sport as a tool for inclusion, diversity and intersectionality in sport, will help you gain awareness of the barriers and facilitators to including certain groups in sport. Unit 5, Mobilizing Values, will get you started on reflecting on your own practice by learning from international case studies. Unit 6, Changing the System, outlines models of sport-based intervention at national, regional and local level and enables you to learn from existing examples. Throughout the module, you will find interactive slides, quizzes, which will help you to review the key ideas outlined, and links to external resources to deep dive into the topic. Remember that the Trust online course doesn't have a predetermined duration for its completion. It is up to you to decide how deep you want to explore this knowledge field. This course can be used by academics working in higher education institutions and further education to design a module on human rights in and through sport. Regardless of how long it takes you to complete this course, we encourage you to take some time to reflect, activate your critical thinking skills, and take action to promote human rights in and through sport.
Great, thanks, Roy. So as that video showed you, what we tried to do with these 2 modules is in the first module, break down a lot of that theory and the policy that we saw in the slides this morning, show how it really applies in this kind of different levels of sport. So whether you're a policymaker in government making sports policies, or you're a coach on the ground teaching and training local sports clubs. And the first module takes you through that wide range of theory. And as it says in the video, it's designed that you can take as much or as little time as you want. So there's you can do a surface level read through of the slides in the module, but we also link to further articles and policies and international best practice. So if someone wants to do a deeper dive on all of it or on a specific topic that really interests them, they can do that through the modules. And then in the second module, we want to take this policy into, okay, how do I really use this in my work? So we go through a lot of international case studies of good practice, and we also what we try to break down is, sorry, I don't know if there's a bit of an echo here in the room, but so we showcase a lot of the concepts such as inclusion and intersectionality and diversity and human rights that have been introduced in the first module, how you can use that day to day in your sports practice. So we go through different groups who have traditionally been marginalized in sports, and how you can consider in a way that can be used in any context. So we haven't made it too specific, but what are some of the barriers this group traditionally have faced in sport, and how can we facilitate better engagement? So we take a guidance through the idea of intersectionality, which is everyone is more than one identity. And we encourage people to think that way throughout the module, but how we can encourage better participation of these various groups. So for example, on International Women's Day, we have a few slides on how to increase participation of women in sport. We have slides on disability, on LGBTI inclusion, on refugees and migrants, and a range of other groups that we know don't access sport at the same levels as the general population. So that's a brief overview of the modules, and like is mentioned in the video, and you can see here on the slide, we have provided a document which can be found on our website for any universities who want to integrate any of this into their modules, into their sports science programs, on how it can be aligned with the European qualifications framework, if that's of interest to anybody. So great. So as well as the modules, we've developed a range of videos. You've seen one already. We've done 5 videos introducing trust ethos and resources, the idea of intersectionality, sport and human rights policy, and the idea of duty bearers, which Catherine mentioned earlier this morning. So I think another example is going to play now.
Sport and human rights and intersectionality. We all possess human rights simply because we are human, including those rights related to sport. We don't, however, all enjoy the same experiences in accessing these rights because many people may encounter barriers and exclusion due to discrimination. Such discrimination may be based on gender, race, ethnicity, nationality, sexual orientation, disability, or income, among others. Each person's experience of human rights in and through sport is therefore shaped by their unique identity, often as a member of multiple groups. Intersectionality is the recognition of these multiple identities and the understanding that multiple forms of discrimination can occur at the same time. To that end, understanding intersectionality is vital for anyone who wants to make their sport more inclusive at any level, be they a grassroots coach or a national policymaker. Inclusion is not a one-size-fits-all, so you must consider each person's multiple identities. For example, a gender inclusion policy cannot focus solely on gender-related barriers, but should consider the additional barriers a woman with a disability or a woman who is a member of a minority ethnic group may face in order to participate in their sport. As you consider inclusion in your sports club, PE class, or in broader terms across society, always remember that one person's experience is not necessarily the same as another's. So consider the intersectional facilitators or barriers a person may face, as this will allow you to create a space that is welcoming and champions diversity for everybody in all its forms. Sport.
Sorry, thanks, Roy. So that's just, you've seen a few examples now this morning of the type of videos, the little snapshots and introductions to these concepts, which are then delved into more detail within the modules. We've also developed a range of fact sheets, which also similarly are introduction to topics. You can see we've got the 10 titles there covering a range of issues where sport and human rights have relevance. So I'll show you, we've 2 examples here you can see up on the screen. They're just 10 little facts on the topic, and I'm not sure you can see very well here, but if you go onto the website, you can see them, and there are hyperlinks within many of the points if you want to delve deeper or look at the policy behind what's informing these fact sheets. We also have a repository of resources, which are, some of them have been developed by the partnerships, the partner members, but also external resources that are very useful. And if you want further information on anything that's come up in any of the modules. So we have a section on well-being, on human rights, on safeguarding, and on values education. The modules were piloted this summer, and we wanted to make sure that they were relevant to the people we wanted to use them, that they actually covered what needed to be covered. So we trialed them with students in our own university, Munster Technological University, with sports professionals and policymakers in Mauritius, and also internationally across Europe and further afield. And also within schools. So for example, the Portuguese Olympic Committee, who are one of our partners, have a values education in schools program. So they went into schools and trialed this module with participants. So we received great feedback. It seems to do what we said it would. So we had some lovely feedback, including from the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission. So thank you for that. And so, yeah, so all of this is available online, and we hope you check it out. And sorry, I should have mentioned the resources tab we're adding to all the time. So if anyone has anything that they think should be up there, please let us know. You can fill in the form online or let me know today, and we'd be delighted to add to the tools. So this is this is the educational resource we've developed. We are also looking at the idea of piloting projects to socialize these concepts, because we need everyone in all the different levels to understand what we're talking about. So we need the sports sector, we need the policymakers, we need the rights holders who aren't getting equal access to sports to all talk to each other so that they can respond to each other's needs. So we know who needs what and who needs to talk to who to get this really up and running. So we've trialed this approach with a project called Trust Ireland, which was focused mainly in the Republic of Ireland. It was funded by the Irish Human Rights and Equality Commission. But we did talk to a lot of national governing bodies of sports who would have an all-island remit. So there was some engagement in Northern Ireland as well. So what we This is another partnership, sorry, just to take you through. We have Sport Against Racism Ireland, the GAA again, the Federation of Irish Sport, the Central Statistics Office, and Sport Ireland, all working with us on this project. So as I said, what we wanted to do with this approach is just get everyone talking, get everyone on the same page, get everyone in the room together who needs to know who to talk to, and to really talk to people and identify, okay, what are the barriers really? You know, we can theorize about this, but what's your lived experience as Right told us, as in why aren't you participating in sport? What do you need from the sports sector? And then to talk to the sports sector and say, well, look, this is what we've heard. What do you think? Have you experienced this from the other level? How do you think you could respond? And what do you need from the state so that you can do this? What do you need put in place? Funding, training, what do you need? So we've as you can see here, this model is just to show all the different levels coming together in one place. So we held, in December, we held a range of workshops with different rights holder groups. So we held with people with disability, with the LGBTI community, women and girls. We also looked at travellers in the Irish context, and sorry, a range of other actors. And then we held, at the end of that week, we held workshops with the local sports partnerships and the national governing bodies to discuss what we'd heard and what they needed, as we said. So at the moment, we're finalizing a report based on these workshops, which we're going to present at the end of this month to government and policy stakeholders in Dublin, to say, well, look, this is what the sports sector need, and this is what the rights holder needs. So how can we make this all happen? So we can, I don't know if we have time, we can quickly highlight the few things we've broad overview of what the rights holders needs is identified was education, that coaches, there was the general feeling like everyone wants to be inclusive, but they don't know how, and they're afraid to do it wrong, so they do nothing instead. So there needs to be education. There also needs education around language, that some of the language being used, especially around people with disabilities and people from minority ethnic groups, was just not appropriate, and it was very off-putting if then they wanted to join any groups. And also just what's life really like for minority groups? Why aren't they participating? So an example we had in the Republic of Ireland was asylum seekers in direct provision centres weren't participating, but it was often because they had no access to transport to get to the sports clubs. And the sports clubs were saying, oh, well, they only show up sometimes, they're not really interested, like, why should we make an effort? But if when they were explained, like, well, this is why they don't participate, then they're like, oh, well, we'll organize a carpool, or we'll organize lifts. And there were really simple solutions, but it was just education and knowing what was going on, why people weren't participating would make a big difference. Another area that came up was involvement. People don't just want to play the sport and go home. They want the social aspect of the sport. They want the real involvement in the community. And as rights holders become involved, they become role models for other people from their community to become involved. Communication. So we have this phrase in disability rights is often used of nothing about us without us. So sometimes clubs decided, okay, we're going to do this inclusive initiative, but didn't talk to the people they wanted to include first. So they just said, we'll do this and it'll be great. And then no one showed up because it wasn't what they wanted or what they needed, or it didn't suit their abilities. So just talk to the people and design the program with the people you want to involve. Collaboration, this touches on the previous point, but also collaboration between clubs, between sports. So for example, maybe rugby has a brilliant inclusive program. Well, then talk to football. If football wants to run an inclusive program, say, well, what worked for you? What's working well? And also talk like within regions. So maybe Ulster GAA is doing something wonderful, so Munster should talk to Ulster and then collaborate this way, and further afield too. And finally, policy implementation. There's great inclusive policies out there, but there's no timelines, there's no indicators, there's no here's a one-page guidance for the actual club on how to do it. So these were the broad strokes areas that we came up with. So we have resources available for other countries who want to take on this policy, lesson plans, guidance, and also a manual for if we wanted rights holders to lead their own workshops. So rather than us coming in and being like, this is what we think, this is what we think, have the rights holders lead it themselves, so a guide on how they can do that. So we have all of these resources available on trustirl.ie. And maybe someone would like to run an initiative, Trust Northern Ireland, and do the same thing here and look at how that would work. So I'm going to finish up now. Those are our resources. I don't know if we have a few minutes for questions. If Michael, yeah. So I think Catherine, if you're still online, you can come up too, and we can answer any questions that might be there.
I'm here too, Sarah.
Okay, you stay, don't go. Okay, is there any questions before? I have a couple of questions that have been noted down, but is there any questions in the room before we move to those questions? And Jason's got a microphone there, so you need to stick your hand up if you have a question, and Jason can, or else people online won't hear you. We'll only hear you. But anyone with a question? I'll go first. Okay. All right. So the first question we had is the Trust Toolkit free?
Yes, it is.
So that's easy to answer. Okay. And that's the right answer. That's good. And then the second bit was, have you engaged in any teacher training or coach education?
With the Trust Toolkit or?
With the Trust Toolkit?
Not yet. We piloted it in Munster Technological University. Some of the sports science lectures integrated it into classes in last semester. So we've trialed it in the university setting. I don't think we've fully had a full integrated trial yet with a teacher training program, but we would be very interested if someone wanted to take that on. We would be delighted, I think. I don't know, Catherine, if you have anything to add there? Or?
It was trialled as well in Mauritius among students in Mauritius Institute of Education and indeed staff there. And some of the staff that joined the program were from the Mauritius Sports Council, they were from grassroots organizations, so from a variety of organizations, including some involved in teacher education. So it was very positively received there, and we're continuing work on that implementation. And to the first question, it is free, and moreover, we want people to use it and we want people to use all the resources. So we're very happy to support people who are interested in the resources in how they might take them on board in their own work.
Okay. Is there any questions from anyone in the room, the speakers or students or anybody? Okay.
Thank you very much, Sarah and Catherine. I had one question about the slide where you're talking about the importance of leveraging values from me to us to we, and probably at society level. And I wondered about your experiences of the challenges of that in particular, because as we know, there are a lot of challenges going from, broadly speaking, from individual based work to group work, but then systemic work more broadly.
Yeah, I can start on that. I think we've seen different challenges at the different levels of this. So I think at the me, and the me and the we, kind of the initial levels, we've seen sort of the challenges of some, people saying, what does human rights have to do with me? I'm just a sports coach, or I'm just running a local club. Why should I do this? But I think what we've seen with this approach is once we take people through the introduction of human rights in and through sports, they say, oh, I was doing human rights work already. I was already working in this space, and it's just getting people to kind of get that kind of click in their mind that human rights isn't something abstract and far away, that it has real life applications close to them. And then yes, at the society level, we see challenges. So that's part of what the kind of Trust Ireland model is trying to address, that challenge of there's so many different people who need to be taking this on at the same time for it to really make a societal impact. So that's why we want to get these people in the room all talking together, all these different level conversations happening. And that's what needs to happen is that it can't just be the local clubs realizing, because they need the supports, but it can't, if it's just at the national level and it stays a policy on a page, it also won't have the impact. So it's to get the different levels coming together is what we need. But it's a long process, because it's really a changing of a mindset, so it won't happen in an instant. We feel that maybe the Trust Ireland project and these educational resources open up the conversation, but it needs to maintain longer than that. So that's hopefully something what we'll be able to do, that hopefully and further it. Catherine, if you have anything to add?
Yeah, just to add, I mean, that slide from me, we, us, our power, and power of 10. If for those of you who know Pat Daly from the GAA, this has been a very strong mantra of Pat over the last number of years, and comes from a program that he has been very involved in developing and delivering called Going Well, which is pointed to in the trust organizations indeed. And I think to address the question as well, one of the key challenges there is the level of involvement of volunteers in sport. Volunteers are very involved in sport across the world, indeed. And, you know, in some respects, it's, you know, we embrace volunteers very well, and they get involved in and are central to delivery of sport in many areas. But there's a question about how much can we really expect volunteers to have to take on board? And, you know, it might seem like that this is a new agenda and a new domain, and maybe outside of the reach or interest of some people involved in sport, in volunteering in sport, who are interested in getting the coaching going or supporting the games or the underage sport. And really, as Sarah said, it's about showing that human rights and sport are not as disconnected as we think, and that how embracing this approach of human rights in sport helps deliver sport better, and in a way that is much more inclusive, and enables us to ensure that people get a go in the game, that they are involved and included, and that, you know, it is a different way, rather than looking at, as I said before, you know, this transformative vision, you know, where a lot of the time volunteers sometimes think that the important thing for the team that they're involved with is that they win and that they perform and whatever, and that's, you know, the kind of epitome of success. And there are other benchmarks and metrics of success in sport, and, you know, competition is important, it's a central part of sport, but it's by no means the only thing. So I think it is a shift in kind of our understanding of sport, what it is, how its success metrics are, what they look like, and really enabling people in the simplest way possible to embrace this approach. And that's why, as Sarah said, there's no, or I think it was the video that said it, you know, the trust resources, you could spend 40 hours going through the trust resources, or you could spend 4, or you could spend 40 minutes. And that depends on how much depth and breadth you want to go into in the resources. So at a level, it's very accessible to volunteers, and some of the kind of the little video clips and the infographics very much talk to that. So it has been developed in a very modular way that will enable different stakeholders to engage with it at a different level, and hopefully understand how that human rights based approach is applicable to them, so as they can transform the, you know, from the idea, the concept. And even it's as a player, me joining a club as a young player, let's say, I want to play the game, and I'm not really looking at beyond that, my own capacity to join in the game and to play the game. And then moving from me being a part of a team and me engaging with other people on that team and ensuring that their rights are upheld as well, and even having an understanding of that as a young player, is an important social development capacity for those young players. So it's a big question and a good question, but we hope we have addressed it in the programme.
We have one more question, Jason, just at the front here, the gentleman in the jacket.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. It's Billy Pollock, Chair of Ulster Hockey and a Director of Hockey Ireland. So obviously I'm involved in hockey. I'm still playing hockey, believe it or not. But hockey is very viewed as a very middle class sport because of coming out of more grammar schools. You play, and that presents difficulties. You've got the high performance, elite performance athletes, and trying to get growth in clubs. And we're doing lots of projects with learning from the GAA, doing refugee disability initiatives, all sorts of inclusive things to be, you know, the right. But generally men more than 15 are declining in sport. Rugby's the same, and trying to keep people playing sport is very, very difficult. And whilst, you know, all the initiatives of inclusive and human rights, a lot of smaller clubs, country clubs, deprived areas in inner cities are saying, what are you doing for us, right? So how do you get the balance of trying to be wider, exclusive, and ticking all the boxes, the right boxes and the right things to do, but just gaining, you know, more and more in deprived and lacking areas and building up that sport?
Yeah, sure. So it is a challenge, and it was a challenge that we had a long discussion actually in our chat with the national governing bodies in December. I think it was sailing and a few other ones had a kind of similar topic came up there. And it was looking at the sustainability beyond the inclusive initiative. How do you sustain it? So there's a few different issues, I suppose. That one is, do you run the initiative if you know people won't be able to continue afterwards? So for example, equipment and things can be an issue, and is it looking at funding sources for having the equipment available that people can continue long term, maybe a solution, and maybe untied grants of some sort, so that there's this funding available there, so that the kind of I suppose physical barriers or the material barriers to participation for people from lower income areas, for example, can be addressed beyond an initial initiative to get them into the sport, that they can continue beyond that initiative, is one thing that was looked at. And then I suppose another thing is the education piece that we discussed, that so you have a one-off initiative where there's people who are really interested in this, the volunteers, the coaches say, yes, this is something we want to do, but then that coach moves on or the volunteer drops out and has other time commitments, and you have to integrate it into the mindset of the club or the sport as a whole, rather than relying on the interest and the passion of one or two really engaged volunteers in it. So that goes back to the education piece, where if everyone takes a small training on this or has a small background in this area, that anyone can do the inclusive piece, or it feels better equipped. They're not afraid of it, or that they can take it on, and they can, as we said, look at the small barriers and facilitators that people are having, rather than just thinking, okay, well, we set up this initiative, so what happens next? So to look at those small things, like they might seem small, but they could be quite big things. The transport issue, timing issues, for example, if it's on late at night, well, maybe women don't want to travel to a sports ground by themselves, or looking at these things that are outside the remit of this, how you play the sport, but the context in which it's being played, so that everyone would have a small background in inclusion to be able to take this on, would be another area that can maybe help in this regard.
Maybe just to add to that answer as well, just the idea of co-creation. So linking with the people, the stakeholders who want to play sport as well, and how the sport offer is structured for them, if it's the offer that they want, if it's in the interest area they want, and the level of focus they want. And I do think that the initiative I mentioned earlier in Australia and New Zealand, where you had a number of different governing bodies of sport coming together to sign, this document around kind of reframing sport a little bit, to kind of move away from the traditional path to a path that was more in line with what the various different stakeholders said they wanted to. So, kind of in some respects, what they looked at is removing the competition, bringing back the fun, not forgetting the fun, and also looking at things like the cultural relevance, the array of different sporting opportunities that are out there, and making sure that we acknowledge the whole breadth of opportunities to engage in sport, some of which might be more, sorry, apologies for those notifications, culturally relevant for groups. So linking with and talking with and discussing, and I know Sarah mentioned it before, talk to the different groups that you're interested in getting involved and engaged, see what the barriers and motivators are for them, and try and embrace them as part of the sport offer that you have.
Thank you so much. I don't think there's any further questions in the room. Oh, there is. Is there one more?
Yeah, sorry, we have one from online, one from Tunde Adebisi, and it just says, would you consider fair play as one of the success metrics of sports?
Yes, I think it's maybe the first thing we have when we say trust sport as it should be. I think fair is the top of the list. So yes, certainly we'd have fair play as a very important value within the trust resources, but also in terms of the human rights in and through sport space in general, that it would be fair play would be very, very significant for us in that space, yes.
Yeah. So I think, the fun, fun, fair, clean, safe, accessible, and so it brings in things like anti-doping, safeguarding, those broad things in a way that's hopefully with that strap line. Sport as it should be is the strap line we adopted for trust. So, and they're the things: fun, fair, clean, safe, accessible.
Perfect, guys, and that's your time slot absolutely perfectly used up. So thank you so much. Big round of applause for Catherine and Sarah, please. Thank you so much. Okay, just wanted to say, by the way, in relation to hockey, just how brilliant they are in engaging young people on their committees and on their boards and looking at future strategy. Just when you were speaking there, it just sort of flashed up in my head. I was at a presentation, I think it was the NSPCC, were running a workshop, and I was really impressed about how you engage young people as key stakeholders at a strategic level. That's fantastic. Also want to just touch back on what Sarah was saying about collaboration, and it's the reason we have this Sports and Human Rights Forum, and why the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission are involved in it, is the service to sport. So basically through the forum, people suggest ideas to us or suggest issues that they're struggling to deal with or they want to be raise awareness on, and we facilitate that. So things like today's conference is an example of that, but also the forum happens 3 or 4 times a year, and we're always guided by our members. So I think that's important just to sort of state that's what it's about. And that's sort of the ethos of what we're doing here today at the conference. Our next speaker is coming in, thanks again, Sarah. Our next speaker is coming in from Holland, and she's Daniela Hurt, and she works at the Centre for Sport and Human Rights. Daniela, if you're there online, can you just turn your camera on and unmute yourself? Brilliant. So Daniela's going to speak next, and she's going to talk to how you embed, human rights in education, and she's done a lot of work and research in the area of sport and human rights, and we're really delighted to have someone with Daniela's wealth of experience talking today. So with no further ado, I'm going to hand over to Daniela Hurt.
Thank you, Michael, for the kind introduction. Can everybody hear me and also see the slides? Is that working out? Yeah? If I don't hear anything, then I assume it's all working out correctly.
Daniela, sorry, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. Okay, then I'll get started. No, so thanks again for inviting me to be part of this important conference, especially this year. It's really an exciting year for sport and human rights in general. And thank you also, Sarah and Catherine, for this really interesting presentation. I think much of what I will be saying really adds to what you've already talked about. And so I think it's gonna, it's great how this hopefully works out together. So yeah, my name is Daniela Hert. I work for the Center for Sports and Human Rights. I have a background in public international law and human rights law. And last year I finished a multiple year research project. I finished my PhD on human rights violations in the context of mega sporting events. And specifically, I looked at the question how you can establish responsibility and accountability for when human rights are being harmed in the context of delivering a mega sporting event. And since 2018, next to doing this research, I've been working for the Center for Sport and Human Rights. And since I would say almost 2 years now, we've been trying to do more work in the field of engaging an academic network around sports and human rights, and also finding our thinking and approach to sport and human rights education. So what I would like to discuss today are basically, I structured the talk into 4 parts. I want to start with introducing the Center for Sports and Human Rights a bit more, but also being conscious of the fact that later on today, you will also be hearing from Thais Prado, a colleague of mine, who leads the center's work on gender and sport. So she will also be talking about the Center for Sports and Human Rights. I also would like to then discuss the sport and human rights movement in a bit more detail and how the center sees itself being part of this movement and shaping that movement. And then go into the center's approach of integrating sport and human rights teaching and education, and finally share some materials that the center has been working on and has produced when it comes to sport and human rights education. Okay, so about the center. The center is a human rights organization for the world of sport. It was founded in 2018 as an outcome of an unprecedented process of multi-stakeholder engagement, and it remains multi-stakeholder in character, meaning we work closely together with our members and permanent observers and also an advisory council. We'll explain that more in detail in a bit. We do all this under the great leadership of our founding chair, Mary Robinson, and our CEO, Mary Harvey, who is a FIFA World Cup winner and Olympic champion, and who was also closely involved in the United 2026 bid, and specifically the human rights strategy of that bid. Our vision is a world of responsible sport that fully respects, protects, and promotes human rights, and we work towards that mission or vision, through collective action by means of generating awareness, building capacity, and creating lasting value. What this means concretely is that we try to generate awareness through constructive dialogue and collaboration with our stakeholders, sharing knowledge, as well as amplifying the voices of affected groups and persons. We try to build capacity through evidence gathering, developing tools and guidelines that encourage stakeholders to commit to and respect human rights in the sporting context. And we try to create lasting value by staying connected, collaborating, and holding each other account also, and focusing on being sustainable in our work. And in particular, this being sustainable part is also where the piece on sport and human rights education and teaching comes in strongly, although it also links, of course, to other parts of the center's mission. We do that work based on specific values, such as trustworthiness, legitimacy, being innovative, collaborating, and being enabling to all stakeholders. And to give you an idea of what our stakeholders are, what we consider as stakeholders, I wanted to share this slide where you can see an overview of the members of the center's advisory council. And what you see is obviously a couple of sports bodies. You see FIFA, you see UEFA, but you also find governments represented, government of Germany, government of the Netherlands, Switzerland. But of course, you also find a number of international organizations. You also find NGOs. You will also find sports sponsors and broadcasters. So it's quite a diverse group of actors, and there will be a slide coming up where this diversity comes out more strongly. But basically, this is what we consider our stakeholders. And when we talk about collective action, these are the partners and actors we collaborate with and we try to convene. Our initial advisory council members, so when the center was founded, they developed a set of principles that affirm a shared commitment to realizing human rights in and through sport. These principles are called the Sporting Chance Principles, and they have been endorsed by all advisory council members upon joining the center, meaning if there are more actors joining the center, they as well have to commit to these principles. There are 10 in total, and they deal with, sports power to create positive change, the application of internationally recognized human rights standards to the world of sport, being inclusive to all actors within the sports ecosystem, including human rights at all times during sport events and day-to-day sports, giving affected persons a voice in decision-making, providing access to remedy for sport-related human rights harms, making sure that lessons learned are captured and also shared, strengthening human rights capacity of all stakeholders, harnessing collective action, and finally making the bidding for mega sporting events open to all. And we expect from all our partners to commit these principles and act accordingly. Currently, the center is working on its strategy that applies until 2025. It's called Convergence, referring to convergence of sport and human rights. And our priorities for this period are first, nurturing thought leadership, innovation, and knowledge. And again, this is also where the sport and human rights education and teaching fits in very well. Secondly, strengthening operational systems and practices in sport to make them more human rights compliant. Thirdly, strengthening inclusive engagement, collective action, and transformational alliances where they exist or are being developed. Fourthly, addressing harmful practices and human rights harms in the sporting context, and this is where this represents the center's work on remedy. And fifthly, well, we need to ensure that the center is a self-sustaining global organization. That's important to take care of, as well, as we are still a young and quickly growing organization. And I now would like to move to discussing more broadly the current sport and human rights movement as a movement that the center is part of and helped shaping in the past couple of years. And historically, I think the link of sport and human rights has very much started in relation to sport events. And you can see that on the slide, that there are Olympic Games mentioned, and you can see that these events have either been used as a stage to raise concerns related to human rights issues, or they have been linked to human rights discussions due to the political context in which they took place. Now you can see the 1936 Olympic Games, but also the 1968 Olympic Games. What's also on the slide, and I think was a crucial moment, was the decision by the IOC to expel South Africa in 1970. It took them another 18 years to adopt the Declaration Against Apartheid in Sport, but certainly also a crucial moment, something that I found out when I was doing a bit of research on the history of the academic discussion on sport and human rights. Was that in 1999, apparently, the first conference on sport and human rights took place in Australia. So yeah, interesting things happening already for a while. I think, though, that when we look at how the sport and human rights movement looks like at the moment, then really crucial moments or watershed moments were the time when Beijing was bidding for hosting the 2000 Olympic Games, which didn't work out. Later on, they were hosting the 2008 Olympic Games. But this is really when the campaigns of Amnesty or Human Rights Watch or other organizations in the field became more visible and public. And another really crucial moment, I think, was when the FIFA World Cup was awarded to Qatar in 2010. That really got things rolling and shaped, I think, the movement, how we know it now. And following the publicity and the media and the public pressure at that moment, FIFA decided to commission John Ruggie, the author of the UN Guiding Principles for Business and Human Rights, to help FIFA understand what it means to embed human rights into their policies and practices. And this as itself led to a report, which is also quite a crucial document, I think, for the field, for this movement. So basically, the understanding we have nowadays on the human rights issues linked to the world of sports is that sport and sport events, and in particular mega sporting events, can impact a whole range of human rights. And that became already quite clear from Sarah's and Catherine's presentation. So I don't want to go into that in too much detail, but you see some examples listed on the slides. For instance, the right to freedom from discrimination, freedom of expression, the right to decent work, including equal pay for equal work. But this is really just, a fraction of the rights that can be impacted by sports. some of them really directly, some of them more indirectly. For instance, one thing that's missing, I think, on this list is housing rights. If you think of mega sporting events, it's often the case that neighborhoods, communities are being displaced in order to make room for infrastructure that is needed for organizing and staging the event. And obviously, if this turns into forceful evictions, there are human rights abuses happening, and this can lead to further human rights infringements if you are being forcefully evicted and relocated. That has some impact. So that's just to point out, some of these human rights impacts are direct and some are more indirect. And our understanding of this sport and human rights link is also very much connected to the business and human rights field or debate. I already mentioned the UN guiding principles for business and human rights. They basically provide the framework of how we address sport-related human rights risks and cases. So that's the approach that the center is using, which is also not surprising because actually the center used to be a subsidiary of the Institute for Human Rights and Business back in 2015 or 2016. I'm not sure now. The Institute issued, again, its annual key issues on business and human rights. And then back then, mega sporting events and human rights were mentioned as one of these key issues. And in the beginning, the center didn't exist as the Center for Sport and Human Rights, but it used to be something that's called the Mega Sporting Event Platform for Human Rights. So the focus, again, was very much on mega sporting events, while by now the scope is much broader, and we also look at human rights risks and issues related to day-to-day sports. But yeah, so back to these UN guiding principles. Even though they have been developed for the world of business, there's a lot of lessons to be learned for the world of sports, and also, sports is big business in and of itself. So that is a very important framework that we use in our work. And in fact, you also see that more and more sports bodies and other actors in the sports world use the UN guiding principles in their policies, in their frameworks, in their contracts. So also sponsors and broadcasters refer to these principles, which is a welcome development for us. So at this point, I think it is safe to say that a sport and human rights movement developed globally. And in the course of the work that we've been doing, we managed to get a better understanding of all the stakeholders that are part of this movement. And that's what we try to show with this graphic, and what you can see on this slide. What we call the sports ecosystem is made up of certainly athletes and other actors, other groups and individuals potentially affected by sports, but of course also sports organizations, sponsors, broadcasters, sport event organizers, and governments. But also civil society, human rights bodies, service and standard bodies are important. Integrity dispute bodies, professional sports like leagues, supply chain providers, and not to forget education and research bodies. And this last group of stakeholders we include in particular because we think that an important means of contributing to the sustainability of the current sport and human rights movement is to strengthen the integration of human rights topics into sport-related education, and at the same time the integration of sport as an issue area into human rights education at all levels, across all disciplines. And thereby young professionals, future generations that will be working in the field of sport, but also those currently working in the world of sport, can continue and also consolidate the current sport and human rights movement. And how we see that happening is something I would like to discuss now, turning to part 3 of the presentation. So when it comes to sport and human rights teaching, we like to take as a starting point the UN Declaration on Human Rights, which states in its preamble that every organ of society shall strive by teaching and education to promote respect for human rights. And further, it also includes a specific right to education, which again refers to the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms being part of any education. And in particular, the point on every organ of society, we at the center take serious and use to analyze and seize opportunities within the ecosystem of sport. So to go back to this overview, while of course education and research bodies are explicitly mentioned and they play a big role, we think that this responsibility goes beyond just these bodies. And in fact, there are numerous opportunities with many stakeholders to encourage learning. For instance, from one event organizer to another, to share lessons, how human rights risks have been assessed in relation to an event, how these risks have been managed, how a human rights strategy has been adopted and implemented. So yeah, there are way more opportunities. And so it also means, and that's something that Sarah and Catherine already mentioned in the presentation as well, it also means to take the roles and interests of the various individuals and organs of society serious and take that into consideration, which will mean that, well, there are different concerns, there are different scopes, and all this should be reflected in the way sport and human rights can be taught and the approaches taken to that. But one overarching approach that we feel like provides a good framework for well, looking at this link of sport and human rights when it comes to education is the approach that is stipulated in the UN Declaration on Human Rights, Education and Training. It distinguishes between education about human rights, education through human rights, education for human rights. And this distinction can be applied to the world of sports. Again, this has been addressed by Catherine and Sarah, and we at the center fully agree with the fact that sport can be used to educate about human rights and human rights standards by talking about the human rights risks related to sport, but also the potential and power of sport to promote human rights. What are these human rights that can be promoted? What are these human rights that are at risk? And this is probably the most straightforward way of how human rights can be integrated in sports studies and education. Secondly, since fundamental values and principles of sport speak to universal humanitarian values such as harmony among nations, solidarity, and fair play, which also was already discussed more. You know, these are all principles that are present in the world of sport, that are present in the human rights context. I'm sorry, my son is coming in. Mats, Stefan? Sorry about that. Yeah, so back to the different principles. Yeah, so basically, since these are principles that are important for the world of sports and they're important for the human rights world, this definitely presents a way of how you can use sport as a means through which human rights education can take place. And thirdly, empowering those affected by sport, so individuals and groups such as those affected by abuse that happens in sports or affected by the delivery of mega sporting events. Empowering those to enjoy and exercise their rights and helping also those in charge of sports to learn how to respect and uphold rights. That presents a way of using sport for human rights education. So these three ways well, basically offer a number of different opportunities to better integrate sport and human rights in teaching and education. And ultimately, they should help to make this current sport and human rights movement more sustainable, because this is really what this should all be about. And like Sarah also mentioned already, there are different sport study programs where a stronger integration of sport and human rights provides interesting and relevant learning material. And just to add to that, there are some programs that are here on the slide. For instance, if you think of sports law, that provides an opportunity to teach the legal framework, new human rights clauses that are being integrated into sport-related contracts, but also policies and regulations. It also offers room to discuss the Court of Arbitration for Sport, how that institution deals with cases that have a human rights angle. Sport history offers room to understand better and trace the development of the link of sport and human rights, or also look at some of these watershed moments in detail. Sport sociology entails numerous aspects that have a relevance to human rights. Think of sports impact on children, gender, cultural issues. There's much more. And then a program of sport management can, for instance, look at the tool or the method of human rights risk assessment, including the process for human rights due diligence, which applies for day-to-day sports, but also events. In fact, here the center is following and also facilitating a study that maps to what extent sport management studies, mainly in the US, are actually integrating human rights in their teaching. So that's ongoing, but it will be very interesting to see what they come up with, because, well, basically it's an inventory that then helps us to have a stronger case to argue, well, there's room for more. Sports policy and governance programs could look at human rights policies again, and how regulations are changing for bidding and hosting events, but also regulations related to transfer systems, eligibility rules, how all that has a human rights angle, and what are the risks and how can they be addressed. And then physical education, I think, is in particular interesting for very practical ways of how human rights principles should be applied in teaching sport. For instance, you can think of appropriate behavior of teachers and coaches, what are appropriate practices, how to deal with participation in physical education, looking at the challenges related to sport, binary categorization of male and female, but also seeing physical activity as such as part of the right to health, for instance, using that to teach about the right to health. And I think it also offers a lot of room to integrate human rights and raise human rights issues in early education already of children. So in addition to these sports fields, I think there are other fields as well where a stronger integration of sport and human rights makes a lot of sense. And for one of them is the business and human rights field. In fact, there's a lot happening already. A lot of project work or case studies from the sports world are being used in business and human rights courses, classes, teaching, but also international law and human rights law, where it's not common to talk about sport, but it's definitely possible to address the human rights to sport, talk about how that works out in practice, or more generally, what are human rights risks related to sport. And I think the relevance of sport and human rights for international law more broadly is more visible today than ever, with the currently ongoing Russian invasion of Ukraine. I cannot and I don't want to ignore it in this presentation, but the reactions we see in the sports world are really unprecedented, and they raise important questions also as to the leverage and influence of sport organizations versus actors versus states, basically. So that is also, I think, an interesting topic to look at from the international law perspective. And then finally, the field of international development, international relations offers a lot of room to integrate sport and human rights, in particular, if we think of the sport for development and peace field, which is, of course, very, very closely related. Yeah, and finally, it's not only the programs as such, which which provide a lot of opportunities, but also the way in which this integration can happen is very open and can take many forms. So you can think of providing electives or mandatory courses as part of programs. There can be short-term research seminars or workshops. You can think of guest lectures in courses, project weeks, working together with law clinics, human rights clinics. So yeah, I think there's a lot of room to be creative and take on that challenge of integrating sport and human rights more into teaching, and thereby hopefully guaranteeing the sustainability of the ongoing sport and human rights movement. So based on this approach and this multidisciplinarity that we at the center identify as giving us a lot of opportunities, we divided this work into two different paths, one being the professional education path and the other one the academic education path. And we are running different projects and work streams for both of these paths. If you look at the professional education side, we're looking at cooperating with the World Academy of Sport. We are often presenting as guest speakers in webinars and workshops for professionals, so people working in the field of sports. We provide internships, and we also organize practitioners workshops specifically aimed at actually sports lawyers to educate them about human rights. If you look at the academic education side, we do give guest lectures in master courses or also bachelor level courses. We work together with human rights clinics on research projects, and we offer academic placements to students that receive credit for it from their universities, and then try to link it, for instance, to a master thesis or bachelor thesis project. And there are also initiatives that basically speak to both. We have a sport and human rights online library on our website, where, much like the Trust project, we collect resources. And I think we even also link to the Trust project. I saw that there's also a link to the center. So it's great that we find each other in this way. We developed a teaching note on sport and human rights, which I'll address more in detail in a second. We publish sport and human rights reading lists. We are currently working on a handbook on mega sporting events and human rights. And also the annual Sporty Chance Forum is a great way for both professionals and also students and others interested in the field to learn more about sport and human rights. And that brings me to the final part of my presentation, where I just quickly wanted to share these resources and some of these projects in more detail. So a couple of weeks ago, we published our first annual sport and human rights reading list. And since it's the first one, it basically reflects on publications relevant to the sports and human rights field since the center's launch in 2018. The aim with this reading list, and also the ones coming up, is that we want to provide teachers, but also students, researchers, and practitioners from the field with resources of what we think are really key publications and studies in the field, which then could be used, for instance, to integrate them into a course manual, or also just to get an idea of what are the issues that we can discuss in class. And we plan for future editions of this reading list to have this as a collaborative effort. So we try to work with the academic network that the center is building at the moment, and ask for suggestions, what should be on this list. And we aim to publish it at the beginning of every year. Last year, we published a teaching note on sport and human rights. And this teaching note is supposed to be a source of inspiration for teachers in the sport or human rights field for how to integrate one or the other into their teaching. So what it does, it introduces the subject of sport and human rights on a high level, but then also goes into detail on several of the sub-themes of sport and human rights, gender, mega sporting events, abuse cases, remedy. And it provides also a background on the theoretical framework. So it goes a bit into detail on the UN guiding principles of business and human rights, which I mentioned. It contains suggestions for learning objectives and key questions that can be raised for self-study or to discuss in class. But it also discusses concrete teaching methods. It provides ideas for assessment and case studies with links. And again, quite a long list of resources. Other things that are coming up, as I said, the annual reading lists. We are also working on a digital pocketbook on sport and human rights, which, if I understood correctly, will also be used for teaching purposes. And we will definitely also draw on the trust resources when developing this. Then the handbook is another project that we're working on at the moment. It's going to entail, I think, around 40 chapters on mega sporting events and human rights, talking about the life cycle, but also different case studies, the legal framework, etc. And we hope that we can publish this next year. And then finally, another thing we are working on is a glossary on sport and human rights. And I think that also relates to the point Sarah made on the language. We realize this is quite a tricky exercise, but an important one, as we see indeed different language being used, which sometimes can lead to confusion. And working this out, I think, is a way of also creating a common reference point and understanding each other better. And yeah, this is everything I wanted to share. I will share some of the links to this material with the organizers. So if any of you are interested, you can have a look at that. And I'm happy to, now answer questions. I think there's time, or hear feedback, ideas from you. Thanks for listening.
Daniela, thank you very much. That was brilliant presentation. We have a couple of questions here, but I just want to check the room first to see if anyone's bursting to ask a question. They can go first if they want, if anybody's keen. Okay, I'll let them think about their questions. I'll get these ones out of the way first of all. One of the questions is there business and human rights training for sports governing bodies that the Centre of Sport and Human Rights can deliver?
So there's no, I would say, no class that we designed that we can just offer to sports bodies. What we do is we engage more on an individual basis. So when sports bodies approach us, then we see where there's the need to explain things and what we can provide them with. But certainly most of it is indeed framed around this business and human rights understanding. So the UN guiding principles, and then very specifically the tools that these principles brought up. So the human rights due diligence, what does that mean? How does that work in practice? And the different steps that are part of this tool. And this is something that the center does indeed, yeah. Okay, good stuff. All right, the next question is around, do you do courses for teachers or national human rights institutions that have sports forums? Yeah, not yet. And I'm also not sure I think we are also still finding our space here. And one thing that we have done last year is developed an online course on mega sporting events and children's rights, actually. And that is aimed at anyone interested. Basically, it's as I said, an online course, which we hope will go live soon. And probably would also be interesting for teachers. But so far, I think the closest that we have for this is this teaching note indeed. So the way it's written, it's primarily addressed at teachers to really give them a source of inspiration, but certainly also other groups can benefit from looking at it. Yeah. Thank you, Daniela. That's great. Any questions in the room from any of our students or speakers or forum members? I'm not seeing any. Okay.
One final question that was noted down just before I came up. Is there plans to partner with universities in relation to training for student teachers?
So we are constantly, as I said, since I think about 2 years now, we're trying to reach out to universities to understand better, well, who's working on what actually, and not only for the teaching part, but also for the research part. So that's mainly what has been driving our, the research part has been driving our outreach to universities more than the teaching part, but whenever we make a new connection, we of course also share with them our approach or idea to teaching sport and human rights, and this mission that we're on, that we want to make the movement sustainable. And we feel that the only way of doing that is by really integrating that into teaching. So certainly a great interest to collaborate with universities also for the teaching part, but so far it's mainly happened in relation to, well, trying to apply for research funds and just working on a specific research project together.
Thanks, Daniela. Okay, I don't think there's any questions in the room. Oh, there's one. Yep. We'll go straight to that question.
Thanks. I suppose it was just to ask about increasing women's participation in sport and business, just in terms of your role. Have you any advice for human rights commissions or indeed any bodies in terms of increasing women's role and participation in business?
Wow, tough question. I think that what I can say from the center's perspective on this is that we do see an increase, and we in the center, it's a small and slow increase, but luckily an increase. What we do at the center is just wherever we can, whenever we have events, whenever we reach out, we have meetings, we always try to make sure that there is a good balanced representation of also women being active and being part of any initiatives that we are taking and partnering up with. But I think concrete advice is something that probably Thais Prado, my colleague who will be speaking on the center's work in the gender field, can give much better than me, and she will be speaking this afternoon. So I hope you excuse me for putting your question off and then referring it to Thais later on.
Daniela, that's great. And Daniela, did you see when Sarah was doing her presentation and Catherine around the trust toolkit, is there potential for some synergy and joined up work in that area from the center's point of view?
Yes, definitely. So I think that's something, I mean, we've been following that work, but I think there's definitely room to discuss more on how we can collaborate and help at least to spread awareness of the toolkit, because I think it's really important and a very important resource. It's very accessible, which is what I think is key in this field. So for sure, there's room to consolidate that collaboration even more.
Daniela, thank you so much for your time. A big round of applause for Daniela.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so it's just as Daniela was doing her presentation and Sarah's presentation before, one of the things I loved about it was, and in particular, the toolkit, the Trust Toolkit, some of the videos and some of the modules, they're right on message with regards to the type of questions we're being asked by our Sports Forum members. And through our Sports Forum, we have about 50 people representing different sports, different charities, different community groups, policymakers. And some of the questions that come back to us, you can actually signpost them straight to some of the resources that are on that Trust toolkit. So it's a fantastic toolkit if you're a student, teacher, or you want to, be a coach in the future or a teacher in sport. I think it's definitely worth just working your way through the online videos. It's very easy as well to follow, and it really brings to life sport and human rights. Okay, so at this point, we're going to finish up a little bit early for our tea break. The tea and scones are going to be served at 11:15. We will be back here in the room at about 11:25, and after the break, we're very fortunate to have some of the sports studies lecturers from Ulster University, and they're going to do a panel discussion, sort of linking the research they do, which is really cutting edge, to sport and human rights, and there'll be a brilliant presentation. So if you could be back here in your seats at 11:25, and then we'll introduce the next panel. So a little bit of a break. Kane Scones, 11:15, and everybody online, we'll see you again shortly. Thank you. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're just about to recommence. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being back in your seats at the right time, and welcome everybody online. And welcome everybody online following us on YouTube right across the world. We really appreciate your support today at this Sports and Human Rights Conference. Up next, we have Ulster University, and they're going to be talking to us about human rights and sports research at Ulster University. We're very lucky to have Dr. Kyle Ferguson, Katie Liston, Paul Darby and Paul Kitchen, who are all doing really interesting work in sport and that has a real connection with human rights. So I'm going to pass over to Kyle, who's going to facilitate this session. Thank you.
Yep. Thanks, Michael, and welcome to Ulster University. It's great to see a diversity of people here across sport, human rights, and involved in so many ways, and especially our students who are going to be the future leaders in sport. We're great to see you here, so thank you. Events like this really build collaborations, and this opportunity to build understanding is fantastic, but it's also an opportunity for us to look at how we can ultimately lead to greater impact in human rights and sport going forward. So we're delighted to be supporting the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission with this event. And to Michael and to Jason for all the work behind the scenes, thank you for allowing us to support the programme today. During this panel, I'm going to ask colleagues to come forward and talk about their own reflections and the work they have been involved in with human rights over the last number of years and sport. And that will give us a chance to open up the debate, questions in the room as well as online. So please, online, if you want to add some questions, we'll take them as we go through. So first of all, I'm going to ask Dr. Paul Darby to come forward, and he's going to go through his reflections. He's a sociologist in the School of Sport and leads the Centre for Sport and Society, and has been involved for a number of years in child rights and football and research in that area, working alongside UNICEF and the Centre for Sport and Human Rights, as well as the English Premier League.
Thanks very much, Kyle, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be hosting all of you here at Ulster University, and particularly on International Women's Day, of course. We're also really delighted, as Kyle says, to be partnering with the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission on this conference, and I actually think that it's quite a timely point to be considering issues of sport and human rights. We had a couple of presentations earlier that I think really demonstrates the timeliness of this sort of work and some of the really fabulous work that is ongoing at the minute. And some of you may have seen some of the newspaper stories over the weekend in The Guardian that highlighted some really problematic issues in terms of human rights abuses within the context of football. But if you didn't see those stories, there's a quote by Catherine Craig, the human rights lawyer, who's also a senior advisor to the Centre for Sport and human rights. And I think this constitutes a really useful place to start this panel discussion. So she said that as a lawyer specializing in human rights, I receive more than 200 messages a week about abuse in football alone. Some messages are from players, some are from whistleblowers. Almost all express fear, frustration, and anger about how the system is failing. It's not just that the abuse was allowed to happen, it's that when they alerted the powers that be, they were ignored, gaslighted, or silenced. So I'm really sorry to be starting this panel discussion on such a glum and perhaps slightly uncomfortable note, but I do think that ensuring that sport better enables human rights requires us to have some very open and honest conversations, and that's why this issue features quite prominently in the work that colleagues in the School of Sport do, and why it features so prominently in the teaching that we do within the School of Sport as well. So as Kyle said, Paul, Katie, and I are going to take around 10 minutes or so just to say a little bit about the work that we do within the space of sport and human rights. And I think this will be quite useful in terms of guiding the panel discussion that we'll have in the second half of the session. But before we do this, I want to say something briefly about the Centre for Sport and Society, which all four of us are members of. So the Centre forms part of a wider sports-related research institute within the School of Sport, and it brings together colleagues from across the university who conduct research from a broadly social science perspective. Now, we're a multidisciplinary group, but the thing that binds us together is that we tend to approach sport from a critical perspective. Now, I'm conscious that the word critical can sometimes be misconstrued. It can be considered to be pejorative in some senses, and it perhaps can be taken quite literally. And I recognize that this may sit uncomfortably with those of you in the room and indeed online who have a long-standing involvement in sport as an administrator, a practitioner, an athlete, or a sports advocate more generally. But I want to reassure you at the outset that Paul, Katie, Kyle, and I, and indeed others within the centre, have long histories with sport ourselves. We also have a deeply emotional connection with sport, and we recognise the potential that it offers, and not least in terms of realising human rights. But in our research within the centre, we try to approach sport in a dispassionate, objective, evidence-led, and critical manner. And this leads us to conclusions not only about the possibilities of sport, but also its limitations as a site where human rights are adequately promoted and protected. And I should also say that none of us sitting at the front of the room here consider ourselves to be armchair theorists or ivory tower academics. Rather, our research is very much applied. We work with a range of stakeholders and organisations in sport that are well positioned to do the heavy lifting in terms of ensuring that sport better promotes and protects human rights. And I think this is something that each of us will probably talk about in our presentations. So given that I'm on my feet, I'll kick us off. I'm just going to speak very quickly about the work that I do in relation to sport and children's rights. So I've been involved in this work over the last 5 years or so. And this research really stems from my longer standing research, which has explored African football migration. And in particular, this work has examined the experiences of children within the context of the academy system, predominantly in West Africa. Now, I didn't undertake this work specifically from a child rights perspective, but reflecting back on the countless conversations and interviews that I've conducted over the years with players, with their family members, with academy directors, with coaches, with agents. I recognise that that work was informed by a concern for the extent to which the best interests and rights of children were enabled, promoted and protected through their engagement with football. But more recently, I started to do work that is more specifically oriented around children's rights in football. And there are a number of strands to this, and I just want to very quickly just talk you through these. So in 2017, myself, along with some colleagues from the University of Liverpool and Loughborough University, were contracted to do a piece of work for UNICEF UK, which explored the risks to children's rights within the global football industry. And basically what we did in this research was to use the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child as a tool to audit where child rights were impacted in their engagement with the football industry. And we arrived at three main conclusions. The first of those was that engagement in football can empower children and promote their rights, particularly at the non-elite level. However, as children get involved in a more performance-oriented pathway and where the focus shifts towards producing players for the professional football industry, children's rights can and indeed are compromised. The final conclusion that we arrived at was that the recruitment of children, some children within the global football industry, can also place them at risk of exploitation and abuse. And the report that we produced for UNICEF, that's the second one there, Children Before Players, is freely available, and I'm sure, Kyle, we can provide the link for delegates. So this piece of research then led on to further collaboration with UNICEF in a project that sought to identify how the risks to children's rights that we identified in the first report might be mitigated or addressed within the football industry. So this project was global in scope. It involved interviews and observations with clubs, football clubs and academies across 4 of FIFA's 6 continental confederations. We also conducted a series of fairly high-level stakeholder consultations involving organisations like FIFA, the European Club Association, the European Football Agents Association, FIFPro, and child rights organisations, as well as with some really prominent high-profile clubs like Barcelona and Manchester City, and some much less prominent clubs like Manchester United. But the main output of this project was a very practical, hands-on guide in terms of how clubs might better protect and promote children's rights. And while this guide is very much directed at the professional football industry, I think there is some stuff in there that is relevant to sports organisations and clubs across a range of codes, a range of sports codes. And again, that guide is freely available, and we can make a link available for all of the delegates. So just to finish with from me, there are a couple of other strands to the work that I do in terms of children's rights in sport that are ongoing at the minute, but I think it would be kind of useful, interesting perhaps just to kind of to talk about those very briefly. So the first of these is a project with the Premier League in England, which involves interviews with the heads of academy and the heads of safeguarding at 18 of the 20 Premier League clubs. And basically what this project attempts to do is to examine current practice in terms of how academies engage with young children. And ultimately what we want to do with the research is to make some recommendations about how children's rights can be better protected and promoted within the context of professional football, but also to share some of the good practice that we're seeing emerging from the research. So we've just completed the interviews for that project, and we're just about to start the data analysis. So I probably can't say too much about the findings that are emerging from that project at the minute. The second area of work that I'm also involved in at present is a project on child labour in sport, which is being led by the Centre for Sport and Human Rights. So I sit on the project steering committee, and we're designing and leading on a range of stakeholder consultations with a wide group of stakeholders in sport, including international sports federations, athlete unions, and indeed child rights agencies. So this is a fairly extensive and ambitious project, and the plan is that by this May, we will publish a white paper on child labour in sport that will hopefully generate some high-level policy discussion, but in the longer term will hopefully create better protections for children involved in elite sport. And finally, the other work that I do in this space is some ongoing advocacy and research related collaboration with a charity called Mission 89, which is an organization that focuses on the trafficking of children in and through sport, but particularly in football. So I hope that gives you a flavour of the work that we do within the centre in terms of children's rights in sport. But I just wanted to make one final comment, if I may, before I hand over to Katie. Despite what I said earlier about approaching sport dispassionately and objectively and less emotionally, I also come at this work as a youth coach, but also as a father of 3 young children who are just starting their journeys in competitive organised sport. So I've got skin in this game, as they say, and it's one of the reasons why conversations about how we better align children's rights within the context of sport are very personal to me, as I'm sure they are for everybody in this room. So thanks for listening, and I'll pass over to Katie.
Thanks, Paul. Good morning, everybody. I'm absolutely delighted to be here today. I have to say this is my first, at least in this forum, face-to-face conference for about 2 years. Apologies to all the delegates online that you can't be with us today. Let me say maybe something briefly about me first, for those of you that don't know who I am. I'm a senior researcher in the Centre for Sport and Society, as you know, and my work has revolved around identity, its links to sport, and what we can learn from this about human relations more widely. And that work has taken up several themes: gender, national identity, the sport ethic, and implications for health. And my own career as an elite athlete led me on this path because I experienced firsthand questions of inequality, inequity, the slowly changing status of women's sports, the ways in which this status impacted differently on male and female athletes, and many of the policy implications. So I've also sought to put this into practice. Just like Paul, I've got skin in the game as a volunteer coach, administrator, and a policy advisor. And one example of that was my work with the Ladies Gaelic Football Association, who now run an annual programme to develop the capacities of females in non-playing roles, and in particular, their use of evidence now to guide their strategy and planning. And I say that to illustrate the point that I think Paul has made, which is that it's important that our knowledge about sport is more certain, better fitting, and guided by evidence rather than by assumptions. And that's critical for us, I think, as a collective, because in sport, we're probably dealing with one of the most powerful transfer mechanisms for culture and social structure. So if sport can assist in the achievement of human rights, it's beholden on us then to understand whether and how this happens. And I think it's fair to say that the only major, I say, human rights victory that might be attributed to sport, at least in part, is that of the anti-apartheid movement. And there are many paradoxical practices when it comes to the rights of those involved in sport, including passivity and normalcy. Human rights are probably easier to endorse than they are to enforce. And one way to examine this is to look at the lived experiences of people and to generate more evidence of the circumstances under which being involved in sport might contribute to the struggle for human rights as athletes, spectators, in voluntary and paid roles. So let me say something then about where the research project I'm currently involved in, which is on online hate and online hate in football, fits in this context. So this is a multidisciplinary team of researchers from the UK and Ireland, comprised of experts in the social sciences, media studies, and computing sciences. And there's a growing body of literature which not only documents the variety and extent of hate speech on the internet, but also considers whether this cyber hate might be different to its offline equivalent. So beyond ease of access, size of audience, perceived anonymity, a distinctive feature of cyber hate generally is the instant nature of communication. And that means that online hate can be more spontaneous and therefore less considered. There's an obvious physical distance between users, which some researchers have suggested explains the absence of the usual cues of empathy and censure that tend to keep harmful, antisocial or discriminatory behavior mostly in check. Someone who's committed to engaging in online hate may not be deterred offline, and they may even take pleasure in it. Another feature is that those who might or might not otherwise engage in offline hate are given pathways by the internet, one of which is a shared identity with other in-groups. So you can achieve mass communication with a very targeted delivery, spanning distance and over very short periods of time, sometimes literally seconds. Compared to offline modes of communication, the internet encourages forms of hate speech that are likely to be unfiltered, sometimes gut, viscerally targeted reactions, as in the case I'm sure many of you are familiar with, which was the abuse of 3 Black English male players who missed penalties at last year's Euros. Another example, closer to home here, was the messages sent to Ian Wright in 2020 by an 18-year-old Irishman who'd lost a FIFA game. Never aspire to be a Legends player in a computerized football game. These messages can be made against a person or group identified by their race, ethnicity, gender identity, religion, sexual orientation, and other protected characteristics. Now, in saying all that, I don't mean to imply that online hate can't be coordinated and involve planned posts, especially from hate groups. But I do want to point out that the internet encourages forms of hate speech that are instantaneous because of the particular qualities of online communication. Now, what implications might this have for understanding the right to be free from harm or harassment, to be treated with dignity and respect? In our scoping review of the current literature, there's yet no firm evidence about the effects of being subjected to online hate in sport compared to offline, but it is growing. So let me say something about what we feel we do know so far from the current literature. And research in this area has been growing since about the mid-2000s. This isn't surprising, given the growth in the use of social media more generally, but what might surprise you is that only an initial 6 research publications were released between 2005 and 2014 that examined the topic specifically, rising to just over 40 by 2022. Much more is published on connected but wider topics like forms of abuse in sport. Message boards and fan fora were the focus of the early research before the shift to big social media platforms like Twitter and Facebook. So Twitter is the most popular data source for researchers so far. As you probably know, it facilitates direct communication between users, but from a research perspective, it also permits relatively easy access to data. And so far, that research has concentrated mainly on sports played in the UK and North America. In the last 5 years or so, a handful of studies have been published on other contexts: Italy, Iran, Mexico, Poland, and Russia. Oh, and Brazil as well. Now, this is partly because of the dominance of English language publications, so there is a lot of scope for more work, especially cross-comparative work. Football or soccer is the most popular sport worldwide, and unsurprisingly, it also dominates the research on online hate in sport. The mediascapes or images of sport created by social media are shown in this research to be just as important as the events themselves. Racism, probably again not surprisingly, has been the main focus, followed by misogyny, homophobia, and nationalism. And online hate perpetuated by fans against athletes and other marginalized groups was examined the most by researchers so far. What kind of issues have arisen? Issues of anonymity, the fostering of online environments, and the reliance on user-reported moderation have been raised. As one paper argued, some of the characteristics that make online spaces most attractive, such as freedom of expression, perceived or actual anonymity, reduction of inhibition and expression of thought, also make the environment difficult to regulate and police. But our review of the literature has also highlighted another important point, which is that one-dimensional solutions, like, for instance, simply removing anonymity, would be highly unlikely to succeed. In the research on online misogyny, for example, which is important in light of today's celebrations of women's achievements, there's a compelling argument for better rather than more legal regulation. Most of the research to date relies on secondary analysis of online hate. So only 4 of the 40-odd publications collected primary data, which was one of our motivations for the research design adopted in the research project. So the project is called Tackling Online Hate in Football, TOHIF, and the website is tohif.com. So let me finish then by describing that project a bit more. Last year, just under half of English professional players received abuse on Twitter. International tournaments like the Euros are particularly significant sites where identities are highlighted, debated, and reshaped by social media. And in this context, TOHIF has 3 stages of work. The first is to frame online hate by identifying the fault lines and the flashpoints through a deep mining of Twitter data. Second is to trace this in the form of its rhetoric and points of attack, starting in 2008, including men's and women's Euros, and finishing with the women's tournament this year. And third is to develop strategies to tackle this. We hope that the range of skill sets on the research team means that we can leverage important bridges between the latest computing science techniques, content analysis, qualitative insights from those who experience online hate directly, a critical analysis of the needs of stakeholders and activists in, for instance, race equality and social justice, and awareness also gleaned from those charged with addressing the issue, such as police, legal, and sports regulatory professionals. The mining of Twitter data is underway, as are some interviews. So I want to end my part now, in at least this part of the panel presentation, by emphasizing that we do want to hear from and work with partners to develop workshops, policies, and machine learning procedures to identify and combat this online hate. There's much more to say on it. I'm sure you will have much more to say on it, especially the balance to be struck, I think, between rights and responsibilities. It's an issue that cross-cuts the achievement of human rights more generally. So I'll hand on to Dr. Paul Kitchen now, and I'll reserve any other comments for the Q&A to come.
Thanks, Katie, and thanks everyone else for organising this today and for being here. And hi, I'm Paul, and my focus in this session, in my part of the session, is on my work around disability. I want to thank Sarah and Catherine this morning for mentioning a really important aspect to all this, particularly in the area of disability, is this notion of intersectionality. And it's the reason why I'm presenting last at the group for those involved in any sort of disability research, not because disability is last, but because whether you're a young person, female, or from a minority ethnic group, we all could have experience with disability. It cuts across all the different groups that we have. And also for most of us, it's something that at some point in our life we might face. It's not for, we're living longer, we're more likely to acquire disability as we age, and impairment as we age. So it's an important thing to put last. So last but not least, and what I want to do, and bear with me, but to give a bit of background to disability and understanding disability, For those of you who may specialise in anything around disability, you'll find this quite rudimentary. But for many people, our understanding of disability is quite limited. And that's because disability is informed by a series of models or frameworks. And the most dominant one of those is this idea of the medical model. And the medical model is something that we'd all probably associate with, is as we are born, develop and grow, one of the people we see most often about our development are medical professionals, whether they be dentists, doctors, health professionals, or this various range of interactions. For a young child born with a disability that may be regressive over time, their main interaction is with their family and a doctor or a health services team. And so this medical opinion becomes a position of authority, and I understand my disability because the doctor told me this about it. And so this medical model view is very natural for many of us, but it has over many years worked to dissociate the rights, this inherent dignity of disabled people when it comes to their own livelihoods. And so what we do in terms of understanding disability, we move towards more models that assert disability rights, this idea of human rights for those with disabilities. And the basic way of viewing this model is what's called the social model. And it's not a brand new model. It's been going around since the 1970s, since groups of disabled people railed against the dominance of a medical approach to disability, where they were seen as recipients of information and told by experts about their lives, when actually the social model reorients to say that we are individuals, we have first-hand experience of our disability or our impairment, and we are disabled because society deems us disabled. This becomes quite controversial. This social model approach is the idea that our barriers, that our ways of accessing this building or sitting in this room or listening to this lecture are oriented around a non-disabled experience. And therefore, while here, I'm happy to say that we have an accessible platform in this room, there are aspects of life where we have put up barriers, not because we are naturally to discriminate, but where we have no understanding of disability, and therefore no understanding that my actions, decisions, or whatever has created a barrier for someone who may have an impairment. And so we move towards this idea of a social model about informing the way we do things. So in terms of disability discrimination legislation across the UK, and including here in Northern Ireland with the DDA, the social model is the model that we adopt and adhere to. But still, for many people, individuals right across the United Kingdom, the medical models inform the way they think about people with disability, including, say, the athletes with disabilities that are competing in Beijing at the moment in the Winter Paralympics. So understanding disability is important for us. Understanding that actually the move to disability rights is creating barrier-free lives, to reduce the barriers that people need to engage in society the same way that many of us will take for granted. Okay, so this idea of the human rights in disability is reinforced by the UN Declaration on the Convention for the Rights of People with Disabilities. And this convention has over 50 articles, so it's quite a substantial document. And its purpose is to try and protect the rights of people with disabilities, to ensure aspects like choice and decision making, accessibility, access to health, things that may offer different levels of barriers because of people's personal requirements. So when addressing way we should develop sport or provide accessibility for sport, we should be as open to the possibility of a multitude of barriers and be hopefully proactive, if not reactive, to try and make sure that sport is accessible as possible. If you think about it, that just informs the human rights approach in general rather than just a focus on disability. So it's a broad thing. And so the work that I try and do fits into these ideas around Article 9, which is around accessibility, which is something simple as accessibility into a sports facility or accessibility of a sports club, and also Article 25, which is on health and these aspects of the CNRPD. So if you want to put up a slide, gives a little background for my stuff. So next slide. Yep, that's mine. Okay, so my focus in what I do in research is I'm international in scope and aspiration, but actually what I do is very small scale, on the ground with people working in communities. So I focus on organisations and people, and predominantly the lives of disabled people and their experiences and accessing sport, in a whole range of ways we understand that. So, in academic terms, I sort of focus on the meso and micro levels, but this is quite important because while policy is not unimportant, the idea is that the work we try and do is very much grassroots, pragmatic sort of activities. So what makes a sports club inclusive? What are certain things that sports clubs, which pretty much have very few resources, very few staff, if those are volunteers anyway, what can we do to try and add capacity? So making them more accessible for a wider range of people. And so while this approach to research isn't about saying we must do this and must do that, it's about local and contextual solutions that enable sports clubs to do better jobs, and also make sure the voices of disabled people are heard in these discussions. I understand that people are busy in sport, and in sport we prioritise a number of things. So even in our discussions around the equality, diversion, and inclusion space, it's sometimes easy for certain aspects to get lost in this wider discussion behind topics that might just be of greater importance in the current timescale. But try to reassert always the importance of disability rights as an access part of sport. So where my sort of research tries to differ from other types of research on disability sport, you'll see there in the pictures of vision impaired football in Germany, resulting from a research project we did with UEFA around all these ways that disabled people can be involved in sport. So the go-to solution for most to engaging disabled people is to use them as participants. And that's a great start, but there's some flaws to that. And I hark back to what other colleagues have said about, while trying to be, critique the way things are going on, is very much still to be focused on providing a solution to make things easier for people. And so while disability football and disability sport are great things, and in this local region we do some very good things, some very progressive work around disability sport, but it's more than just playing. And if you hit the next slide, involvement in sport is more than just being a participant. Being a sports fan is another aspect of being involved in sport. Being an official, being a sports manager, being a coach, all these opportunities are there for disabled people to get involved into. But as further you go away from the idea of being a participant or a fan, the greater the barriers are to get involved in those levels. So I work with UEFA over all 55 member associations and over 400 individual clubs, showed that if it's a national association, very good at providing disability football opportunities, participant opportunities. Clubs are very good at providing spectator opportunities. So there's some good work around Europe in those areas, but where all sporting organisations seem to just need room for improvement is this idea of the employment space. So whether it be a volunteer or a paid member of staff, a lot of work needs to go into how do we create opportunities to progress from perhaps being an athlete into other areas. And so looking at the volunteering opportunities as well. So these are important things to develop upon. What it leads to, the problem with communicating disability sport as well, is it leads to this idea called a crisis of representation. Okay, so we have great, looking at the Winter Paralympics at the moment, you look at Channel 4 and their efforts around promoting this very high profile disability sports event. And Channel 4 have learnt over time how to do things better. There was the superhuman adverts, and these adverts that are actually, once you look into them, quite laden with controversy about othering the lives of disabled people. But now in the latest reiteration of the Beijing Olympics, the entire broadcast team are members of the disability community. That's a first for any broadcast organisation anywhere in the world, and slowly that an organisation that has gone after, trying to do great coverage of Paralympic sport are learning as they go, providing substantial opportunities, not window dressing about the involvement of disabled people in this elite event. And this idea that the risk of providing just participation opportunities in sport in general shows that we risk relegating disabled people to service users only. Part of the rise of resistance in the 70s was about being seen as a service user, a user of medical information, not your own person, not your own advocate for your own health and development. And so too in sport, we need to show that sport is a place for people to come in and play, but also develop careers and pastimes and hobbies, if you will, to get involved. And that's the challenge. As I said, it's easy to say that, and I do realise it's difficult to do that. So we could look at pragmatic ways of developing this, which could be to include, rather than participation increases in sport, participation increases in involvement in sport. So not just our playing numbers, but our working numbers, our spectator numbers, all these elements where people want to get involved in sport, whether it be non-disabled or disabled. These are things we could count towards a disability action plan in the future. This idea of having a database of online opportunities for disabled people to get involved is a good starting point. But the idea of a database doesn't understand this notion of the significant barriers and structural discrimination that many disabled people face to get involved in the things that many of us non-disabled people take for granted. Okay, so there's lots of work and opportunities to do this better. But although the timescale has ended on the No Limits action plan in Northern Ireland, that approach to a physical activity strategy is world-class because it's involved a number of organisations, and it's not being done everywhere in the world. It's not always adopted in Australia. It's multi-agency. Sport leads a lot of things in the country I'm from around disability development. In Northern Ireland, this Active Limits plan has a multi-agency approach, developing opportunities for people involved in any form of sport and recreation, getting away from competitive sport only, or including this idea of active recreation. So there are pockets of excellence here. The deal between Progressive, the Building Society and the sports hubs around Northern Ireland get around this idea of the urban-rural divide, which is one of the major barriers we face here in Northern Ireland because of the things we face here. So there is lots of work going on. A lot of the work's linked in with disabled people themselves, but you know, in small cases, there is very much good evidence of success here in Northern Ireland.
Thanks, everybody. What we'll do now is just answer a couple of questions that have been posed already through the online forum, as well as things we've got to talk about. So feel free in the room, if you have any questions, to just shout out and put up your hand or whatever, and we'll send a roving mic across. We've covered a number of areas there with human rights and accessibility, gender, identity, and the child's voice. So the question I'm going to pose to start with to Paul, to start with, given he excluded me when he made that comment about Manchester United. So we'll start with you. What are the risks involved for sporting organisations when we talk about human rights in sport?
I think, Kyle, in terms of addressing that question, I would like to invert it and consider the risks to children who are involved in sport, and more specifically football. So in the research, the UNICEF research that I was involved in, we identified multiple sites where children's rights are potentially impinged upon through their involvement in the professional game. And just to give you one example, we were particularly interested in how the regulatory framework that governed children's recruitment into the football industry either acted in children's best interests or compromised children's rights. And the conclusion that we arrived at was that FIFA's regulations around the status and transfer of football players was actually incompatible with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And let me explain why that was the case. So prior to the start of the new millennium, there were increasing numbers of cases being reported of children being trafficked in and through football. So young people essentially being transported to different international contexts where at times they were being abandoned by rogue agents or scouts, or they were signing contracts with clubs that were extremely exploitative. So FIFA's response to this in 2001 was to establish a set of regulations that governed the international transfer of all football players, but there were particular stipulations that related to the transfer of minors. So FIFA decided that they would instigate an outright ban on the transfer of minors within the context of international football, but they made a number of exceptions to this. And one of the exceptions to the ban was that they permitted the movement of players from within the EU between the ages of 16 and 18 in circumstances where the club that the player was moving to could make adequate provision for the child's education, for their welfare, and for their football development. But that exception only applied to Europe. It didn't apply elsewhere in the world. So what we did was to use the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child as a tool to audit those regulations. And what we found was, or what we concluded was that the outright ban on the international transfer of minors outside of Europe didn't necessarily act in the best interests of children. It ignored children's right to participation in decisions about their lives, so the child's voice was ignored. We also found that the regulation was discriminatory. You could have a 16-year-old from West Africa as capable in football as a 16-year-old from France. But one of those individuals was permitted to transfer internationally, whereas another, by dint of the place where they were born, was not permitted to move. So we found that the regulatory framework that governed the recruitment of children into the football industry was essentially incompatible with the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And lest I be considered as a FIFA basher, and there are enough of them about, but FIFA have very recently reformed those regulations in ways that kind of harmonise the international transfer regulations globally. So those exceptions to the transfer of minors don't just apply in the European context.
Great, thanks, Paul. Maybe going to address the same question to yourself, Katie, around the risks that you see from your research with human rights in sport, and maybe just also to expand on that to the opportunities and what organisations can do to help protect the child in that role.
Thanks for that. I suppose listening to Paul's latest comment and then following up from Paul Kitchen, I think I'd be right in saying there's probably one cross-cutting theme in our work when we're trying to think more critically about human rights and that question, Kyle. And I think it's fair to say that the universality of rights is very much contingent on particular cultural contexts. And therefore, we shouldn't lose sight of the point that sports are historically rooted and socially tethered. And instead of thinking about sport, we should think about people. I mean, you've taken this in the context of thinking about children first and foremost, but sports are nothing other than people engaging with each other, expressing values, actions, and beliefs. So where that takes us then, when we think about people as the focus of sport rather than the systems themselves, if we're trying to protect human rights, then we have to converse with core questions of power, inequality, and justice. And that takes us to clashes of rights. Clashes, for instance, between majority and minority rights. For International Women's Day, a clash between the right to gender equity and religious freedom in a particular cultural context, for instance. And I suspect what we'll find, and it's early days in our online hate project, but I suspect what we'll find in our project is a clash between the claimed rights of free speech and freedom of expression and human rights. And there's a body of work to try to be practical about this, Kyle, and we're rarely into it, but there's a body of work to be done, I think, to encourage parallel domains of research and advocacy that probably put simply, foster respect for human dignity in its broadest sense. But some of the risks come in the rights and responsibilities, and it was for that reason I deliberately mentioned that in my section of this. It's not an easy question, but it's something I think we're all committed to engaging with. And it's better to build on a growing evidence base than on assumptions, and certainly myths that sport in and of itself is pure or has this transcendent essence. It doesn't. It's human beings interacting with one another.
Yeah, I'll add a little bit more to that. But one of the biggest risks around this disability sport is going back to that initial bit I was talking about, this way we understand disability. And the more controversial aspect is the social model says that the non-disabled population are effectively discriminated against the disabled population in the way that we do our everyday lives. So once you learn to accept that without, without seeing it as a personal criticism, as a form of unconscious discrimination, if you will, you can then set about thinking, okay, what can we do to try and overcome or reduce barriers that I personally don't have to worry about experiencing. But if I want to make my club or my stadium as accessible as possible, I need to actively engage with people with experience in effectively facing those barriers. So it's opening yourself up to the conversation around understanding disability. I had a second part and I've forgotten it, but I was too busy to listen to your response. So if it comes to my mind, I'll come back to it. But the major risk is accepting that the way everything is designed in life is for the non-disabled population, and that we need to try harder to be more inclusive.
Thank you. It's a question to Katie from Tracy and John online, where they've asked for your comments on the issue of female-only sporting opportunities, and specifically the hate speech targeting female commentators potentially.
Yeah, I mean, it's for this reason that in the TOHIF project, we genuinely mean this, that we want to engage with people who have a lived experience of this, because it's one of the gaps that's identified in terms of what we know already about the topic. But more than that, we hope that engaging with stakeholders, that we can bring those lived experiences to the table, not to regulate more necessarily in and of itself, but to try to regulate and understand better. So inevitably, I think, and we probably could all think of examples of where somebody will have interpreted an online post or communication as violating their rights in one way or another. As far as I'm aware, there's no supreme or human rights court in the world where, in a sense, you can claim that your right to freedom of expression has been violated in an internet company. So the question of free speech is an interesting one in the online fora. I mean, prior self-restraint is exhibited by traditional media. We tend not to think about that as much anymore in the shift to online communication. So that's arguably in some ways as objectionable in a free speech perspective as is this notion of my rights being impinged upon in an online fora. To the specific question about women-only groups, Tracy, I suspect we will find that much more in our data going forward. I can only answer this from the perspective of football, given that's where our data is going to come from. But I do suspect that our sensitivity to a longer period of time means that we will see more evidence, I suspect more coordinated attempts to abuse women online in the footballing context. And I hope, as I say, that will bring us to a point of where we can have more of an understanding of this. We also, I should say, on our steering committee, we've engaged with a range of partners already. Sport Against Racism Ireland, the Immigrant Council, hopefully some of our colleagues here in Northern Ireland as well. And we have input from a range of different groups, including a former senior executive from Twitter, because we also understand that the solution is not simply, as I said, to remove anonymity. So we have to try and understand the practices much further as part of the project. I'm hoping that tries to answer your question, Tracy, as much as I can.
Yes, and feel free to use the online chat to follow up, and we'll pick them up later on as well. As a question just for Paul now around sustainable solutions to transport barriers and looking at disability access. What's your comments there?
Well, I touched briefly on this idea of limitations here in Northern Ireland around accessible sport, and this idea of the urban and rural divide. Communities within urban spaces have greater access to facilities because the transport networks are there, but for some junior participants or athletes, getting to sports clubs and facilities in the more rural locations is very difficult. So transport's unbelievably important for developing disability sport. And it's one of those areas where multi-agency approaches can look to develop things. I'd like to be able to mention a research paper that shows how it's worked effectively. I can't recall one, but knowing that the disability sport programs work within London, where we had 13, 14, 15-year-old kids coming in from Walthamstow to South London because to take part in either learning disability or visual impaired cricket, because they could, because they were free transport under 16s because they had a school transport card, and the transport network was reliable and consistent, and they could go to the session at the place in South London, spend all day there, and then get home. No issues with the parents and being away from home, and they were looked after at the cricket centre. That's what transport gives you. It gives you an access to taking part in sport. So I have no easy solutions to how to solve this, but looking at how the idea of community hubs was always a much more superior idea here in Northern Ireland than trying to have one big central facility to develop para sport. And so these sort of things work well, but sorry, it's a very hard question to answer, but the better the transport system, the better the access.
Thank you. Just open it up to the floor if anyone has any questions. I think Jason's there with a mic he'll come around to if you just want to put your hand up. One at the back over with Michael.
Just a quick question to Paul Kitchen. It was just about getting more people with disabilities into being employed and having roles or jobs within sport. I've been involved with a charity called UCell, and they do a lot of work in this kind of space, and they're very open to connecting with sport. And I just wanted to know if you connected with UCell, or is there maybe an opportunity that we can pick up and chat about after?
It's definitely something we can chat about after. I've seen your stuff on social media before with them, and this idea of providing, as a people learn difficulties, employment roles, which would be a really good way to link in with sport and provide assistance to sport clubs, which already occurs, but to maybe formalise some systems as well. But that approach of providing pathways into work, overcome also this issues around work experience, around income deprivation that many disabled people face. This idea of volunteering is all well and good, but volunteering, statistics pretty much show us that the higher income, the more you can afford to volunteer. The lower income, that's when volunteering becomes a tough ask. So, they're doing some great work, and I think there'd be good opportunities from a research perspective, and I'm sure practitioners will be interested too.
Yes, go ahead, Jason.
Thank you all for speaking. I was curious about the barriers that you all each individually experience your own work and research. Is there resistance from certain players within the field? I'm just curious as to those experiences.
Paul, do you want to take that one again?
I will, but very briefly, because it's quite a sensitive issue in terms of some of the work that I do. I think certainly a lot of the football clubs that I've worked with have concerns when they're approached about doing research around children's rights. I probably approach the research quite naively and presume that these clubs and organizations within the context of football would be open to having these sorts of conversations. But there is a real concern and at times a resistance because some clubs feel that you're attempting to find out about something that they're not doing in and around children's rights. one of the other barriers beyond access that I have experienced is and I think this was touched on in the two earlier presentations as well, is the level of understanding of human rights and child rights frameworks within the context of the football industry. And I really think there is a significant body of work to be done in and around better educating those who have responsibility for children within the context of sport around what constitutes human rights and what constitutes children's rights.
Great. I'll just ask Paul the same question, if you can follow on.
It's a really good question because I'm not trying to give a glib answer, but I've faced very few barriers in my life. I have pretty much every indicator of privilege going about, so it helps me access anywhere. The key thing to my work is to ideally co-design the research with people with disabilities to find out the things they want to research rather than a top-down approach. That has been successful a couple of times, but other times it is a bit of top-down approach to it. A lot of the work that I've done as well, being a former facility manager in Australia, is with stadium managers, which is a mixture of disabled and non-disabled people. But yeah, it's that idea of trying to ground my work very much this idea that I am non-disabled, but I'm an ally and advocate for disabled people's rights through sport. So that's how I try and couch it. Some people accept that, some people don't. I never take for granted that they're going to.
Great, thank you. Is there any other questions from the floor? We're just about to finish off, so one more question, yeah, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Claire Martin from the Human Rights Commission. Just a question for Dr. Liston. Just in terms of online hate, I think it's something we grapple with in every walk of life. But just what best practice you found in your research? Just anything you could share with us.
Thank you, and sorry I can't see you. I can see you on the camera, but I can't see you in person. I mean, we're not yet through the full research process, and based on our review of the literature that's available so far, it's an open question so far whether the content of online and offline hate in sport is similar and mutually reinforcing when both are used as heavily. I think all of us probably could cite some personal experiences of offline hate face-to-face, but it's an open question in relation to the comparison with the online fora. And we also don't know enough of the patterns over time across groups and users. So I'm hoping we will have an answer to your question about best practice coming towards the end of this, because not all online hate is illegal. It's not just a legal question, but it can still be harmful. So as of yet, we don't have best practice. But come back to me in about 2 years, and I hope we'll be in a much better position.
Thanks, Katie. I think our time's just coming to the close for now. So again, thank you for engaging in the debate. We came today to open a debate, and it is a very complex area. There's many areas to be investigated further. And I think you've heard today of a number of opportunities in research where they're trying to pull together evidence to help that debate going forward. So thank you.
Okay, thanks very much to our speakers from Ulster University. Thought that was fantastic. Just when Paul was presenting there on disability access in sport, one thing came into my head was we have at the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, we have a business and human rights forum, and we also have a sports and human rights forum. And we were able to link the Glentoran Social Partnership from the sports forum with UCEL, who's a charity that does a lot of work about getting people with disabilities into employment and keeping them in employment. And through that work, bringing those two different groups together, they've created 5 new jobs at Glentoran Football Club as a result of just linking in together. And it was for people with disabilities or mental health issues. So there's a good example there of collaboration across different sectors to benefit the sports and the business sector as well. So just wanted to highlight that little success story that happened recently. And talking of success stories, our next speaker is Sarah Grant. And Sarah, she used to work at the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, and alongside Claire was responsible for setting up our Sports and Human Rights Forum. So we were delighted to invite her back home to speak today. She now works for UNICEF UK and does a lot of work around sports and children's rights. Over to Sarah.
Cheers, Michael. Yeah, it's a real pleasure to be here today and a privilege to be sharing this platform, I think, with so many brilliant speakers so far. And it's been a joy to be back in the company of former colleagues I haven't seen since the Commission closed its doors ahead of lockdown in March 2020. So yeah, no, thank you very much for the invitation. Today, I'm going to talk you through just the guidance that we have developed at UNICEF UK on planning events with consideration for human and child rights and safeguarding. So it'll kind of tie in with a lot of the things that we've heard already this morning. A lot of my work focuses on the impact of sport and children in the wider community, kind of often centering around major sporting events. So what we'll look at today will be applicable to sporting events, both big and small, and hopefully you'll find it valuable, just kind of and relevant to the areas that you're working in and studying in as well. I'm not going to use PowerPoint, but I'm confident in your attention span, particularly as we're on the countdown to lunchtime. So I'll start just by giving a brief overview of UNICEF. I'm sure many of you are kind of familiar, but and then I'll kind of go into the work that we're currently doing on sport, on embedding rights and safeguarding. So UNICEF was founded in 1946 to aid children affected by World War II, and it's now the world's leading organisation for children. And in 1953, it became a permanent part of the United Nations system, but it relies entirely on voluntary contributions from governments and private donors. And our work is centred around the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the belief that every child has the right to a childhood, an education, to be healthy, to be heard, and to be treated fairly. And our vision is a world in which all children reach their full potential. So we heard kind of in that panel just now kind of about the importance of sport and child rights as well. So that's kind of where we'll focus today. So because of UNICEF's obvious focus on child rights, I'll quickly talk through the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, or the UNCRC. So we've already heard, as I mentioned, just kind of the importance of the voice of the child in sport. So the UNCRC was drafted in 1989 and came into force in the UK in 1992. And it's the most widely ratified human rights convention. So that means it's been signed up to by the most countries out of all of the conventions. And it recognises that every child or every person under 18 has rights, whatever their ethnicity, gender, religion, language, ability, or any other status. And it recognises the human rights of all children and lays out kind of the specific rights that apply only to children. So it's separate to the other conventions in that way. And as well as that, it sets out what governments must do to make sure all children can enjoy their rights. So 4 of the general principles, and we've kind of touched on some of these already this morning, that underpin child rights are non-discrimination, the best interests of the child, the right to survival and development, and the right to be heard. And that one's kind of really important, I think, in the context of sport. So the child's right to play is enshrined in Article 31 of the UNCRC, but keep in mind that sport has an impact on a whole host of other articles, including the likes of Article 12, which is the right to meaningful participation, and Article 19, which is the right to protection from violence. And we'll touch on some of those a little bit later on. So children should be able to watch and participate in sport in an environment safe from harm. However, sport often fails to consider the risks to children, leading to organisational cultures that fail to prevent, mitigate and address incidents of harm and abuse to children. So ensuring that rights and safeguarding are considered from the outset is crucial to preventing or reducing any potential negative impacts. So further supporting that work on sport for UNICEF ourselves is the Children's Rights in Sports Principles. So they were developed by UNICEF's National Committee for Japan and supported kind of by UNICEF UK. And those principles acknowledge that sport has a duty to safeguard children taking part in sport, and they were written to address kind of the inadequate understanding and development of systems related to the protection of rights of children in sport. So they kind of exist to keep all stakeholders in sport accountable. So those stakeholders include sports organisations, educational institutions, sponsors, adult athletes, coaches, parents and guardians. So I'm just going to have a brief word on safeguarding, as that's kind of one of the key pieces of the what I'm kind of discussing today. And rights and safeguarding are kind of at the core of event planning. I'll not spend too long on definitions around safeguarding because I know there's a lot of experts in the room and I don't want to undermine that knowledge, but all organisations have a duty of care towards the children and adults at risk that come into their activities. They have a duty to identify and to manage safeguarding risks, as well as to respond effectively where concerns arise. So what's poor practice by staff, volunteers or others may not always reach the level of a safeguarding concern or human rights violation. Effective safeguarding approaches recognise that poor practice can be the gateway to more serious issues. So there's responses needed even for minor concerns. So later I'll highlight kind of the need for events to publish a human rights policy, and likewise they'll need a robust safeguarding policy in place so that staff and volunteers at every level of the event are informed and trained. And all of what I'm speaking about today ties in really closely to the Declaration on Sport and Human Rights, which was drafted and adopted by the Northern Ireland Sport and Human Rights Forum in 2019. And Article 10 I'm going to read out is particularly relevant. So it states, sporting events are often a catalyst for good, and organisers must therefore ensure that the rights of residents and the wider public are protected. So this kind of really sums up what I want to talk about in the next 20 minutes or so. I think it's a really critical article in the Declaration that recognises that sport doesn't just affect those on the field or in the stadium. And we saw from Daniela's presentation earlier that sport ecosystem. So athletes were at the centre, but there's so many other players that are impacted. So yeah, sports impact goes beyond athletes and spectators, and it's crucial that event organisers engage with the local community and potentially affected groups ahead of, during and after the event delivery. So we've kind of heard Sarah, I know, touched a bit on that stakeholder engagement piece, so I'm going to talk a little bit about that just in a moment. So unfortunately, just looking to major sporting events in recent history, the wider impact on the community and other players isn't always considered. So I'll just give a few examples from different recent major sporting events. So last year's Tokyo Olympics, you didn't have to scan too many headlines to see that not everyone is thrilled that the event went ahead, even though it had already been delayed by a year due to the pandemic. So just a fortnight out, I think, from the opening ceremony, Tokyo entered a state of emergency with spectators banned from all stadiums and venues in the city. And during the event itself, we saw frequent protests by local residents outside event venues, while inside them, a number of athletes were forced to drop out of events due to positive COVID tests. And then at the Beijing Winter Olympics last month, and still ongoing this month, obviously with the Paralympic Games, there seemed to be more concerted efforts to have a closed loop system so that we kind of would reduce those COVID cases. Banning spectators from events to reduce the likelihood of athletes and local communities becoming infected. However, other issues arose there, such as a lack of transparency, so that reports around COVID and athlete well-being were not made public, but the detrimental impact of isolation hotels and other measures instead transpired via athletes' individual social media platforms. So while delivering a major sporting event in the midst of a global pandemic might have very obvious potential negative impacts on residents' rights, two examples given there now being on the rights to health and the rights to freedom of assembly and that kind of ability to peacefully protest, the impact of other major sporting events can be less visible to audiences at home. And I think was mentioned earlier the possibility of forced displacement. So during the 2016 Rio Olympics, 22,000 families were evicted from their homes to make way for games time infrastructure in the lead up to the event. And the event also saw a sharp rise in police brutality, particularly against protesters, and there were efforts to clean up the streets, which affected young people and people experiencing homelessness. And then there's the upcoming 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar, which has already been mentioned this morning and kind of garnering fierce criticism from the likes of Human Rights Watch for fatalities of workers on construction sites. So we've seen calls to boycott the tournament and demonstrations from a lot of national football teams as well. So of course, these are just a few examples of major sporting events and their adverse impact on human rights. But I think it's important to look back at that Article 10 of the Declaration and sport's potential to be a catalyst for good, so not just a negative impact on human and child rights. So at UNICEF UK, we work to reduce these negative impacts on human and child rights so that sport can be enjoyed by all. And it's fair to say, especially from what we've been hearing already this morning, that sport is waking up to demands to kind of go beyond that do no harm obligation that's found in the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights. So we're committed to ensuring that major sporting event hosts and sports organisations deliver on their responsibilities to adopt a rights-respecting culture with systems and expertise in place to facilitate access to remedy, and that governments and international federations create an enabling environment. And it's this work that's led to our involvement with an international standard called ISO 2012-1. So this is a standard by the International Standards Organization, which ensures that events are sustainable. So events can sign up to this certification if they want their event to be sustainable. So this standard was inspired by the London 2012 Olympic and Paralympic Games and has since been widely used across the sports industry. Last year's Tokyo Olympics received ISO 2012 certification, meaning they were approved as having endeavoured to prioritise sustainability in the planning and delivery of their games. And in actual fact, the International Olympic Committee's host city contract operational requirements have made it mandatory for every Olympic Games organising committee to obtain that certification on sustainable events dating back to 2018. So the standard was devised for all genres of events, big or small, so it's been used by small music festivals up to major sporting events. So recognising the opportunity to plug this gap. So in terms of ISO 2012-1's content on human rights, there wasn't a lot there. So UNICEF UK worked alongside a not-for-profit called Positive Impact Events, which is based in England, to kind of develop tools and develop kind of learning on human and child rights and safeguarding that could be inserted into that international standard. So the three pillars of sustainability are social, economic, and environmental. So rights and safeguarding really fit very closely into that social impact of events. So in an effort to kind of plug that gap and seeing kind of the potentially huge impact that it could have on the events industry, we developed guidance around rights and safeguarding that would align with that standard. So we put this guidance out to sports bodies, event organisers and rights and safeguarding experts, and some of whom are members of the Northern Ireland Sport and Human Rights Forum. So a big thank you to them for their contribution. We put that out to consultation, and we're also piloting that guidance with several upcoming sporting events. So the long-term goal on this is to have guidance that will be adopted by the International Standards Organization, so that all sporting events and all kind of events of every genre and size in future, whenever they want to sign up to that ISO 2012-1 certification and sustainability, will also have to consider human and child rights and safeguarding. And we'll also make that guidance available ahead of it kind of being adopted, so that event organisers can begin to kind of benefit from it now. And one partner we're really excited to be working with on this is the organising committee for the Birmingham 2022 Commonwealth Games, which takes place this summer. And they've been piloting the guidance for us already, and it's been really useful to kind of see that in real time, see how the guidance is applicable and can be rolled out, and kind of receive feedback along the way. But enough context for now. I kind of want to delve into the content of the guidance, because it's not that useful for me to just talk about the guidance. I'll talk you kind of through it, and that'll hopefully be of use. So the first element that I want to touch on is the organisation's human rights obligations. So we've heard a little bit about this morning and already kind of talked about the UN Guiding Principles. But that pillar 2 is kind of organisations have a baseline responsibility to respect human rights. So the principles were adopted in 2011. I don't think we've gone into too much context on the principles today, and they're framed by 3 pillars. So number 1 is the state duty to protect human rights. Number 2 is the corporate responsibility to respect human rights. And thirdly, which is the need to access to remedy. So the second and third pillars are going to be the most relevant to sporting events. That corporate responsibility to respect human rights means that organisations, which includes event organisers, need to avoid infringing on people's human rights and to do no harm. So many of us will be familiar with corporations contributing positively to the communities within which they're working. So say, for example, a company is working close to an area that's quite deprived and contributes financially towards local healthcare or schooling. That's all well and good, but we need to look at kind of each aspect of the corporation's activities. So the UN Guiding Principles refer to core business conduct. So things like transparency in supply chains, ensuring that there's an absence of modern slavery, and kind of facilitating workers' unions and those sorts of activities there. So it's not about voluntary activities that go beyond that, however welcome they may be. So there's no human rights equivalent to carbon offsetting. Any failure to respect human rights in one area cannot be cancelled out by a benefit provided in another. So that's a really crucial point. So fortunately, the UN Guiding Principles don't just have those 3 pillars, they do go into more detail and give kind of further guidance on what policies and processes need to be in place in organisations to demonstrate that they meet that corporate responsibility to respect human rights. And this is really core to the guidance that we have developed. So the 3 central elements of that are, number 1, the need to develop a policy commitment to meet the responsibility to respect human rights. Secondly, conducting a human rights due diligence process to assess actual and potential human rights impacts, to integrate and act on the findings of the process, track responses and communicate how impacts are addressed. And lastly, to develop a process to enable people who have been harmed to access effective remedy for any harm the organisation has caused or contributed to. And that really means kind of making good a harm or restoring a former condition where that's possible. So we'll go into each of those in a little bit more detail. And first I want to look at the human rights impact assessment. So organisations should pay particular attention to the human rights impacts on people from groups or populations that may be at heightened risk of vulnerability or marginalisation. And we've talked a little bit about those groups this morning. And that means recognising the specific challenges faced, for example, by children, Indigenous persons, migrant workers and their families, national or ethnic minorities, persons with disabilities, and women and girls. And we'll come back to that shortly when I look kind of a wee bit more at stakeholder engagement. But I want to first turn our eyes to remedy. So remedy is hugely important and definitely something that we're seeing more and more coverage of, I think, whenever sport and human rights are covered in the media. So one example that you might have come across is a documentary on Netflix called Athlete A, and that centres on the abuse of female athletes under USA Gymnastics. It's a really worth a watch. It's a difficult watch, but really worth a watch in relation to sport and human rights. So in 2015, several teenage female gymnasts reported their abuse by USA Gymnastics doctor to their coaches, but the organisation proceeded to cover for the doctor and to leave the athletes with a flawed grievance mechanism and no clear access to remedy. And over 250 women have since come out accusing this Dr. Nassar of abuse dating back as far as the 1990s. Yet Nassar was not brought to justice until 2017. So that abuse spanned over almost 30 years. He was sentenced to life in prison without parole, with one sentence having an upper limit of 175 years. And it wasn't until as recently as December 2021 that these survivors reached a financial settlement with the USA Gymnastics. So in that case, the forms of remedy provided were criminal charges and compensation, but remedy can also take the form of an apology, a guarantee of non-repetition, rehabilitation, or other sanctions. So they'll all vary on kind of what the case was. So with a human rights policy and human rights due diligence process conducted, an event organiser will need to develop a mechanism through which individuals can report concerns or complaints related to human rights and safeguarding to ensure that any remedy process is going to be robust and transparent. And it's crucial that individuals can also lodge complaints with the knowledge that they'll be taken seriously and that their concerns will be dealt with effectively and efficiently. One of the key words in Pillar 3 of the UN Guiding Principles is access to remedy, and it's vital that a grievance or complaints mechanism is accessible to everyone. In fact, accessibility should guide our whole approach to the planning and delivering of events. So those remedy processes, you can look at different levels. It could be in relation to athletes making complaints or lodging human rights concerns in kind of the context of a major sporting event. You can also look at child-based or child-friendly remedy mechanisms so that they're going to be accessible to children and kind of take into consideration the level of access that children will need. So then this is where the next kind of key element of our guidance comes in, and that's the need for stakeholder engagement. So given that our overall aim is to devise and deliver events that promote and protect rights and safeguarding for everyone, and hopefully to set a new standard for other events to follow, in our transparency and accountability to those participating, attending and impacted by the event, it's naturally really important that those going to be impacted by our event are consulted about how the event will pan out. So we talk about internal stakeholders, such as event management, event owners, staff and volunteers. And then we talk about external stakeholders, which includes kind of civil society, local communities, regulatory bodies, sponsors and suppliers, among others. And I think in that external stakeholder group, I'd also include persons with lived experience, and that was kind of touched on in the panel as well. So those may be athletes who've experienced abuse in childhood, but they'll be able to inform from that perspective. And kind of persons with all sorts of lived experience, they'll all have really valuable input into how an event should be planned, delivered and kind of the legacy around events as well. So major sporting event organisers and sports bodies are best equipped to engage with local communities and potentially affected groups when they first connect with human and child rights and safeguarding experts, such as national human rights institutions, such as the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, who are running this event today with Ulster University. Those experts will usually have established links to grassroots organisations and community representatives and will be trusted by those in the community, enabling more kind of inclusive dialogue. So bear in mind that this engagement ought to take place on an ongoing basis too. So it's not just a case of asking people what they think when the event is 2 years out and then never speaking to them again. We need to engage at every stage and ensure that these interested parties have a say in what the legacy of the event should be too. We're already seeing good practice emerge around the legacy of events, which I think is a really interesting piece, because a lot of people will set up their events and then just leave. But one example, I think, is the Gold Coast 2018 Commonwealth Games. So it saw the publication of a reconciliation action plan. And that action plan focused on the rights of Australia's Indigenous peoples. It set out commitments to increase opportunities for employment and participation of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders during Games time. And that resulted in strong positive relationships with Indigenous communities and plans to develop those relationships beyond the life cycle of the Games events. So I think it's a really important piece and something that kind of the likes of Birmingham are looking at in terms of that consultation with communities ahead of the Games and kind of planning what the legacy will be. And I think even thinking back to that example from the Rio Olympics in 2016, and that legacy, that negative legacy of forced displacement and moving communities, it's really important to kind of think those things out ahead of the Games. So that example from the Gold Coast, I think, points to the importance of engaging with these groups and individuals who maybe traditionally haven't had their voices heard, and those who are particularly vulnerable or at risk against the backdrop of a major sporting event. So coming back to that need for accessibility, we should ensure engagement with stakeholders is firstly informed by rights and safeguarding experts, as we've already mentioned. Secondly, that it's transparent and openly communicated. Next, that we share sufficient information for different groups to make informed decisions. Fourthly, that it's framed in terms of dialogue around the risks or impacts of the event. And finally, that it takes place in a safe and accessible environment. In that case, accessible will mean removing barriers to engagement, such as holding drop-in sessions outside of standard working hours to accommodate those who maybe work 9 to 5, providing materials in a range of languages, in child-friendly formats, and in ways that meets the need of people with different abilities. So before I wrap up, I want to quickly address how to facilitate engagement with children and young people around events. I think if we think back to the beginning of this session in particular, we spoke briefly about the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and that emphasis on the best interests of the child as well as meaningful participation. Obviously, those stakeholder engagement sessions will need to be adapted to meet the needs of whichever particular group you're consulting, but there will always be special measures required for engaging with children and young people. For example, the event's head of safeguarding should take the lead on kind of organising these activities and ensuring that there's a robust safeguarding policy in place and that all staff are informed about and trained on this policy. And some key points around engagement with children can be directly lifted from the UN Committee on the Rights of the Child. And there are 9 different points here, so bear with me as I read them out. But they state that child participation should be transparent and informative, should be voluntary, should be respectful, giving children the opportunity to express their views freely and to initiate their own ideas. Fourthly, it should be relevant, building on children's own knowledge, and importantly, kind of focused on issues relevant to the children's lives and their own context. Fifthly, it should be child-friendly with approaches and methods designed or adapted based on children's ages and abilities. And that's one of the key aspects of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child as well, based kind of on their levels of maturity. It should be inclusive, providing opportunities for marginalised children to be involved. So we talked earlier about kind of access in terms of transport, of maybe having their parents or guardians along with them. They should be supported by training for adults. Should be safe and sensitive to risk, so staff should take every precaution to minimise the risks to children of any negative consequences of participation. And lastly, they need to be accountable. And that might be something that automatically comes to mind, but children should be provided with feedback or follow-up regarding how their views have impacted any outcomes, and where appropriate, how they can be involved in follow-up activities. And I think that is really important for any type of stakeholder engagement, to keep those involved in stakeholder engagement kind of updated on how their views have been used, how they've influenced the event. And I think that's where reporting on your event comes into play as well, in terms of that legacy piece. If you're able to report on kind of all of the aspects that I've just touched on remedy, and whether the kind of the negative and the positive impacts of your event, and even reporting on what kind of concerns you had lodged with your grievance mechanism, all of those can really feed in to future learning and really benefit follow-up events. So I'll stop there. It probably felt like a bit of a mad whistle-stop tour, but please do come and talk to me afterwards if you'd like to discuss any more of it in detail. But we also have that guidance that I talked about. It's all written up, so I think I should have all of the editing on the feedback finished this week. So please do let me know if that guidance is helpful to you in your context as well. And it kind of contains a wealth more of information and does cater for events of any kind of size. So I'm optimistic about that Article 10 and kind of all of the articles in the declaration after this morning, that sports event organisers are especially already kind of beginning to consider these key pieces to realise sports potential for good. So thank you very much for listening.
Is there any questions for Zara before she goes for lunch? No? Oh, there's one at the back. Paul Darby, please. Yep. Come back, Zara.
Sorry for keeping everybody from their lunch. Sarah, thanks for a really wonderful presentation. Really fascinating work that you're involved in rather. It's just a question about remedy. Could you just say something about within the guidance that you're producing, who is responsible for providing remedy, and who has oversight of remedy?
Great, and yeah, the guidance goes into more detail, so I'd like to refer you to that. But yeah, I think there's lots of really interesting pieces in that. Obviously, the UN Guiding Principles talk about the state duty to protect. So in terms of an event organizer, setting up a grievance mechanism, they can work with governments, they can work with kind of local grievance mechanisms, judicial bodies, in order to set up that remedy process. But yeah, in terms of event organisers, it's on the event organiser to set up their own remedy mechanism, and to kind of, I suppose, direct people really clearly to where they can lodge complaints, because there's no point in having that remedy mechanism in place if no one knows where to go, if people are kind of, going to the police. Obviously, if it's a serious case and if it involves a child, the police need to be involved. But yeah, it's on the event organiser to ensure that that's in place. But I think one of the key pieces I mentioned there was working with human and child rights and safeguarding experts in the run up to that. So that's something they can help with. And certainly we're working with the Birmingham Games on that remedy piece as well. So good question.
Any further questions? No? Okay. Well, a big round of applause again for Zara. Thank you very much. Okay, so we're going to take a lunch break now. The lunch is just being put out. I would ask you to be back in your seats for 1:55. Straight after lunch, Elaine Reid from Disability Sport NI is going to talk about disability in sport. So enjoy your lunch, and thanks everybody online for joining in as well. And we will be back here at 1:55. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, Ties, if you're there, could you pop your camera on briefly? Just we'll do a quick sound check. That's brilliant. I can see you. Lovely. Your mic's mute at the minute, so give me a couple of words, and it's literally just a wee screen test, sure.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. That's fantastic. So if you're happy to be on standby, do you want to do a quick screen share just to see your first slide? I'm sure you've done it
Sure.
100 times, but
No problem. Let's see.
yeah, that's perfect.
Just adjust it here. Okay.
That's brilliant.
Is that
That's
okay?
working. I'm completely happy with that, yeah. So listen, if you're okay to just sit tight with your camera muted, your mic muted and your camera off, and when you hear yourself introduced, immediately bring on your camera. There'll probably be a brief chat first, and then we'll hand over to you.
Perfect.
And I can chat to you on chat if I need you. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Good night.
All right, everybody, if you want to come and take your seats, we're going to be starting now in a couple of minutes.
Okay. If you could come back to your seats, that would be great. We want to get started as quickly as possible. Thank you. Can I ask something? Hope it's not too annoying, but Maura, Sarah, Sonia, would you mind moving over to this side? Is that okay? And then we've got more people together. That'd be great. If you don't mind, that would be great. Thank you. Yeah, that would be fantastic, please. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being back on time. We really appreciate that. Our next speaker is Elaine Reid, and she's from Disability Sport NI. Elaine has worked in this sector for close to 20 years and is considered a real expert in the field. She's been heavily involved at community level and at policy level, doing lots of work both here in Northern Ireland and abroad. So really delighted to have Elaine speaking at the conference today, and I would like to invite Elaine up to do her presentation.
Okay, thanks very much, Michael. So delighted to be here today and actually have an opportunity to see people face to face for the first time in a long time. So today I'm just going to give a bit of an overview of the work of Disability Sport NI and some of the projects that we're involved in. So Roy, if we just move to the slides, that would be perfect. Sorry, clicker would be useful. So just to give you a bit of an overview of who Disability Sport is, so if you haven't heard of us, just who we are. So we were set up and launched in 1998. We were launched by a small number of disability sports groups to address the underrepresentation of disabled people in sport. And we've gradually grown to represent the vast majority of disability sports clubs and groups throughout Northern Ireland. We're recognised as Northern Ireland's main disability sports charity, and we're recognised as a pan-disability organisation, which means that we work across all the impairment groups, so physical, sensory and learning disability, and all ages. So we have quite a wide remit. At present, we have 117 members, and those members are really made up of disability sports groups and clubs, the Special Skills Network and the adult centres. And at present, we have 22 members of staff. So whenever I first joined the organisation 19 years ago, there was myself and the CEO. So the organisation has really grown over that period. So we've obviously been around for a long time, and although things within within inclusion and within the sports sector has really improved, and there's been massive developments and massive change within disability sport over that time scale, we still obviously exist for a reason. So just to give you a bit of an overview of some of the challenges and how Disability Sport NI as a charity are trying to address those challenges. So to give you a wee bit of context, 1 in 5 of Northern Ireland's population has a disability or a long-term health condition, so just over 21% of the population. Disabled people are half as likely to participate in sport as non-disabled people. They're half as likely to be a member of a sports club and an organisation, or part of an organisation, and disabled people are much less likely to attend a live sports event. So as Dr. Paul Kitchen mentioned earlier on, it's not just about participation, it's about including disabled people in society as a whole and across all realms of sport. So there's still massive areas of work to be done in order to try and reduce those numbers, and so that people, disabled people, have the same opportunities as non-disabled people. So some of those challenges have really helped shape Disability Sport NI's strategy, and we have 5 key themes that we deliver on in order to try and address some of those challenges and barriers. So as a charity, our priorities are improving health and well-being, and that's really our community side of the organisation. Developing sporting talent, and that's really looking at the performance end of things. Training and sports facility access, communication and engagement and governance, and income generation. So I'm just going to touch on a couple of our key projects that we run under each of those priorities to give you a feel for the type of work that we do and the type of engagement that we have with our key stakeholders and who we collaborate with. So under improving health and well-being, we run our Get Out, Get Active programme. So this is under our community remit. So we have a community interest company called Live Active NI, and we set up that company in order to provide physical activity and sporting opportunities to the wider community, and not just people with disabilities. And it's through our community interest company, Live Active NI, that we run our Get Out, Get Active programme. So Get Out, Get Active, or GOGA as we refer to it as a UK-wide programme, and it's funded through the London 2012 Spirit funding. It was first launched in Northern Ireland in 2016, and it was delivered firstly in Armagh, Banbridge, Craigavon and the Derry and Strabane district council areas in partnership with those district councils. The programme was extended in 2022, and we now also have officers delivering the same programme in the Mid East Antrim area and Mid Ulster area. But for us, a great thing about the GOGA programme is it's about targeting those that are most likely to be sedentary or the less active across all of society, not just disabled people. So you can see a couple of flyers there for some of the activities that we deliver under that Get Out, Get Active programme. So Fit Craigavon, so for some individuals, they will be on their feet taking part in those activities. For some people, it'll be chair-based activity. We do Nordic walking quite regularly, Tai Chi, over 50s fitness clubs. We do buggy fit, so a real wide range of activities. And because of the types of activities, and because we're not tied to delivering sport-specific activities, we have a real opportunity to try and target particularly women and girls, and put on activities that will be attractive to women and girls. Where it's more fun, it's more social, and it doesn't have that competitive element. And it was mentioned earlier on during one of the research talks that that social element is really important. So where we have our over 50s club, there will always be tea and coffee provided at the end of that over 50s club, because being sociable with one another for some of those individuals is just as important as engaging in the physical activity. So it was lovely to hear Dr. Paul Kitchen touch on the Active Living No Limits 2021 action plan. So the plan was actually developed at the midterm point, the mid-review point of the Sport Matters plan, in order to make sure that the disability targets were reached by the time frame. And it has really been a game changer for Disability Sport NI and for the disability sport sector. The development of that plan involved a number of key departments, as you can see on the board there. But more importantly for us, it was really an opportunity to engage with a wide range of disability impairment groups and get the voice of disabled people heard and have that consultation around what they need and what they want to see in order to engage them in a positive way in sport and physical activity. So the plan was launched in 2016, and along with that plan, there was a £600,000 investment. And that £600,000 initial investment was to go towards the development of 11 disability sports hubs. And that included the purchasing of a range of sports equipment, which I'll give you a little insight into in the next slide. We worked in partnership with each of the 11 district councils in Northern Ireland in order to establish a disability sports hub where all the equipment would be available to participants within that council area. Disability Sport NI provided training to all of those 11 district council areas. We provided some information around how to maintain the equipment, how to put the equipment together, and how to safely ensure that disabled people were transferring and using the equipment effectively and efficiently. We've worked very closely with each of those district councils to have a memorandum of understanding in place to ensure that the equipment is being used and that there are programmes directly aimed at disabled people happening in each of those areas. And in addition to all of that, we secured additional funding from the Progressive Building Society so that we could support and help those programmes to be sustainable, and that we could have leaders and coaches in places in each of those hubs to make sure that the programmes were running. So just to give you a bit of a feel for the type of equipment that was put into the hubs, hopefully you'll be able to see those images, but there was sensory packs put in, so each hub received blind football equipment, goalball equipment, and autism and sensory packs that would be suitable for autism programmes. Each hub received 12 sports wheelchairs, and those sports wheelchairs could be used for wheelchair basketball, wheelie active clubs, indoor tennis, badminton, table tennis. So we purposely chose sports chairs that could be used for a wide range of sports. There was a small number of wheelchair rugby chairs purchased in order to support Northern Ireland's wheelchair basketball club, the Ulster Barbarians. A number of sports chairs for the track purchased, and a range of trikes and bikes, so tandem bikes, trikes and hand cycles was purchased so that individuals could enjoy social cycling within their local council area. And then also 3 bocce sets per council area as well. So over 2 slides, that looks like it was a very simple project, but just to give you a feel for what some of that equipment looked like, that was just the cycles alone. We're exceptionally lucky at Disability Sport NI that we have some great staff and staff that are happy to help out under any other duties. So we had a very hot and sweaty summer in this warehouse, pumping up tyres and attaching bells and making sure brakes and cables were attached. And that was all DSNI staff that put all that equipment together and then farmed all of that equipment out to each of the 11 district councils. So it was a real significant piece of work for a small team of staff to deliver on. And just to give you a bit of a feel for what the hub programmes look like, and to give you a bit of an idea around how we moved to deliver those things differently during COVID, there's just this wee video here. So one of the quotes on the video there said, "It's great that I have an opportunity to take part in sport in my local area," and I suppose that's why we think that the Hub programme has really been a bit of a game changer for Disability Sport NI, because we had the question around transport access earlier on, and that's a real challenge here in Northern Ireland, and that is one of the biggest barriers around access to participation for disabled people. But if we can provide local opportunity in people's areas or within their local council area, it gives a better chance that they'll be able to access those rather than having to travel the length and breadth of the country. So in addition to the Hub programme, the Active Living No Limits has also created other opportunities. So to date, almost £2 million has been secured for key capital projects. So in addition to the Hub programme, we funded 4 regional water sports projects, and that was really to purchase specialist equipment such as hoists, accessible pontoons, accessible boats, in order to make increase the number of accessible water opportunities throughout Northern Ireland. 11 pull pod platforms were purchased. So you can see in the video there, the lift is just hovering over the pool, and that was really to replace the traditional hoist that you would have seen at the side of the pool, where people would have been transferred out into a hoist and would have floated over the water for a period of time and then would have been slowly cranked down into the water. So these were designed as an outcome of London 2012 and the Paralympic Games, and now as part of that, each of the district councils have at least one pull pod in each of their facilities, which is brilliant. It's a real sophisticated piece of work and a piece of equipment in a much more dignified way for disabled people to access water. 11 power chairs for power chair football were purchased to allow 2 new clubs to be developed, and we delivered that in partnership with the IFA, who we always work very closely with. And 1 specialist hydraulic lift for the riding for disabled in Coleraine was also purchased. That was a very specific piece of equipment which allows people who have the very highest level of physical impairment to be able to access horse riding. And that piece of equipment never existed in Northern Ireland before, and that opportunity wasn't there. So something else that was really new and innovative locally here as part of the Active Living No Limits plan. And the last piece of the plan that I really want to talk about, and it's, I suppose, a real key piece of work that Disability Sport NI is involved in, is our all-out trekking. So our all-out trekking programme is an inclusive outdoor experience for people to access walking and mountain bike trails at Gosford Forest Park. And I suppose the best way to describe it is by giving disabled people the opportunity to go on accessible quad bikes. So if you haven't seen the equipment before, that's really what it provides. All of the pieces of equipment have joysticks or can have joysticks attached. So again, it means those individuals that are everyday power chair users or have reduced arm and hand function can still also take part and make use of the piece of equipment. It's the first project of its kind in the whole of the United Kingdom. So we did a lot of research before any of the equipment was purchased, and we couldn't find anywhere else in the UK that's delivered it. So it's really unique here to Northern Ireland. And we tend to deliver the programme from April to September, obviously just from weather conditions. Once we move into October, it usually gets very muddy, very slippy, and just like quad bikes, the bikes can also tip and roll, so there's obviously a health and safety aspect. But the best way to let you have a feel for it is really to watch this video and get the opinions of some of our users who have experienced it to date.
Have you ever looked on with envy as mountain bikers enjoy the great outdoors here, perhaps on a day like this? Well, now people with mobility issues can also join in the fun thanks to a fantastic scheme in Gosford Forest Park.
It's fantastic, but not only that, getting back into the forest, and you're going to places where you can't go in an ordinary wheelchair. You know, you can go right the fringes of forest, but we've been really in the depth of forests today.
The best thing about this here is that we are able to get out on the trails and be able-bodied. Like, we feel able-bodied with everyone else here on their bikes, and we can just get stuck in, and it doesn't give us a disadvantage. It gives us actually an advantage, and we can go to places we never would have dreamed in a million years we could have went to.
Basically, to be able to come around and
go off-road and cycle around a wee bit, and to be able to do it with my family and friends as well is just so lovely, because it's just you just feel really included, and it's just a lovely experience.
The council took over the Forest Park last year, and the objectives is to make the Forest Park a centre of excellence for disability and for all other activity for the community and for all the key stakeholders. There's not a lot of activity for disability where you can get involved in something, and to come into the park and to be able to go around the trails is absolutely fantastic.
We want to bring it one step further in that it's not just people with disabilities using the buggies. We want it to be an inclusive event where family members, friends can also get in the buggies, and people go out as a group, just like you would see mountain bikers on a Saturday or a Sunday. And what we talk about is the trail riding, not the disability or not the vehicle.
It's fantastic to get out, and people should come down here and get out, you know, because that's what it's all about. The equipment's there, it has to be used. People should just go outside your comfort zone, come down. It's very, very nice. Everybody's very helpful, and it's first class.
Just to be able to do things and have the crack and have fun, just like everybody else, is just lovely, yeah.
To find out more about All Out Trekking, contact Disability Sport NI through their website.
It's a really positive programme there that we're running, and we really encourage families to come and take part together. So where brothers and sisters or mum and dads can go out on mountain bikes, where the disabled member of their family would have found that activity really challenging. Now the All Out Trekking programme provides access to those opportunities as well. So for any thrill seekers, it really is something they should try. All of the DSNI staff we're very ready to volunteer and try out the piece of equipment. So they do go up to 28 miles an hour. So it is a bit as an activity for thrill seekers. So we're going to move on to then our developing sporting talent, and this is really where our performance team, which I look after, delivers on. So one of our key pieces of work is working in partnership with governing bodies of sport. As an organisation and as a charity, we recognised very early that in order to have any impact across Northern Ireland, that we would have to work very closely with a number of key partners and key stakeholders, and everything that we would do would have to be in collaboration, and that's no different whenever we're talking about improving performance pathways. So in order to try and do this, we work very closely with governing bodies of sport throughout Northern Ireland. We currently work with 12, but there's always the opportunity to work with more. And we do that through our Inclusive Sport Award. And the award was developed a number of years ago in order to formalise our partnership with governing bodies of sport. We do an audit of the governing body, and we identify gaps around inclusion within their organisation and throughout their organisation. We look at their coaching pathway, we look at their participation pathway, their player pathway, we look at their volunteer network, we look at their referees and officials. And then we identify areas that we want to focus on and work on together and better over the next 3-year period. So governing bodies don't get the award because they're all singing, all dancing. They get the award because they've made a commitment to work closely and in partnership with Disability Sport NI in order to make their sporting environment more inclusive of disabled people. So it's been a really positive piece of work for Disability Sport NI, and a really positive way to work in partnership with our governing bodies of sport here throughout Northern Ireland. That's the number of sports that we work with. So you can see a whole range. So we work with the likes of Canoe Association for Northern Ireland Judo, right up to I suppose the big three as they would be referred to here. So Ulster GAA, Irish Football Association, and Ulster Rugby. So a massive spread. And I suppose we offer the governing bodies flexibility whenever we're developing those plans. Our expectations and our demands on the smaller governing bodies will be much different to our expectations from those larger governing bodies who maybe have more capacity, more workforce, and more budget in order to support the inclusion of disabled people. So we work with whatever the governing body has, and we work in partnership in order to improve the inclusion across all of those sports. We're recognised by Sport Northern Ireland and British Wheelchair Basketball as the lead development agency for wheelchair basketball in Northern Ireland, and we have full responsibility for the implementation of the strategic plan for the sport. And that really includes club development. So at the minute we have 6 clubs across Northern Ireland, And, you know, prior 6 years ago, we had one club in Northern Ireland. We had the Northern Ireland Knights, who were really successful, a really proactive wheelchair basketball club operating out of Antrim in the Greater Belfast area. But if you wanted to take part in wheelchair basketball and you lived in Strabane, for instance, you probably had close to a 100-mile round trip to take part in that sport and train with the Knights on a weekly basis. And for that reason, lots of people dropped away from the sport because that was such a huge commitment. And we know that transport is a huge barrier to participation. But again, the Active Living No Limits hub programme was a real game changer for this, for establishing new wheelchair sports clubs in Northern Ireland. One of the biggest barriers is having access to equipment. But there was 12 sports chairs there sitting in a sports hall, ready to be used by all of those new clubs whenever they were set up. So that was a real good starting point for those clubs. A lot of the clubs have gradually moved away from using those sports chairs, and they encourage their members and their players to purchase their own. So it's like you and I purchasing our own trainers that fit nice and are specifically for us. And that leaves those chairs then free for other sports clubs and for other users to come in and use them as well. We have 98 active players across those 6 clubs, and we're responsible for workforce and volunteer development. And as mentioned earlier on, as an organisation and as a charity, we're really keen to engage our disabled players and give those individuals lifelong involvement in sport. So if they're no longer playing the sport, we try to engage them as volunteers, we try to engage them as coaches, table officials, referees, and we really want to try and keep that expertise within the sport as well and provide that opportunity. 3 years ago, we introduced the first Northern Ireland League, and that was the first time there was ever domestic competition in Northern Ireland for wheelchair basketball players. The Northern Ireland Knights were a very competitive club, but they accessed competition primarily through the GB League and more recently through the Irish League, but that still involved, again, lots of travel. And again, as we said, access to transport is a real challenge for disabled people. So to be able to offer a Northern Ireland League is a massive step forward for the sport. And then we also support the performance end of the sport as well. So we run a Northern Ireland Academy that's aligned with the British Wheelchair Basketball Academy. We support the transition of Northern Ireland athletes into the world-class programme and into the GB programme. And Birmingham 2022 has been mentioned a couple of times today, and for the first time, the 3x3 wheelchair basketball game will feature in Birmingham. So we've had the opportunity over the last couple of years to prepare a men and women's team for qualification for the Birmingham Games, and that qualification will happen in April of this year. But a great opportunity to showcase the sport, a great opportunity to showcase how far Northern Ireland have come in regards to the development of that sport, and to give our athletes an opportunity to compete on the world stage. So fantastic opportunity for the sport locally here. And in the same vein, we're responsible in exactly the same way for the development of bocce here in Northern Ireland. For anyone that doesn't know what bocce is, it's a Paralympic sport that isn't unlike French bowls or lawn or carpet bowls, but it's been designed for individuals who have the highest level of physical disability. So you can see there's some individuals in that image there. So one of the players is throwing the ball because she has the functionality to allow that. The other individuals are using a ramp because they don't have the consistency and the efficiency to throw. So they're allowed to have a ramp and a ramp assistant to allow them to take part in that sport on an equal basis. So really quite a unique sport, but a great opportunity to engage and include individuals with very high levels of physical disability. Currently 7 clubs in Northern Ireland and 90 active members, and all of those members would have physical disabilities, and quite a high number of them have very high levels of physical disability. Like basketball, wheelchair basketball, we're also responsible for the workforce and volunteer development. And again, we work really hard to make sure that we retain the expertise within the sport, and that we give our players the opportunity to become coaches, to become timekeepers, and to become officials. And we also deliver a domestic league here in Northern Ireland for pairs and for individuals as well. And we also support then the upper end of the pathway, so looking after our performance athletes. So we run a Northern Ireland squad and we provide monthly elite training for those individuals. We access training camps through our home nation partnerships, and we access competition and we support those athletes to go to competition. I suppose the key around, although it's a small program, it can be quite resource heavy program because the majority of those athletes would require one-to-one support. So we're not only paying for a coach to travel, we also have to ensure that the individual has the care support needs or the sports assistant or ramp assistant accompanying them as well. So although sometimes we're maybe only traveling with 4 athletes, there could be up to 10 individuals traveling as part of that party. We also support a transition programme to try and make the move from our domestic programme into the UK programme as smoothly as possible. And then we support athletes on the World Class programme, such as Claire Taggart there pictured on that slide, who's represented Paralympics GB in the last 2 Paralympic Games. So we ensure that Claire has access to Sports Institute support, that she has the funding resources that she needs, and we liaise closely with her head coaches to ensure that her home-based programme is provided for here in Northern Ireland. And then our final piece that we do around sporting talent is athlete support. So obviously athletes from Northern Ireland can choose to compete for Paralympics Ireland or Paralympics GB whenever they go to a Games. And quite often that's nothing to do with any sort of political decision. It's whichever pathway best suits their needs and can best provide for where they are at in the pathway. But quite often, because a lot of the media will come out from London and come out from Dublin, sometimes it can fall between stools and it may not be picked up here in Northern Ireland. So that's the role that Disability Sport NI plays during the summer and winter games. We liaise closely with Paralympics Ireland and Paralympics GB to make sure that we support the announcement of any local athletes that are selected for the games. We promote when they are going to be competing and what the results are. And then the final part of it is facilitating any homecoming events with Sport NI and with the airport to make sure that our athletes get the recognition that they need. Unfortunately, Tokyo was a much quieter affair than Rio 2016 was. It didn't give me as many grey hairs though because of that. But it's still great to be involved in that and be able to showcase our local athletes. And it's a great opportunity for us to create our own role models. You know, lots of the GB athletes get lots of promotion, you know, particularly on Channel 4. So it's a great opportunity for us locally here to showcase what Northern Ireland athletes can produce on the world stage. Our next area is training and education. So we have a suite of training courses that we deliver on an annual basis. We have about 6 or 7 courses that we regularly roll out, and on an average year, we train about 600 individuals. Just to give you a flavour of some of those courses, we deliver a disability inclusion training course, autism and sports coaching, inclusive skills and games and chair-based activities. And the majority of all of our courses are really aimed at providing people with the knowledge and the confidence to make their sports activity more inclusive of disabled people. Quite often we're brought in with other partners in order to deliver for a number of key projects. And I'm just going to give you a wee example of one here that we delivered in partnership with GAA and the Gale Fast programme in Belfast. So just to give you a flavour of the type of work we do.
My name is Dr. Kieran Kearney. I'm Programme Coordinator with GailFast. We're here today at St Mary's University College for the ADAPT training. We started this project, ADAPT, which is a pilot project in conjunction with a number of partner bodies. ADAPT is an acronym, Autism Disability Physical Activity Project. And the partner bodies, Sport Northern Ireland, Autism NI, Disability NI, along with ourselves, GailFast and Antrim GAA, the Ulster Council of the GAA, and St Mary's University College, where we're based here today.
My name's
Gavin McGilly. I'm the Sports Development Officer in St Mary's University College here in Belfast. We feel that St Mary's is ideally suited to support the ADAPT initiative that is being run out by the Gaelfast programme. Our current student cohort have the opportunity now to upskill and to further their own experience and knowledge of delivering quality classes for all of their students whenever they go out into the school environment.
I'm Elaine Reid, I'm the Performance Sport Manager for Disability Sport Northern Ireland. We're really lucky that a lot of the staff that are already here today have a lot of experience in working with people with disabilities, but we're hoping that they pick up some new skills around maybe some impairment groups that they haven't previously worked with before, and that they have an opportunity to ask questions and learn a wee bit more around working with a range of disabilities and have an opportunity to explore how they would adapt their sessions to be more inclusive. So today we were really giving the participants an opportunity to explore new sports, games such as boccia, an activity that makes the sport more inclusive for people with higher levels of physical impairment. So we're hoping that through the training, not only will the coaches be able to provide a good practical experience, but they'll provide a really fun experience for people with disability to come along to. So we recognise that there's only so much that a small team of staff can do. So it's really important for us to work in partnership with key organisations like that in order to upskill individuals so that they can go out into their sports clubs, that they can go out into their local community and they can have that impact as well. So I'm just moving on to sports facility access then. So in 2016, we designed a series of design and management guidelines to ensure optimum level of good practice in terms of access for new or refurbished sports facilities. So we have a series of very technical access guidelines, and one is for sports facilities and one is for sports stadia. And we really got involved in this whenever the funding came out of the London 2012 Games for the new stadium. We have been heavily involved in the design of the refurbishment of both Windsor Park, or the football stadium, and Kingspan Stadium as well. But we also recognised that it's all well and good if the stadiums are all singing, all dancing and accessible, but they're not managed appropriately, because quite often whenever we consulted with individuals, it was the management of the facility that was primarily the challenge. So we have designed management guidelines as well. So they were launched in 2016 and they were updated in 2020, and those guidelines are readily available on our website. And as a result of those guidelines, we developed the Inclusive Sports Facility Accreditation Scheme, or the ISF accreditation scheme. And it was developed to encourage and recognise excellence in the design of sports facilities. So obviously there's building regulations that need to be met, but whenever we're talking about excellence, we're talking about facilities that are specifically designed for disability sports. So where a sports wheelchair has got a wider base, we encourage those leisure facilities to have wider doors, to have wider lifts, so that individuals wouldn't have to be transferring from one chair to another in order to move freely around the building. So it's about going above and beyond what building regulations are. And the ISF is awarded to facilities that meet the recommendations that are in the sports facility design guidelines. And there's 15 facilities in Northern Ireland that have been awarded that accreditation. So whenever we're working with our partners in the governing bodies of sport and they're hosting high profile events or they're hosting national events, we encourage them to try and link in with one of those 15 facilities, because we know that individuals will have a good experience whenever they're in those facilities. And it's not just about having ramps, etc. It's about having really good signage for people with sight loss. It's about having loop systems in place for individuals who are hard of hearing or deaf. So it's about having good egress, good entrance, good exit. It's about the whole building. It's not just about wheelchair users and having ramps. It's about looking at disability in a holistic approach. And then just recently, a new piece of work, and it really feeds out of the All Out Trekking programme that I mentioned earlier on. We've worked with a number of key partners in order to produce accessible outdoor places guidelines. And they're aimed to encourage designers and managers to develop outdoor places with more, which are more accessible and inclusive of disabled people. So some of the work that's happening down in Gosford is a really good example of that. And again, we provide technical advice on how to improve access to outdoor places, including paths, trails, play parks, as well as information on where you can access outdoor wheelchairs, adapted cycles and all-terrain vehicles. So that's quite a new piece of work that we're involved in. But again, if the pandemic was all about getting out into your parks, getting into outdoor spaces, but for disabled people, that was much more challenging, and it was an opportunity then for us to try and address this. Disability Sport NI is the only disability organisation across the whole of the UK that provides a sports facility access service. So we're really proud of this piece of work, and we hope that it really helps move things on in regards to access to facilities for local people here in Northern Ireland. So based on our pre-COVID figures, just to give you a bit of a flavour of the type of numbers that we engage with over the course of a year, obviously the last 2 years have been very different, and we moved a lot of our programmes from face-to-face to getting into people's living rooms and kitchens, and you potentially would have seen that during the progressive video where people were playing bocce in their halls and their living rooms. But generally, on an average year, we engage with just over 15,500 children and adults through sport and active recreation. We train about 650 sports leaders, coaches, leisure services staff and teachers, and we're basically providing that training to educate them and inform them on how to make their sessions or their PE classes or their sports clubs more inclusive of disabled people. We involved 54 active volunteers, and we trained them and upskilled them in whatever they needed in order to deliver safely and effectively within our programmes. And within the 1920 year, we also supported 4 talented athletes to compete in the world stage and secure medals. So those numbers obviously don't include the impacts that our governing bodies have on the inclusion of disabled people, because obviously they will record those figures. So those numbers are just from individuals that come directly through DSNI programmes over the year. So we would expect that number to be a little higher whenever you take into account the work that we do with some of our key partners where they record the numbers. So that was a bit of a whistle-stop tour of the work of Disability Sport NI, and I'm happy to take any questions on any of the programmes or any of the work that we do as a charity. Nope, you're letting me off lightly.
I know Elaine very well, and I commend the work she does with that. It's a very big budget to manage as well. And there's a lot of, and it's very hard to keep that budget going with the cutting grants of sport and etc. So commend her very well. I really just want to share a lesson I learned, the importance of partnership and the partnership you have with Progressive, especially charity based now. And we've just gone through incorporation or awaiting our charity status, but. Recruited a new executive manager a couple of years ago, and a few weeks into his tenure, he came up to me and said, Billy, I'd like to propose we do a 3-year partnership with the Northern Ireland Children's Hospice. And I sort of went, that's very laudable and admirable, but I had a few other more priorities and income generation and things like that. So we went ahead and did it. 2 days later, got a phone call to say, would like to sponsor you, Ulster Hockey, because of your association. The Northern Ireland. So the lesson was learned that there's not always the direct route. If the profile's right and what you're doing and the partnership's right, you can learn a lot and gain. So I just have to share that.
Yeah, exactly that, and showcasing the work that you do as well. And that's probably something, I'm not sure in Northern Ireland terms if we're very good at that in general, but it's definitely something that we didn't do to the best of our ability for a number of years, and that was showcasing the work that we did. And yeah, I suppose whenever you start, it does take a little investment to produce some videos and to spend a wee bit more around marketing. But, whenever you can really get out there your message, whenever you can really showcase the impact that you have. And, a lot of our programs that we're working with are, engaging small numbers of people. I suppose we're never going to be running the types of activities and sports where we go into a school and we automatically recruit 30 new players. We go into a school and maybe out of 400 people there's maybe 2 individuals with a disability. So we're never going to be dealing with big numbers, but what we do know is that the impact of our what those individuals do get, and we have moved to outcome-based accountability where we're really assessing the impact of what we deliver. So it's not just about bums on seats, it's what change are we having on people's lives, what's the impact we're having on people's lives, and that's really where the story is told, because 99% of the people involved in our program have amazing stories, and we can really use that to showcase and attract other people into the programs and show the benefits of being involved in sport and physical activity.
Big thanks to Elaine there. That was a fantastic presentation. Our next sports forum actually in May, it's on the 4th of May, be very much focused on disability in sport, and we've got Elaine on the hook to join us for that forum as well. So if you want to hear more of Elaine, sign up for our sports forum. Let me and Jason know, and we'll add you to the list. We're able to take a break now, and during the break, it would be great if you have a car park ticket. If you seek out Joe, just put your hand up so people can see who you are. So Joe is doing the registration. She has a little machine, like a magic machine. You put your car park ticket in, and you no longer have to pay a fee. So seek out Joe. Be a good time to do it, I think, over the next little break. If you could be back in your seats or back online with us at 2:55. After that, we have a panel discussion. Okay, thank you. Okay, if you can take your seats, that would be great. We'll look to get started. Can I ask everybody who's on the panel discussion to come up and take a little seat at the front, please? You can sit wherever you want. It's not a psychological test. Yeah, you sit. You take those, yeah. Okay, if you're joining us online again, great to have you back. Everybody in the room, if you could take your seats, that would be great. Just for the panelists, when Kenny, come up and have a seat as well.
Looking up there with all that woman.
Kenny, you're right in the middle. They saved the middle spot for you. So before we get into the panel discussion, we have a video. One of our panelists, she wasn't able to join us, but she has done a little video for us. It's Simone McGill, who plays for Everton and Northern Ireland football team. So we're going to show a video from Simone now.
Hi everybody, it's Simone McGill here. I am a professional football player for Northern Ireland and Everton currently. Today is International Women's Day. Sorry I can't be with you all physically, but instead you've got this video message to enjoy. But yeah, I'm just going to talk a little bit about my sort of journey in sport, and sort of how I got to where I am today and the sort of obstacles that I had to overcome to get there. So yeah, basically my journey started when I was 4 years of age. I had an older brother, Chris, and he loved to play football. He used to play football every weekend, and one day I just decided that I wanted to go along and give it a try, and I went along and I didn't look back from there. I absolutely loved it. I fell in love with the game, and that was it. I was hooked. So obviously back then when I was a child growing up, there wasn't really an awful lot of opportunities for young girls in football particularly. It was predominantly boys that played, so I had to end up joining boys teams to played with boys in school, and just tried to figure out some sort of a pathway for a young female who liked to play football. So what I did was I played with the boys when I was in school, played in the boys teams, tried to fight to get a girls team, and I also joined a local boys team when I was 10 called Cookstown Youth. And I remember, I'll just tell you a little bit about that story, but I remember when I went along to the trials for that team, there was about 100 boys there, and I rocked up and literally every single one of them turned around and they were like, oh my goodness, there's a girl here, why is there a girl here? And I just distinctively remember that moment. It'll always sort of stick out to me for the rest of my career, but it was a pretty special moment because, you know, I had absolutely no fear as a young child and I just loved playing football, and I seen that why should I be treated differently just because I was a girl in this situation. So I tried out for the team, and obviously I made the team, and it was a sort of monumental moment, especially for that club, because ever since I'd done that, the club started to attract more girls year on year, and it was just a really special thing. So I stayed with Cookstown Youth from 10 years of age to 15, until obviously I was too old to continue playing with boys. Alongside this, there was a local girls team called Mid Ulster Ladies, who I also played for. So they had a senior women's team, and they also had some underage teams as well, but it was all predominantly 7 and 9 aside until you got to the senior age groups. So what I did was, in the winter I would have played with the boys, which was 11 aside, and then in the summer I joined up with the girls, and I used to just play football all year round, all seasons, and it was amazing. I loved it. Alongside this, I also got involved within the Northern Ireland sort of pathway. I played for Northern Ireland from under 13s, the age of 11, all the way through to obviously the senior team. I made my senior debut when I was 15. Seems like a lifetime ago, but yeah, that was a really, really special moment for me. I actually remember when I was 15, I was playing for the 17s, 19s and the seniors all within the one calendar year. I'm not actually sure you're allowed to do that anymore. I think they changed the rules, but I just remember when I was going through high school and trying to do my GCSEs, I was never there because there was always a different tournament or a different, you know, European tournament that I had to go to. So I was never there, but it was an amazing experience and, you know, played a significant part in developing me as a young girl in the game. But my main dream was always to not only just play for Northern Ireland, but I wanted to try and make a professional career out of it. And suppose when I look back to when I was a teenager, there was no professional women's teams anywhere. I think America was probably the closest. So I was trying to decide, what am I going to do? Where am I going to go? Do I go to America? Do I get a scholarship? Or do I try maybe just go to England and hope that the game will professionalize in the next couple of years? So I was looking for universities. I was doing my A-levels in Macrofeld High School, and I was trying to figure out where do I go next. And I sort of tried to look at universities that were based near a team in the English Women's Super League. So I kind of targeted Everton just because I knew they were renowned for giving young players a chance. They had a really good reputation within the women's game, and I kind of liked the idea of Liverpool. It was very sort of similar to Northern Ireland in many aspects. So I applied for university there, and I also landed a trial with Everton. So I was doing my A-levels in high school. I was in upper sixth, and in the January of my final year, I went over and I had a trial with Everton. And it was a fantastic experience. I absolutely loved it. And they signed me. And it all kind of just went from there, really. Obviously, up until then, I had just played in the Irish League with Mid Ulster Ladies. I felt like I had done everything I wanted to do there at that period in time. And I've thought, if I want to develop my game, I've got to go to England. And obviously, before I knew it, I had signed for Everton. And that sort of last year during my A-levels was just crazy because I'd signed for Everton and I was still finishing my A-levels. So from Monday to Thursday, I was in Macrofeld in school. And then on a Thursday, I used to fly over to Liverpool and spend the weekend there and play for Everton. So it was the craziest few months of my life. And it was amazing though. It was such a good experience, and it really eased the transition for me when I eventually had to move across to Liverpool permanently. But yeah, it was a pretty rock and roll lifestyle as a sort of 17, 18-year-old at the time. So yeah, I had a lot of fun doing that. And then obviously completed my A-levels, made the move over permanently. And then in the October, I got accepted into Edge Hill University. So kind of had a basis to be located over there because the game was only semi-professional, so it wasn't a full-time thing. So I was able to study and also play for Everton at the same time, which was amazing. It was ideal for me then. So when I say about trying to create a pathway, that's the route that I kind of figured out was the best thing to do, because there was no sort of clear pathway back then. Obviously the game wasn't professional. It was all semi-professional. Obviously back home it was amateur. So I was just trying to figure out the best route, the best way to go about this to try and chase this dream of mine of becoming a professional footballer. So I was over in England, done my 3 years at university, playing for Everton. It was an amazing experience. It was unbelievable. And then I decided to do a master's degree as well. So I did that. I also picked up a job in like a local gym and was playing football. It was crazy, and I was also still playing for Northern Ireland, of course, throughout all of this, traveling every few months around Europe. But yeah, so I done my master's, and then luckily for me, the timing was impeccable because as soon as I graduated from my master's, the game started going fully professional. So I got offered a full-time professional contract. And that was it. The dream came true. There I was, a fully professional female footballer. I think I was the second player to sign at Everton with that professional contract. So it was a huge moment. Obviously, it was a huge moment as well, I think, for young girls growing up in Northern Ireland, because obviously they could see that it had been done. So, you know, trying to figure the pathway, hopefully inspiring some young girls along the way, and hopefully it sort of made them see that if you really, really believe in something, if you work hard enough, you can get there. And for me, that was just a huge moment. So that was a good few years ago. Obviously, I'm still playing for Everton now. I've been a full professional for 4 or 5 years now. Obviously been at Everton 8 years, going on 9, I think. I've lost count. But yeah, I've been playing in the Women's Super League. Obviously doing football full time, which is absolutely amazing. And then obviously playing for Northern Ireland, which is, you know, my greatest honour. All I ever wanted to do, you know, as a kid was play for my country, and to kind of be a part of the journey, and obviously in recent events seeing, you know, just what we have achieved and being a part of that and playing a role within that, you know, is something that I will remember for the rest of my life. You know, you talk about it in a career aspect, but in terms of my life, it is probably my most proudest achievement, just being a part of that team and a part of that journey that qualified for the first major tournament. So yeah, where we are right now is amazing. And I faced many sort of obstacles along the way, like I've spoken about, in terms of there not being a structured pathway or anything, and having to figure that out, you know, was probably one of the toughest tasks for me, figuring out which route to go, and kind of banking on a dream that wasn't even a reality at the time, and just hoping that it was going to get there, and thankfully it did get there. And you know, football has seen me travel all over the world and play in some of the greatest stadiums that world football has to offer, and you know, I'm so blessed that I've been able to do that, and you know, call football my job, you know, for this period in my life. It's been phenomenal, and yeah, I'm really, really blessed. And you know, to all the people I suppose I've met along the way, the fantastic teammates that I have, and you know, everybody's different and they come from different places and different backgrounds, and I guess that sums up sport though as well. You know, it's for everybody, and I'm just so thankful that, you know, I endured what I did to get me to where I am today. And you know, hopefully you can take something away from this. Hopefully it inspires you, motivates you, whatever it does. It's a little snippet into kind of my journey and what I had to kind of go through, and you know, playing with the boys, creating that pathway, and you know, just trying to figure it all out, and then eventually getting there and then sustaining it. You know, getting there sometimes could be the easy part. Some people say it's maintaining that level, and you know, having done that for 8 going on 9 years now, and still trying to do it it's the hard part, but it's an enjoyable part as well. And yeah, like I said, hopefully you can take something away from this, and hopefully, you know, it can inspire you, and you know, power for being a woman. You know, it's International Women's Day, and you know, I'm proud to be a woman in sport, and how empowering that can be, and to have play alongside some really motivational and inspiring women. They inspire me every day, and hopefully I can inspire them too. So, you know, hopefully you can take something away from this video, and hopefully next time I can be there in person. Thank you very much.
Big thanks to Simone for sharing her journey with us there, and doing that video for us. I think that was really inspirational for everybody in the room, and for everybody watching online. So our panel discussion next is about the rise of women and girls in sport, and we've got a really interesting panel to talk about this today, and each of them in their own way or sort of legends in their own areas. So I'm really looking forward to listening to them here. So I would ask the panel just to do like a little introduction, introduce who you are and a little bit about your journey in sports. So we'll maybe start with Sonia and then work our way across.
Knew you were going to do that today. Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to be here today. I feel a bit of a fraud, really, when I talk about women in sport, but anyway, I'll tell you about my pathway and my journey. So I work in Women's Aid. I've been there for over 25 years, and I suppose a lot of the skills that I use within my work there, especially I suppose around safeguarding, is what led me into my sporting journey of where I am now. So within Women's Aid, I've been designated safeguarding officer, delivered a lot of safeguarding, seen the importance of sport within the women, children and young people that we support. And my boys were involved in Rosario Football Club, a great football club on the Armour Road, which has grown and developed, and very proud to be part of it. And I started then as the safeguarding officer, and I sit on their committee and board as well. So I've been doing that for quite a number of years now. I don't know how I'm going to escape or get away, to be honest. But the club has grown and developed, and as I said, very proud. Over 1,300 members at the moment, you know, coming from children from 5-year-old to well, over 55s we have as well, some of the men's football. And we have a couple of wonderful 50-year-old women who are still playing senior football. So all part of them. I have the easy job on the committee. So that's really the role that I play within that club. Very proud that the women and girls has developed so much, and we have about 240, 250 females now who are playing, coaching, and are involved in the committee as well. So that's sort of my journey.
How do I follow that? Yeah, I'm a wee bit feel like a fraud too. Actually sitting here, but my name is Maura McMenamin, and I work for Ulster GAA as a community and health manager. But I suppose I've known Michael for quite a while through various programs that we've been doing. From a sporting, my own like playing, I'm still trying to play a bit with my club, St McCartan Ladies. So we're a standalone ladies Gaelic football club, which we're probably. There's not many clubs set up like what we are, and we are really devised of 3 small GAA clubs that just simply with population and numbers and that we wouldn't have enough female players to sustain our own club. So we have joined 3 Gaelic clubs together to form our own club. And I suppose I've played for Tyrone for about 15 years, which nearly feels like 15 years ago now at this stage. But so yeah, there's a lot that Simone has said around trying to chart your path around where you can play as a young child in terms of getting football and that. So that's my story so far, and look forward to hearing from everyone.
My name's Sarah Keys, and I'm a project and finance manager for the Irish FA. I manage the multi-sport partnership, where you use the reach of the 3 sports to try and promote peace and reconciliation. And when I seen Maura's name on the list, I was like, I'm definitely a fraud, because I am one of the drop-off kids from the research from 13, 14, stopped playing sport. Apart from golf, and again with the research, because my mum and dad played it and it was a family tradition, and I did that until I was about 16. But how I got back into sport is I did a Masters in Peace and Reconciliation, and this weird job came up in Derry about promoting good relations for the IFA, and I joined about 10 years ago, and I've been there ever since. And working in community development, you work a lot across all the departments, and I've worked across the women's department. We're doing a wee bit of work with trying to build a legacy for the Euros tournament now, when Kenny and the girls go in the summer. So that is just my journey in sport.
My name's Kenny Shields. I've been in football for I don't know how long, forget the numbers, but I take great inspiration, and I'm really, really proud to be involved in a sport like football, because it gave me so much back, and it taught me, moral values in life, and how it brought communities together more than any other sport in this country when we needed it most. and football made a major contribution to this country, to the communities, to everything. So I'd like to stress how proud I am to be involved in such a sport. I'm from a family of, I've got 8 brothers and one, the youngest, is a sister, and I end up with 30 odd females around me. So I don't know how that happened, but it happened. And my only previous experience to girls football was in 2003 when Newton Abbey Strikers asked me to help them to go over to Europe to play in Sweden. And you know, I always had a good interest in the game. And the girls have been superb. They really have. They've worked so hard. You heard Simone giving her talk there about how proud she was to reach where she has reached. And in all sports, the one common denominator in all sports is pride. It's the pride that you have in a competitive environment where you're trying to be your best and you're trying to win as a team, or in different individual sports like tennis, you're trying to win for your own development. And sport brings that on, and we've needed sport for so many years here. And it's not just women's football that has thrived and is thriving. There's other sports, as I was mentioned previously, about how people in wheelchairs can participate. It's a fantastic achievement by the people who have organised that, with so many difficulties in the organisation of that, I'm sure. So I feel blessed to be with these girls. And if I'm totally truthful, I love being around people like, whether it's male, female, orange, green, whatever they are, I've got an attachment to that. And socially, I like to be around people as much as I can. And I feel as if I hopefully pass that on to the girls and how we develop together and a team environment. And, you know, we've tried and tried and tried to be a family within a sport. And I feel as if we're achieving that. And the girls are very, very supportive of what we do. One thing I'll always remember, and I say this when I'm asked about the progress of the women's game, in my first day with the players, I was thinking, oh, what am I going to say to the players? You know, when we sat down for my first team meeting with the girls, and I just says, right, the 2 things that I admire the most, I'm going to put them up on the board, and I'm going to ask the girls to not deviate from that. And I put up the 2 words, trust and integrity. And the outcome that gave us was immense, because everybody knew what we were about, and everything we did had those 2 words at the forefront. And I think that's one of the things that gelled everybody together. It took us on in a way in which we can't deviate from our trust, and without one, you can't have the other. So we used those 2 words. No big sermon, just 2 words. That's our motto, and we stick by it. And they have stuck by it and have been fantastic. And we owe them so much. But that's what I have. That's not all that I've done, but it's my current feeling at the moment.
So I have to go after Kenny Shields, who is actually a legend, and I'm not really, but thanks for that, Kenny. I'm Zoe Tisdale, and I'm a sports journalist and presenter with 1880. Similar to Simone, I played football when I was little, all the way through school. I'm older than Simone, as you can tell. So I had to play football with the boys, and then when I got to grammar school, I was told that boys play football, girls don't play football, so you'll be playing hockey here. And I come from Ballyclare, so it's a small town, and there wasn't any local girls teams or anything. So I went in to hockey then and went down the hockey route, which was fantastic, and played hockey. Although I've actually gone back to playing football now. I think I'm having a midlife crisis, but we'll see. My daughter plays football. She was lucky enough that she went through Carnmoney, who are now Ballyclare Cumbrians ladies, which is fantastic. I sit on the board at Ballyclare Cumbrians, so I just thought that was really important on a committee full of men, especially with the ladies team coming across, that just to have female representation. So yeah, I sit in the committee with a room full of men, but it's fine. Originally I trained as a journalist, and then I retrained in health and social care, and I worked for Autism NI for, gosh, 5-6 years, a long time. And then I was furloughed over COVID. And I just thought, you know what, I would really like to go back to my roots and where I started. And it came up an online course with Nicola McCarthy and the IFA. We're running a course, Females in Media. So I completed that course and was like, you know what, I definitely want to go back to this. And the Euros were actually on at the time when we were doing the course, and the girls obviously qualified for the Euros. So I remember my daughter, she was so empowered by it all, and you know, she was like, come on, we'll kick a ball. And it was just great to have Simone and the rest of the girls, you know, being role models for them. So yes, I did that course, and then I was lucky enough to get a job with 1880 and covering the women's game, and I'm lucky enough to ask this man questions sometimes after games, and the players, and also all the ladies leagues all the way up in the NIWFA, so all the leagues, grassroots all the way. So I feel very, very privileged that I'm in a position that I can do that and give the ladies a voice in the media, because they don't get the same coverage obviously as the men, and they really do should, because they put in all the same work. So I'm very lucky that I am where I am now, and I'm really, really enjoying it, and thanks for having me today.
Hi all, my name is Lauren. I'm from Chicago, not quite the same space, but I am enjoying being able to spend time here. My sport journey has probably touched a few different facets. I played basketball, and that was my first experience with actual formalized team sport when I started. I was 12, and I played through university days in the States. I then came over and did a master's, eventually in Scotland, in sport policy. And in between there, I got to coach basketball. I had the opportunity to coach at the university level as well as abroad. So I've been able to be in the coaching space in basketball and here and there in other sports, but that's definitely my sport of choice. But I did my program and then was exposed a little bit more to the sport for development concept and frameworks that we use here a little bit more overtly, and I think a little bit better in the UK and elsewhere than in the States. And that was a really interesting concept for me. While doing that program, just saw how difficult it was to measure impact and track the change that sport made possible for people. And that kind of led me into my current venture. So now I'm working on a company building a for-profit app offering to help sports organizations track their impact, because I've experienced firsthand the difference that sport can make, and I want groups to be able to show that and showcase that, kind of what we've been talking about here, and various speakers have mentioned already. But the fact that sport makes a huge change for people and creates incredible impact, I want that to be able to be showcased. So I've kind of deviated from my coaching roles to try and make that venture happen, and make it easier for sports organizations all over the place to show what they're doing. But I miss coaching. That's the ultimate goal, is to get back into basketball coaching. But for right now, I'm working on the kind of behind the scenes, the sport for development and sport advocacy side of things for now.
Hello, my name's Carla McDermott. I'm the social outreach coordinator at Glentoran Football Club. My journey, I didn't know I was sitting next to a fellow American. I didn't realize that. So I'm from California. My pathway started playing sport at 13 and then took to volleyball and basketball. Earned a full scholarship to play volleyball at university, so it paid for my university, for my education. It was a full-time job where you are like a professional athlete and you're earning it every single day. After I graduated, I did work in coaching at Oregon State University in the support side, then moved to the Middle East and was in the Middle East for 12 years, and very proud to be part of the launch of the first women's professional volleyball league there. In the build up to that volleyball league, we hosted an international tournament, which was amazing because the likes of Brazil and Holland and Germany and we're all in the room. Fantastic tournament. I was part of the group that then went across the United Arab Emirates to identify women who could play at the national level. And if you can imagine, women there it was not something that was promoted. They live most of their lives covered in abayas, so even just running with your legs like in a full stride is kind of, you have to teach that. It was a really fulfilling experience, enjoyed that. And then we moved here to Northern Ireland in 2018. And although that was our first time moving here, living here, I have been coming here for the past 26 years. My husband is a football manager in the local league. And that's where I am now at Glentoran, and I'm there to help support the men's and the women's team, but really excited to be part of our women's team as we have just signed the first professional player in Jess Foy, who is our captain, as well as we're pushing to go our dual career athletes to be professional, but there are some hindrances there, but enjoying it.
Thank you. Okay, guys, thank you very much. That was a really interesting sort of start to the discussion and just about the journeys and the intros. And even though I know some of you, I was learning stuff as well as you were talking there, which was fantastic. The next question I have for you, and I'm going to go back to Sonia for this one and then work our way across, but in your opinion, has there been a better time than now for girls and women to get involved in sport?
Well, I was thinking about that question, thinking, okay, yes, maybe it is, but then some days you think, whenever you turn on the TV, the radio, you think it's definitely not. And it's a challenge for myself with the other hat of the football committee. Funding from grassroots level right up to elite, stage is definitely not there on the same level. It's getting better and improved, but if you look at our own club, it took me quite a few months to get a sanitary bin placed in the toilets, for example, because why would you need one of those, and also female change rooms, for example, as well. So, there's those very basic rights we're talking about today that you need met at all levels. So we'll continue to challenge and be there and be the voice well, for me, I'm the voice of women, children, young people every day. But within that hat and that space, it's very important that we listen. And it's very important for anyone involved in any sports organisation to be able to feel that they are involved from the bottom up and have a voice and have ownership of that club. And that's really important for me within that role. So it's difficult, it's challenging, it's a difficult funding environment, but it is getting better. But I do think we need more, zero kind of tolerance in relation to domestic violence and abuse, for example, within clubs, to be able to really call out those kind of behaviours and bring our men and boys along with us, as well in that journey. And certainly, on the 8th of March last year, Women's Aid called for a violence against women and girls strategy. We're the only part of the UK that doesn't have one. We're sitting here a year later, we still don't have one, but we don't have a government either. So, there's lots and lots of challenges, but I'll never get off my soapbox, so I better stop now. But, we are developing and making moves around those kind of things as well. But look, it's an uphill journey, it really is. But I do think when you look at Kenny, you look at the Northern Ireland team, you look at the, all of the developments around women's sport, we certainly are getting there, but we still have a little bit of a hill to climb, I feel.
Yeah, so from my perspective, I'd say yes, there has never been a better time, but that's not to say the work is done and where we should be. And like when I started playing, I suppose I was the same. I was playing with my local boys team because we didn't have a ladies team, and luckily by the time I got to under 14, where it was becoming that awkward stage of playing with boys, I was able to move across because we got a ladies team established. And to be fair, only for that, I don't think I'd be playing sport now at all. I probably would have found a sport to do, but never in terms of that level of commitment or at that level, really playing at such a good level, that I was lucky enough to do with Tyrone and so on. But yeah, and in terms of the GAA, I suppose it is a very significant time at the moment. Actually, we had the GAA Congress was a number of weeks ago. The LGFA conference was last week, and the Camogie Congress had happened recently as well, where integration, it's been talked about for a long time, the one club model. So the idea that the St. McCartan ladies won't be a standalone ladies Gaelic football team anymore down the line once this gets across the line. That'll pose challenges. So from our club's point of view, we might lose a sense of identity there because we will have to assimilate into a GA club. So there's lots to happen there in terms of how that's going to happen, and that's just one example. There's so many other things to figure out. But it's all practicalities. It's not things that we should be held back for. I mean, when we think of the GA or we think of any sport, essentially, it's for the family, you know, and I've made this point before, a mother dropping her 2 kids off to underage training on a Saturday morning wants the same outcome for her son that she does for her daughter. Whether they want to go and just talk with their friends and have the crack, or whether they actually want to go and really get involved and push on in sport, those opportunities should be open to her son and her daughter equally. So I think it is a great time. It's the best it's been, certainly, but that's not to say there's not a lot we still need to do. And Sonia, you're just, I know, scratching the surface on some of the things you've mentioned there, but it's the best it's been, I feel, at the moment.
Yeah, I would agree with Maura and Sonia that it is the best it's ever been for girls. If you look on the island of Ireland, you have so many role models at the minute that nobody would have been talking about 10 years ago. You have the golfer Leona Maguire, you have Rachel Blackmore, who competes in a competition with men. The spotlight is really on women's football. So even looking over the last couple of years from working within the IFA, you're listening to the girls qualifying for the Euros and Gail Redmond's doing the commentary that night for whenever they are qualifying, and she lays the story out that it didn't just happen during that match. It was a lot of the struggles that went on in the committees trying to get all that you could get for the women and girls game. And at the Irish FA at the minute, they've just launched their corporate strategy. There's 7 pillars, and there's a dedicated pillar to women and girls. And I think it is really important that you constantly measure what you're doing. You have your baseline and you measure the impact, and that's how you see if there's growth. So I would say, yes, absolutely, it is the best it's ever been. There's lots more to do, but whenever I am taking my kids to football training on a Monday night and my 5-year-old is dying to go and there's not a hope, if it's really bad weather, she has to go. And in her team, which is a mixed team at the minute, it's far more girls than it is boys. So that wasn't my experience. So I do think it's good, but you do a lot more work on it.
I'm going to try and not be controversial here, okay? Totally out of character, but anyway, I feel that if we look at the participation levels, the girls' game has grown and grown, and the boys or men's game, whatever you want to call it, it has sort of it's hit that smooth run where it's the same as it always was. So we have a weakness in this country to look at things from a negative perspective, and I would like to look at it from a positive perspective where the women's game is growing, the opportunities are growing, because they all evolve around that. And I go around practically 80%, maybe that's too many, but 70% of the clubs in Northern Ireland. My job is to try and, in an ambassadorial role, is to go around and promote the game. And it's amazing how many young girls are playing football and the passion that they have for it. You see, you can't remove passion with negativity. It can't happen, and it won't happen. And the girls are so positive in what they do. So I feel to feed that positivity, we've got to show positivity towards them. And a parent should be saying, go and have a good time, go and play your football. And there's there's so many less barriers in the girls' game, and then it becomes women's game. And I feel that it's growing and growing and growing. And it's like it's a runaway train. It's going to keep on going. And it'll come the day, and hopefully it's not very far away. I'm only talking about one sport. I apologize to other sports, but in the sport that I'm involved in, there's going to be parity, and the disparity that we have in our heads, oh, look at this, the boys are getting that or the girls are getting that, slowly but surely that is being removed because of the participation numbers. I do a lot of work with Gaelic clubs where I live, and I try to help them out, and I see the parochialism and the togetherness and the identity that they have. It's absolutely fantastic that they can be together. And at club level and international level, I have to say everybody's doing as much as they can for the women's and the girls' game.
I have to agree with Kenny. I'm going to be more positive, I think, because in Northern Ireland, it's definitely the best it has ever been. We're always behind, I think, England, where, you know, their women have been professional. I'm not actually too sure how long they've been professional, but, you know, they're always way ahead of us in their coaching and everything. But Northern Ireland at the minute, you know, the Northern Ireland women are training full time for the first time ever. That's unprecedented. We're now bringing in professional contracts. There's so many more ladies teams popping up in different areas that you never would have heard of them having girls and women's teams, which is fantastic. Ballyclare now have women's team. It's taken a long time, but still. So, you know, the game is growing. There is certain barriers. I think it depends also, you know, where you live as well, the opportunities, and it shouldn't be, but I think we're going to be talking about barriers and stuff. But for me, in comparison when I was growing up, it's certainly a lot more positive, and it can only go one way, and it's just going to get bigger and bigger, especially when we have role models actually in Northern Ireland. We're not looking across the water now, and we have our very own to empower us and motivate us all. So I think it's definitely much better on the up.
I'd love to iterate an idea that came over here already, so just a quick comment on this, but I think this is a very significant time. There's a ton of growth that we're seeing across different specters, and I see that as well, and we can comment from, you know, America and in different sports, and I think there is so much growth that we can point to. But the world coming out of COVID and resources being restricted because of that, and people now refinding rhythms and participation campaigns and efforts needing to bolster kind of reintegration and getting people back out on the pitch or on the field. I think this is a very significant time, and I'm appreciative that there are so many passionate players in the game, if you will, in place to continue helping propel the women's game and increase participation across the board.
Yeah, so I think from my experience now of being working in the club for a year, and seeing how our women are and watching them, I think exposure has been amazing for the game. So what Kenny's doing with Northern Ireland women and having that out there for young girls to see, that exposure is what leads to them joining the game. And then having that going into the schools and promoting whatever sport it is for girls and pushing them to get outside and play and having those systems in place. But for now, the exposure to the likes of these athletes, in our case, a lot of them are dual career athletes who are giving it all on the pitch and winning, exposing those women to young girls is what is going to lead the charge. I think it's a good time.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Some really interesting comments there. It was really good to hear. Just one question, Sonia, just based on what you were saying about, you know, the domestic violence in sports. Is there any practical steps, you know, advice or guidance that you can give to sports governing bodies or sports clubs to help, you know, raise awareness or tackle that issue?
Yeah, I had the opportunity, I think you were on the meeting, Michael, to speak to a lot of the sports governing bodies, the safeguarding leads, to look at including a module on domestic violence in relation to all their, you know, safeguarding training. I deliver the IFA safeguarding program, and I have included that, and everyone was really open to that in sport, and I have included a module now around domestic violence and abuse as well. If we look at the numbers that we have in Northern Ireland, there'll be families in all of our clubs that are affected, and you know, it's my role within our own club to be able to support those families as best we can. It's very hard to come forward and talk about such issues, but if you can, we talk about the importance of community within all of our clubs, and that's such a key part. So to be able to reach out and be able to support in whatever way we can. But I think the safeguarding training is a good way in to be able to include that module on domestic violence and abuse. So I think that's a really good starting point. And certainly I got a lot of encouragement from the governing bodies that we have spoke to so far.
Thank you, Sonia. Okay, our next question for the full panel is, what obstacles still remain? What obstacles do you still see in girls and women's sport that are still there that you can talk about today and share with us? And I'll go back to you, Sonia, again. Sorry to pick on you every time.
I was probably very negative, got into my obstacles in the last one, so apologies for that. And I suppose I'll go back to that around the funding. It is really, really important. There's a lot more opportunities now whenever the funding applications do come out that would be for older people, would be looking at disability, mental health, and women, and that inclusivity around that, which is so very important to to be able to deliver parity across sports for all women and girls. And I think there's a real challenge, and some of you have already talked about, is that keeping that engagement going, for the 14, 15-year-olds, involved. And we see certainly even, and I think this is boys and girls, you'll have 5 teams maybe at certain age groups going, up till that, and then it will drop and you'll maybe only have maybe 2, in the 14, 15, even within our boys too. So it's about keeping that engagement, because what children and young people get out of team sports is just, it's unbelievable, all of those skills. And for me, for a child or young person going through domestic violence, for example, that hour training, to be able to leave all those problems and issues at the side of the pitch and go out and just, be free, be themselves, be in the moment for that hour or that match at the weekend, it just is so very valuable and important.
Yeah, I would probably say a lot of the similar things again. You don't want to be always harping on about the negatives and the lack of funding and things like that. I suppose the GAA model is slightly different as well in terms of it is an amateur sport. There's an awful lot of money obviously goes into keeping teams going at that really high level. Volunteers is a big thing too, because you need, there's an awful lot that we can do that doesn't cost very much money, and is probably the most meaningful things for young girls or young fellas. So it's having good coaches there in the sideline, it's having that buy-in from parents, it's having good facilities as well, all of that takes money and so on, yeah. The exposure piece that somebody mentioned is a key one, and the 2020 campaign that was happening has been hugely beneficial, and you're seeing so much more exposure of females, female sport, but also like you were mentioning Rachel Blackmore and Leon Maguire, and there's so many others like Katie Taylor, Kelly Harrington. We have so many exceptional female sports people, and that are on a par with men. It's not about who is, is they're a good female sports person. It is they are a good sports person, male or female. So that's a thing, and I think that's really come on leaps and bounds, and I think that's been huge in terms of our own sport. I mean, just to plug the likes of TG Cahir, it's a station that has been showing the All Ireland Ladies Championship for over a decade now, and that has given exposure above and beyond what has ever happened before, and that's been ramped up and again, so that's huge for us as well. So that's probably the 2 key things that I would say.
So yeah, the barriers are probably the investment, and then if you're talking about the investment in sport, if you look at the exposure that the female sports have got, all you have to do is see the financial gains for companies coming in to sponsor that. You think government are supposed to be there to support the people, and therefore if they're delivering funding for sports, it should have gender diversity targets within it. I manage a peace and reconciliation program. We have to show that we are providing equal opportunity to male and female across the project. But whenever you expect the government to do good, you expect the governing bodies to have that written within, but also we could show just to go on from the 2020 project, you know, there is economic value in supporting the women's game because it does give you a market that wasn't there before. Absolutely. There's probably far more girls buying football boots, GA gloves than there ever was. And that probably needs to get a bit of work as to what the financial gains are for that, because we've got Electric Ireland with the Irish FA, and they're really pushing the promotion of all the young girls involved in the sport. That in turn gets them a lot of promotion for their company. You have Lidl in the Republic of Ireland that really promote girls Gaelic football and camogie, and that also gets a lot of exposure for families and bringing that in. So where there are barriers, there are solutions, and I think looking at what can businesses get out of sponsorship to try and promote that would probably be a good way of tackling the barriers.
What was the question?
I was looking at like obstacles. What do you think are the obstacles in sport?
Yeah. I think we've gone, I think it's the right way. There's a wee bit of a bias here in sports because it's nearly all football, but there's different circumstances in different sports. But I think they've removed the barriers in a lot of aspects in the inequality of Great Britain or Great Britain and Ireland. So there's inequalities there, and they bring in, for example, in the sports programs, if you watch it every week, there's a black presenter, there's a woman, you know, things that weren't there before. So they're taking an overreaction, and a couple of friends of mine who worked in that type of work in consultancy and about, you know, co-commentating and things, they got kicked out. So we don't want to go too much over the top. We got to keep equality without going inequality to get equality. Does that make sense? If you know what I mean? Because I want everybody to have a fair chance in life. I'm bringing up some grandchildren and I'm thinking, well, I want them to have the best opportunities, and I'm sure everybody's the same. And it's important that we don't over-egg it, if I'm using the right phraseology. I want us to be equal for everybody. That would be my dream, so that the girls and the women and the young girls that's leaving the football at maybe 20, 21 to have a family or whatever it may be, we have to support every single person in every single aspect of what we want to get in terms of equality. And that means being equal to everybody. And I think in this country, we have probably more potential than any of the other local nations to us, because of the mixed race and all of that stuff. There's people here are more receptive to mixing with people of different colours and different things. So I think that we're moving along nicely, and hopefully we can sustain that. And in my case, in my job is to look after the girls and give them support mechanisms and make sure everything's right, and have a moan with my association about certain things. So I'm sure there's other people that's on top of that, but we can't fall into the psychological trap of saying, there we go again. If they had been men or if they had been boys, they, you know, if we had been, we would have got that. And the girls understand now that during our movement from being not as well supported to being well supported, there has to be an understanding of that. And I feel the way it's been done has been fair, in my opinion. But I know what some of you will use examples where it hasn't been, and of course there's examples of that. But hopefully we can take it along in a way in which everybody benefits. And, you know, as I said, I'm proud of my sport, and I would be really annoyed if there was inequality within it. And where I live, there's very, very little racism. But, you know, there's other areas of Northern Ireland even where there is racism. But
luckily enough, where I live, it's pretty okay.
I think it has to be accessible to everyone. So if a town has a boys' team, then it should have a girls' team. There's no reason why anywhere shouldn't have the girls. Sorry, I'm going to be biased. I'm very football as well. Sorry, there should be a girls' team as well. So that can be an obstacle depending on where you live. Education plays a big part. I think there's still so many schools that, you know, it's girls hockey, especially grammar secondary schools, girls hockey, boys play football, rugby. Some are fantastic. There's lots of girls teams now in schools, but a lot still don't. Every single school, both boys and girls should play all sport. It doesn't matter what gender you are. Finance as well. Again, if you're in an affluent area, you know, sport is expensive, equipment, whatever it may be, and just because of your background, every child should have the opportunity to play sports, whether we need to look at additional funding for that, and I know it's really difficult, but every child, no matter where they live or what their background, you know, should have that opportunity to play sports. So I think those are just some of the barriers that are maybe could still be improved on.
One concept that was brought up earlier by Sarah at the beginning of this conference was the fact that it happens too often that maybe a club or an organization tries to put on an inclusion program or make an initiative of some kind without actually talking to the people they might want to include. I think one barrier that is quite fixable and that we can start doing right now is increasing communication from leadership all the way through participants and all the stakeholders involved. If we could actually just ask what girls and women would actually need, what programs and offerings and types of involvement would actually benefit them, I think we could move the process along a lot farther. I would love to see more of that. My master's dissertation was on increasing participation in the 11 to 14-year-old age range for basketball, and it was fascinating to hear the difference in the coaches I interviewed and what they thought the girls wanted, as opposed to listening to the girls and the girls expressing what they wanted. And so often those didn't match, and that would be an easy conversation to have. And that would so increase the quality of the experience that those girls were having. Those conversations can happen now. We don't need money to do that. I would love to see more of that facilitated by organizations and coaches and volunteers. Anybody can play a part in increasing our understanding and being able to better meet needs.
Yeah, so I come back to the barriers. The barriers I see is just kind of traditional ways of thinking, of past ways of thinking when it comes to living in Northern Ireland, and maybe that word of exposure again, you know, providing the girls. There's so many women and girls who are exceptional athletes, and you don't see them represented in the media, you know, who are doing fantastic things even from the schools level, but they're not being promoted. So maybe equality across that. Also, you know, it is when you start to see the diversity that comes in, you know, with women, even like Kenny said, being featured, doing the commentating on the EPL match. I know that was very difficult for some people to handle, and I still hear things about it, but you know, once you're exposed to it, it becomes normal. It's just a different tone of voice that you're hearing, that's all. But yeah, I think exposure for equally across girls and boys and promoting the teams also in schools. Some schools don't have all of the sports, so when you go to a school, you have to choose from maybe one sport for girls. It's usually netball in some schools, or then hockey, and they don't. Girls don't have that opportunity, and boys. My sons go to a school where it's a rugby school and they don't have football, which is bizarre for our family. So, you know, having that exposure to other sports and promoting that in schools as well.
Very good, thank you. I'm going to stay down that end of the panel just for a minute. I've got two questions. One for Zoe, because she's worked, you know, with the media. How can we engage, you know, the media better to sort of raise the profile of girls and women's sport? I know you do a lot of this, you know, through 1880, but is there any advice or tips you can give the people?
Well, I think seeing females, as we've talked about, commentating and being presenters and being involved with sports that they're not necessarily associated with, So I'm just going to go back to football again. But we've talked about, Gail, 10 years ago or whatever it may be, you wouldn't have seen really like sports presenters, maybe more so in England, but definitely not in Northern Ireland, or commentating on games. So definitely we need more participation in all areas of media, even behind the camera, camera crew, editing, whatever it may be. So, everybody is represented at every level. That would definitely help. Probably more media companies wanting to get involved, wanting to buy the rights, wanting to stream the games or whatever it may be. That would definitely help. But again, it all comes down to money. So I suppose the popular it gets, and then they want to come on board because I suppose it's financially viable. So maybe independent companies could, need a wee bit of help, and then they could get on board as well.
Thanks, Zoe. And just for Lauren and Carla, is there lessons we can learn, from America, from your experience in America? Like I studied in America for a short while, and I was blown away by, the facilities and the emphasis on both male and female sport in the university. And it was very different to the experience I grew up with. So is there any sort of lessons we can learn from the road traveled in America?
The first thing that comes to mind isn't necessarily something that I would recommend. There's such a difference between the American system and what I've experienced in the UK because of college scholarships. Like that so drastically affects how kids enter sport, why parents might continue driving sport involvement, for instance, even if a kid wasn't actually interested. There's such a huge dynamic because for a large percentage, perhaps, of the youth that participate in sport, at some level, that is part or all of the motivation is that I need this to be able to go to college. And we both benefited from this. So we both went to college partly to play sport, and that was a financial incentive, and that's such a different dynamic. I thought a lot about this while in my program here in the UK. It was just mind-boggling to me that that does not play a part, and it removes that dynamic entirely. So I would draw attention to that because it is such a difference, and that does absolutely propel engagement and participation. But I would say that with a word of caution, I think that also it's a double-edged sword. And so I think perhaps from the American system, maybe something a little bit more benign that you could probably use or incorporate well, I think is just that there is a more forefront accentuation of how sport helps you, perhaps in some ways, as far as not just for a financial reason as far as getting into college, but I think there's a different emphasis as far as what physical activity does in the States. It's done differently here as far as what kids are told or taught and how that can benefit you. And some things are accentuated here that aren't there, but vice versa. And so I think for kids to be taught the various benefits, and there might be ways that in the States it's explained or incorporated into education or into just social and cultural influences that might not be here. So there could be variants there that could be incorporated helpfully here.
Yeah, one of the big differences that I've seen from the US to here is the promotion of women's sports. You can see with US soccer, it's one of those areas where women's soccer is far more popular than men's soccer in the US. The crowds that we're drawing for women's football is amazing. And the promotion side of that, of building a product that is for families. So you're not only getting, when you include girls, you're not only getting, the athlete, you're also getting the entire family coming along. You're promoting that family atmosphere. I know that we're working really hard to do that at Glentoran at the minute because, and with our women's team doing so well, we have seen an increase in our fan base. Our media is very engaged, and just with the success of our women's team and pulling them back into the club and promoting them, we have an increase in our following of 25%, and that's massive. And it's women and girls, you're seeing that in the numbers. Interestingly enough, there was a young lady who's my neighbor who plays hockey and plays for hockey for Northern Ireland, and she's an amazing athlete and was finishing school there and was offered a full scholarship. She was heavily recruited by the US and offered a full scholarship, and her dad came over and says, please have a word with her, encourage her to go. Her mom came over and says, no, it's her decision. She doesn't have to do it if she doesn't want to. And so when she came over, I was like, listen, if US sports and at the collegiate level is like professional sports. If you want to see what all the bells and whistles, and the university that was really number one that was recruiting her was all of the bells and whistles that you could ever want for, I said, just try it for a year, and you can always say, you know what, this is not working for me, and come home, take up your scholarship or your university letter that, here from one of the universities, continue to play for Northern Ireland. You can even work it where you can say, I'm going to fly back for every Northern Ireland match. Okay, they'll fly you back. So there's so many opportunities that way collegiately that if young people here have those skill levels and want to pursue that pathway is also there, because there's scholarships, and there's a smaller population size here for the amount of athletes, but the athletes are really, really top, so the quality here, that pathway of going to the US and getting that professional experience and still coming to play for Northern Ireland in whatever sport, that's also, I don't know if that answered your question at all. But yeah,
No, it was really good. Thank you both. That was really good. Kenny, I was just thinking there, you're going to have an unprecedented amount of like media attention on yourself and the team at the Euros this summer. Have you given any thought to the sort of legacy that you want to achieve from that, with all that attention on you? Is there any sort of thought to what the team's legacy, what you would like that to be once the Euros are over?
Before we move on to that, can I just mention something that I feel there's a deficiency in?
Yeah.
Is multi-sports within schools, which gives children different opportunities when they get to school leaving age, and they need something. I don't need the mic, do I? Oh, sorry. So I feel as if I'm digressing a wee bit here, Michael, as usual, but I think that there needs to be more than 2 or 3 sports. There has to be other things, and the wheelchairs and all that stuff there. We need to try and accommodate children's needs, for example, when they leave school and they're really good at something, but there's no participation for her to go into a competitive environment. Right, I'll go on to that one. What was
it?
But
that like what you mentioned there was so important, like, especially for girls and women. Like we have, unfortunately, in Northern Ireland, we have some of the most cases of type 2 diabetes amongst girls in post-primary schools. And the more multi-sport and the more the schools can actually do what you were saying there about asking the girls, what sport they want. And sport is changing, it's becoming more social, it's becoming more fun, and schools need to react to that. So it was a great point. But my original question to you was, what legacy do you want, on the back of the Euros? What do you want, based on what we were saying here today about how hard it is to get that attention? You're going to have a lot of attention, the team's going to have a lot of attention. What do you hope is the legacy from being involved in the Euros?
Well, I feel that it's bringing people together. I was with Michelle O'Neill and what's the other girl called?
Deirdre Hargy.
Deirdre Hargan this morning. I felt like saying it, but I hadn't the nerve to say it. I felt like saying, well, I feel really good because we're bringing both communities together. And I felt like saying, you couldn't do the same, but anyway. So I felt that's what it's all about, is getting through to people through sport so that we understand that sport can be a common denominator for all communities. And I'm proud to say that ours is. But leaving a legacy is not something that I would even dare to think about. A legacy for the girls, definitely, because I've got 4 or 5 of the girls, it's early to mid 30s, and it must be a crossroads for them. I'm sure they'll be thinking like that because they're getting to 34, 35, might want to start a family, maybe their legs aren't what they used to be, And after the Euros, I don't want it to be a finale for them. But for 2 or 3 of them, it may be the case. And hopefully they'll get opportunities to work within the game from maybe a coaching perspective or media perspective, whatever it is. So I would like a legacy for those players where they can reflect and look back on what they've achieved and hopefully give a good account of themselves in the Euros finals. And that would mean so much to me, that what we have done has been selfless, and for the body of girls that are working for us, that they've got lifelong memories from it. Because as everybody knows, hasn't been achieved before. And I feel there's still some more work to be done, but we don't want closure in that. We want something that's sustainable. So I would say sustainable would be what I would like as a legacy.
Thanks, Kenny. Okay, final question for the whole panel. So this panel discussion is about the rise of women and girls in sport. If I could grant one wish, to you, and you could make it happen, and you have your wish to sort of help with the rise of girls and women in sport, what would your wish be? And the reason we're asking this question is every forum or every conference we have, we want to try and look back and say, okay, what did we learn from that? What can we share with other sports? How can we make the road and the pathway easier in the future? So it's, what is your wish, and what would you change if you had that wish? Sonia.
Again. What would I wish? Well, I think I grew up in Australia and did high school there, and the sporting environment was very, very different to what it is in Northern Ireland. I couldn't believe the segregation with regard to schooling and sport and everything. So for me, back to what some of you have said, that everybody should be able to avail and explore all sport, and that's something that I would just love to see for all the generations of the future, that they're allowed to play, doesn't matter what school you go to, and get rid of that kind of religious context, or what school you go to is what sport you play, and I know we are breaking away from that, but and so all of our children and young people can integrate, and we may have some amazing players that just haven't had an opportunity, and so that would be my one wish.
Sonia, before we move on, I know you're involved with Rosario, which is a huge sports club. Do you think we'll ever get to the point where we have sports clubs in Northern Ireland where you have a GAA team, a rugby team, a football team, an athletics wing, a boxing team? Do you think we're on that road?
Oh, I don't know. We have to work very closely with Breda to just link in with our training. So we're not, and I think that works well when you look at the local GAA club and the soccer club and trying to fulfill and meet the needs of all our children and young people, and that's something we've been really good at. If you look at Rosario Youth Club that we're affiliated to, they're working very closely with the boxing club. So again, it's back to that community and that great spirit that is of the Armour Road. I think we all have to be very flexible with our children, because they have to make choices. If they want to, do certain sports on a Saturday, well, they have to drop one. And you don't have that choice. Certainly around athletics and things like that as well. I would love to see it, Michael. I think that's a really good idea. Being able to encourage children to be able to explore so many other options, but you just can't because of the days and the times and the sports that are played at the moment. That just isn't a possibility. But I would love to see it, and again, it would involve an awful lot of funding and infrastructure, and back to the volunteers as well, because we have a huge amount, with the club voluntary run with almost 1,400 members now, with so many different committees, and it's the goodwill, of all of those people every day. Their coaches standing out in the rain and snow and whatever else, getting shouted at by parents because their kids are only getting 30 minutes on the pitch, and all the other challenges that come with being a volunteer in a sports club. So you know, it's all about community and it's about integration. And I think, you know, we need to be really flexible when kids want to play other sports as well. So I think I've gone off on a complete tangent, but I think it's a great idea.
Probably my one wish would be that every child through school is given the opportunity to play, and this very similar to what Sonia said, but it's really to do with policy. And we know someone had mentioned about, you know, the pressure is definitely coming on now in terms of resources and everything after COVID and so on. And the first thing to always go is sport, and it's the, you know, it's the thing that's first to fall when money's tight and time's tight and all the rest. So my, I suppose, wish would be that through the education system, which all our kids are involved in, that they become accustomed to sport, and not just sport, physical activity. So not everyone will be sporty, and that's fine, but certainly physical activity for our whole, you know, our whole well-being in terms of physical, mental, societal, everything that benefits from. So it's policy change, and it's about putting the importance in sport. We talk about it all the time, but only that it's picked up by grassroots clubs, volunteers, it wouldn't be happening. So it's time our policy makers put the money behind sport for every child through education.
That's it.
So you said one wish. So my one wish for it would be that we acknowledge that we have come very far in the last number of years, but also acknowledge that there's a whole lot more to go for women's football, and that comes down to exposure. And I really hope that the girls do great in the Euros, and that we can build upon a legacy where we have more girls going to watch sports, participate in sports, and then also get involved in the committees, because I've been involved in the Female Football Leaders Programme with the IFA, and it's about seeing people to believe that you're going to be part of those committees and resourcing the volunteers to do that. And also, I was only allowed one wish, but I manage a multi-sport project, and it is about using the reach of football, Gaelic and rugby, and trying to go out into communities and bring people together, because ultimately here in Northern Ireland, in the border region, we are still a country emerging from conflict, and that brings with it a lot of baggage. So the way that women's sport hasn't progressed really quickly, that might be due to that, but we do need to acknowledge that we've come a hell of a long way, and hopefully that continues.
Just speaking about my own sport, I would like it to be, I would love the participation at youth level to be based on coaches coaching the young players. I don't know if it applies in other sports, but I feel that there's too many parents coaching children to become better when they're not experienced in that field. And I can only talk about my own sport. I don't know about the other ones. And if we could, I would like the clubs to start paying coaches, and it's the only way to eradicate that, because what happens is in the development of young players at crucial age groups like the foundation age of 8, 9, 10, 11 years of age, during the neural pathway, they are getting information from their parents, and there's maybe 2 or 3 parents coaching players in the team, and it's not fair. It's not fair, and it's pandemic right across Northern Ireland in my sport. I can't talk for other sports. And if the clubs could have the revenue to do that, it would be a great move forward in our sport. And that's what I would like to see come out of what's happening currently to what might potentially improve in the future.
I suppose I would like to see more media coverage, or on the same level as the men and the girls getting the exact same media in whatever sport they play, and then I'll be kept really busy, so that'll be great. No, and to get all the crowds as well and all the supporters, you know, fill the stadiums just the way they do for the men. I mean, that would be great, and you know, I know the players really appreciate it. They're obviously getting lots more supporters now than they ever did, and you know, that really helps them. They really are like that 12th person, you know, getting behind them. Somebody else picked up the point in schools as well. PE, this used to drive me nuts. PE for me was my favourite subject in school, but anytime there was a school play on or something happened to the timetable, you know, as you mentioned, PE was always the first one. Oh, we'll just not do PE today. Primary school, not do PE. We're practicing the play. But for some of those children, you know, that's their release, and they really do. Even if it's 5 minutes running around the playground, it needs to be sport needs to be on the same level as an academic subject, because some kids aren't academic. Now, some aren't sporty, but it still needs to be. There should be so much more time for sport given in the education system all the way through primary and all the way through secondary as well.
I think if I had one wish, my passion is in leadership and coaches and their role. I mean, this has already been mentioned, but I would love there to be more support for coaches and more pathways to equip coaches. Just as we train athletes, we should be training coaches as well. And that would touch a couple of the big spheres we've mentioned already. That would increase participants' experience and thus longevity. It would also increase exposure. So for training up females to be coaches, that shows role models where they've not been in the past. And it also, it turns sport into, when a coach is more effective in not only coaching a sport, but developing people as holistic individuals, it makes sport so much more effective at being the comprehensive initiative it can be. And that's where I would love to see a lot of growth, is just helping coaches be better at what they do, because I think that would kind of propel a lot of these other areas that we would love to see growth in.
I was laughing because I was going there the same, yeah. Everyone had great wishes and suggestions, and I agree with all of them. Mine would be to encourage and support women through that pathway into leadership roles and to those coaching roles. I know from my own experience, even in the US, I've never had a woman coach. I've always had men coaches, and I just think that's something that can be, I know it's different now in the US, there's been a big push, but I'm not sure how it is here in other sports. But to see that pathway from grassroots football right up through playing, and then school age, and then into professional, if there's women coaches in those roles, I think it's really would do wonders for the girls and women's programs.
Thank you so much. That's the end of all my questions for the panel. I just want to open it up to the room to see if there's any questions in the room, or if there's been any questions online. If he's going to let me know. Yeah, there's a question at the front here, Jason.
Firstly, thank you to the panel. It's been very informative, very enjoyable. Just touching on the last point there, we're speaking about leadership and coaches. Now, we've probably praised participation, and Sarah alluded to too, it's come a long way, but there's a lot more to go. We're comparing it to 10, 20, 30 years ago, which we were very far behind, and it still is behind, but participation levels have risen, yes, but leadership positions and coaching positions are still extremely low, especially as you move up the levels. It's nearly 90-10, like, in terms of percentages. So probably directed more towards Lauren from a leadership perspective. I know you alluded to earlier, what do girls want and what they need? What is the biggest things girls want, and what would have the most impact?
And to clarify on developing coaches, like what would they most need to make that happen?
Developing coaches and leadership from a leadership perspective in terms of national governing bodies and clubs and organisations.
I think some national governing bodies have seen a lot of traction or significant positive impacts through mentorship, setting up programs where more experienced coaches can mentor youngers, and building assistant roles into teams as much as you can. So can you get a participant that maybe graduated out of the program or aged out the last year who might be interested, or maybe even just on the fence, can you encourage them to take an assistant coach role with a program underneath a female coach? And I think across the board, I've just seen this done in different sports and in different places, but mentorship is often a way that that progression or that development can be achieved in a way that sticks a little bit better. Courses and curriculums, there are some governing bodies and sports that will employ, they'll put salary aside for a coach developer position, for instance, whose role it is to try and propel that that movement and support coaches in that process. But I honestly think it's not a quick fix, and I think the mentorship model that works on relationship and long-term involvement and almost kind of this apprenticeship structure, even though it feels a little bit slower, I think that can be a lot more effective. But there are a lot of ways to do it. Other people will, like I said, do curriculum or incentivize taking trainings, going to development courses or being involved in more academic versions of that. But we're also athletes. We like to be on the pitch and out there doing the stuff. So I love seeing that kind of model in place, and you don't see it a ton, but when you do, it seems quite effective.
Great question and great answer. Well done. Any further questions inside the room? Yeah, Kitty? Oh, did he have a second question, did he? No?
I was just going to allude from that then, sorry. Like, put that towards Maura then, who has played such a long career and coming to the tail end of it maybe, but still plenty to go. Like transferring from playing into coaching, like, what obstacles would you see? Because it sounds like having a mentorship program sounds great, but why is there such a lack of females who move from playing at the elite level then into coaching? Like, would it interest you, or why some of your peers not?
Yeah, it's a good question. And can I just say, this is Conor Meyler, who won the All-Ireland with Tyrone, so I can say that because I'm a Tyrone person, so I can bum him up here. So it's great to actually have the likes of Conor and interested in this whole area, to be honest. And I know he spoke out recently about this issue, and it's great, it gets a lot of traction too in the media, so thanks for the support, Conor. Yeah, like I would say, certainly, it's one of these things, it's a slow burner. I think it just takes time, and it might take a generation kind of time in order for someone who's played the game, who obviously by playing the game you get to know the game, so there shouldn't be a reason why as a female player you don't have as much knowledge of the game if you played for 10 years as a male who's done the same. Probably getting into the more senior roles as you spoke of, so yeah, you'll take the underage teams because no one else wants them, but when you kind of step into the more senior, the more serious end, things like the senior teams and so on, it's almost it's a more attractive proposition for everyone, so you have a lot more males maybe interested in that role, and therefore you might not just get the opportunity because you are a female. But I think it is about females taking the plunge and having a wee bit of self-confidence and going and actually putting themselves up against the likes of more established managers who are male, let's be honest, and saying, well, actually I would like to go with this too, so choose me or choose him, and that probably isn't happening an awful lot at the minute. But I think as time moves on, it will happen. I know we've had a few female managers and coaches in high-profile teams and maybe involved in backroom teams and so on in the GAA in particular, but they do tend to be in the background, and the front-facing person is usually a male. But I think it just takes time, and I think it does take confidence, and I think being realistic too, by the time a female gets to a certain age where they're no longer playing and they might be interested in taking a team, they have so much to do at home. Like, that is a major obstacle, whereas the man can go out in the evenings and on weekends and take teams. Likelihood is a female is at home keeping the house, minding kids, and doing all of that. So there's more societal issues why that's probably not happening as opposed to just the coaching one.
Okay, great question, great answer again. Katie, I think, was next for the next question.
Thank you very much. One thing that strikes me when we look at the history of women's sports is the power imbalances and the shift towards equality that you've all really captured well in your experiences today. But what we know sometimes from the research is that when, let's say, a minority group or a minority sport seeks to be the same as the majority group, we aspire to be the same, we aspire to do the same, and we aspire to have the same. I want to give the panel an opportunity to not be the same for a minute, just for the last few minutes, seeing as today's focus on International Women's Day, and also the focus on human rights. So is there anything that the panel feels we could or should do differently for women's sports, learning from the problems that there are in sports played by men?
Can I take a crack at this one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. I'll be the eager American here. I so appreciate that question because that's something that I feel quite passionate about. I think really the underlying motivation for the current work that I'm doing is actually to make women's basketball specifically way better than men's basketball. So I want to see that happen. And one way that I think that could be achieved is refining and better mechanizing best practice. And again, this goes back to coaching. I would love to see from perhaps a national governing body, it's interesting to see a sport operate in a smaller context like the UK or like a country in Europe as opposed to America, where it's just much larger and harder to make a difference. I would love to see there be more structure in place for disseminating best practice amongst coaches within a sport that helps exponentially improve a sport's overall performance. And if we could share learnings more effectively amongst coaches and amongst clubs and organizations from the grassroots to the national level, I think you would see so much more frequent kind of a cycling through development stages. And I want to see that across all levels and across all aspects of sport. So that's best practice as far as managing an organization, a sports club, all the way through a highly elite performance and tactics, etc. And I think there's so much growth there that could be achieved if we as a collective were better at sharing best practice. And amongst sport, we have the tendency to kind of tunnel vision on our own club, our own successes. It's a competition, we understand that. So if I'm being asked to share what I've found works well with the club down the road, maybe I'm not so entitled to, or wouldn't initially be interested in doing that, because then maybe I'll lose to them next year. But if we saw a bigger picture saying, what can we do to actually propel the sport at a higher level and make this infinitely better for everybody that's involved, that'll benefit us as well. That benefits the entire ecosystem. I want to see that education and that maybe attitude just a little bit more widespread, because I think there's so much growth to be gained there.
Excellent.
Katie, yeah, just in relation to your question too, and Kenny, you kind of touched on it. It's something that I might think the odd time too, and we do loads of these great things around women's sport, and we can get bogged down in the negatives, and we can find ourselves complaining and almost holding ourselves back. So I would always be of the opinion, we are playing sport because we're passionate about it, so never let the things that are possibly obstacles for females hold you back. Just get on and do it. And if females are pushing themselves and playing to the best of their ability, people will come, people will like what they see in terms of, they will see the passion, they'll see the increased skills and so on. So I think we have a really, really good product. Yes, we probably don't get the crowds flooding through the gates or whatever. It does take time, but by just getting on and being passionate and doing something that we really enjoy, whatever the sport is, you can't help but get so much energy from that. And I think people will naturally then give respect to that. So there's obviously a need to fight our case and do all of that, but I would never say don't do it because it's not perfect. Just do it, and hopefully things will improve.
I think, can you ask the question again, please, so I can get this right?
Is there anything we can or should do differently, having learned from some of the challenges and problems in sports day by day?
I think there's an issue where people are selected for positions in sport and outside of sport because of their gender. And quite often it's the women that suffers, but also men as well. When I got my job, the job I'm in at the moment with Northern Ireland Ladies, one of the top people in the IFA, she wasn't in the IFA at that time, and she says, well, it's only a matter of time now before we get a female head coach. So obviously I'm doing headstands and thinking that's brilliant, not. But because I was in the job. And it's difficult for me, but I feel if I was wanting to ask someone in this room to watch my children tonight, definitely wouldn't be Michael. Do you know what I mean? So there is horses for courses to a certain extent, and we have to understand that. And it'll take a while for a female to break into the management in football of the men's game is a little bit off. It's a distance away, but eventually that will happen because there's different characteristics in what we each have to offer. And I feel if I look at the Northern Ireland Football League, the NIFL League, the women's game, I think I'm correct in saying they're all male managers. Is that right? Head coaches?
Pretty much.
I think it's something like that. So there's a disparity there, but no one has maybe stepped up to the plate, because the other side of it is that a good coach, a good lady coach, might feel like a fish out of water by applying for a job looking after the women's team, or the men's team, sorry, one of the men's teams. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but no matter what way it's taken, there'll be gender bias within that. And I feel that if there's a job that suits someone, then they do it. And if they're doing well, then all the better. But if they're not doing well, they'll put another man in. That's the feeling that I would get. But maybe the women's game is a few steps away from that at the moment. It's a matter of making up the steps. But certainly we've got to, we're trying to look at, because there's a ruling now within football that we have to employ a female coach within our team, the senior team. That's actually a ruling from UEFA. So we've been searching the country to try and get someone who's the right age, the right experience, and not in the family way and things like that there. So we're trying our best to get a female in. I think we've got till the end of the Euros to have done that. So, but I always say, any individual, no matter what you do in life, you should be the best person for the job. And we should not, this is where equality should come in, we should not take someone because they're female, and we should not take someone because they're male. It's getting that common denominator to take which is the best person for the job.
Okay, guys, I'm going to have to, do you want to be the final word, and then that'll be us.
So I spoke to Angela Platt, who's our director of football, last week, and Gail Redmond, and they're really I asked them, what would you say, what would you change? And Gail's first response, and she's been working in football for years, and she set up those mentoring programs to try and get more coaches involved. She has developed female football leaders programs where you build the capacity within volunteers to take up the leadership roles within clubs. But what she said is that it's for women need to step up and do it and put themselves forward. And I know for myself, and Michael will know this, that this isn't comfortable for me to do. So I had to put myself forward based on what Gail said. So a lot of it is back on the woman to put yourself forward, but that also comes back to shining a spotlight on the trailblazers that are there before. And there was a League of Ireland manager, I can't remember what her name was, but she was a manager for Galway, Lisa, and she was picked up by FIFA, and now she's got like one of the highest positions in football in FIFA, going around analysing football. So really honing in on the people that put themselves forward. You can do it, and women should put themselves forward, and that's how you create change. But it is a slow burner. And I don't think there is any right way of getting past it. It's just taking stock of where we are now and trying to build upon it.
I think that's a great place to finish. Well done, everybody. Round of applause for them. Thanks to the panelists. You guys can return to your seats. Thanks for your time. Next up, we have Thais Prado from the Centre for Sport and Human Rights. And Thai is going to talk about gender identity in sports. So Thai, if you can unmute yourself, I will hand over to you. And sorry we're a little bit late coming into your presentation, but yeah, the conversation was flowing there. I don't know if you were able to listen in.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
Happy days. So Thais, I'll hand over to you and you can get started. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much, Michael. I'm going to share my screen here. Just a second. Can you see it well? I hope so. So thanks, everyone. Great. Thanks, everyone, for the invitation to be part of this conference. Before I start my presentation, I just wanted to acknowledge that this issue may be very triggering, gender identity in sport, for many people who experienced harm in sport and who have been victims of transphobia. So if you don't feel well while you listen to this talk, please just don't stay and look for support if you need to. And if you want to make comments and ask questions in the chat, please do so in the most respectful way so we can have a safe conversation, a productive conversation here. So I'm here today representing the Center for Sport and Human Rights, which role was explained earlier in more detail by my colleague Daniela. But just briefly, for those who missed it, the Center is a human rights organization for the world of sport. So our work is mainly to engage sports bodies and major sporting events organizers in the responsible delivery of sports activities and sporting events, which means that they fully respect and promote human rights. And at the center, we are very interested and engaged on gender issues because most human rights violations are gendered and they disproportionately affect women and girls in all their diversity. It means that the frequency, the likelihood, and the severity of human rights violations happening to them are usually greater. Often they suffer extra kinds of harms because of their gender, gender identity and expression, sexual orientation, and sex characteristics. And when rights violations happen, it is also harder for them to access and benefit from effective remedy. And this is no different in sport. The sport is a cultural expression of our societies. So it often reproduces harmful gender norms and imposes additional barriers for women and girls to access, participate, and enjoy sport safely and equally, as you just discussed in this last panel. So we believe it's very important for sport to adopt a gender-sensitive, gender-responsive, and intersectional approach when it's designing its policies, practices, and procedures, because most often than not, due to social and cultural constructs, the needs, the experiences, and the perspectives of women and girls will be different from those of men and boys. And certain groups of women, especially those who do not conform to gender norms and stereotypes, for example, trans women and women with variations in their sex characteristics, usually suffer multiple forms of oppression, violence, and discrimination. So their specific needs and vulnerabilities must also be taken into consideration. First, because this is a matter of justice and equality. But also what we observe is that when a system is welcoming to the most vulnerable ones, it usually ends up providing a better experience for everyone. So when sport is well designed and responsibly delivered, it has a great potential to promote gender equality and change harmful gender norms, not only in itself, but also in society. So this is a very brief overall of our current approach to gender at the center. Now, before I continue, I'd like to have a look at what gender identity means and why it matters in the context of sport. So usually when a person is born, based on the external appearance of their genitals, a sex is assigned to that child, male or female. However, contrary to what the common sense believes, sex is not something purely based on genitals. It's also not binary. Sex is actually a combination of bodily characteristics that includes not only internal and external reproductive organs, but also secondary sex characteristics, chromosomes, and hormones. In fact, it's estimated that 1 in every 50 people is born with some variation in their sex characteristics, meaning that they can be born with physical, hormonal, or genetic features that do not fit the stereotypical ideals of male and female bodies. So these individuals are usually referred to as intersex or individuals with variations in sex characteristics. And in any case, when a child is born, not only a sex is assigned to them, but also a specific gender. So if the child is seen as a boy, there will be a certain package of roles, behaviors, attitudes, activities, attributes that will be expected of them for the moment they are born through their entire life. And if the child is seen as a girl, there will be a different package of roles, behaviors, attitudes, activities, and attributes that will be expected of them. And in most societies, these differences between girls and boys, women and men, create a whole system of inequality for women and girls. And these expectations are socially and culturally constructed. We learn them through the socialization process, and they vary from one place to another and also through history. Now, not all persons identify with the gender they are assigned at birth. Gender identity refers to each person's deeply felt, internal, and individual experience of their gender, which may or may not correspond to the sex and the gender they were assigned at birth. So trans is an umbrella term that refers to individuals whose gender identity or gender expression differ from the sex and gender they were assigned at birth. They may identify themselves with the opposite gender, like trans women and trans men, but because gender identity is a spectrum, they can also identify as gender fluid, gender non-conforming, gender neutral, among other terms. And the expression of their gender or of their gender identity may or may not involve modifications of their bodies and of their bodily appearance. And it's up to each person, but it also depends on what is available and even legal for them in the context where they live in. So everyone that identifies themselves as women are women. And it's important to say that states and other actors of society are asked by international human rights norms and standards to prevent violence and discrimination based on gender, gender identity, and sex characteristics. And why does discussion of gender identity matter in sport? Well, because most sports disciplines and events are binary, which means that they separate males categories and females categories. And there's a whole discussion that I'm not going to go into today on why is that so, but the fact is that sport was originally created by men for men to play and for men to enjoy. So women's sports is an afterthought in a system that was primarily designed without taking them into consideration. So to control who got to play in women's category, under the discourse of avoiding men from passing as women and cheating to compete in an easier category, since the 1950s, elite sports started to realize the so-called sex testing, where women, and only women, were subjected to medical and gynecological testing to prove that they were women. It's important to say that over the decades, there were never cases of men trying to disguise as women, but still the verifications continued over time and they were normalized. And over time, the sex and gender verification changed from physical examinations to chromosome testing to then testing the levels of testosterone and putting a limit in the levels of testosterone for a person willing to compete in women's category. And the discussion around the inclusion of trans people and people with variations in sex characteristics in sport, specifically in the women's category, happens in the same context. It is often based on questioning around fairness and safety, and to what extent the fact that a body went through male puberty or the levels of testosterone of a body mean a disproportionate advantage or an unpreventable safety risk for other bodies. And to date, science has not been able to find conclusive and definitive answers to those questions. And meanwhile, the burden of proof that they are eligible to compete in women's category has remained in the shoulders of the most vulnerable groups of women, transgender women and women with variations in sex characteristics, particularly from the global south. So severe physical, mental, social, and economic harms have been done to these women in the context of sport. In 2003, the IOC allows transgender athletes to compete in the category of the gender they identify with for the first time. However, back then it was mandatory for them to undergo sex reassignment surgery. And although this kind of surgery can be an important technology for transgender people and their sense of belonging to their bodies and expressing their gender identity, if they choose to do so, To make it mandatory goes against some key human rights related to physical health, bodily autonomy, freedom from torture, and just and favorable conditions of work, among others. And there were cases of athletes being severely harmed by such regulations and gender verification tests. In 2015, the IOC released a consensus statement removing the surgery requirement, but it still required that transgender women athletes kept their testosterone levels below 10 nanomoles. And other international federations followed the IOC, and some others like World Athletics imposed even lower levels, like 5 nanomoles per liter, for a person to compete in the women's category. Still, the human rights at stake are pretty much the same. And only in 2019, influenced by reports from the UN, a statement from the World Medical Association, civil society movements, and many cases of athletes severely harmed by sports regulations coming to light, and athletes seeking for remedy, the IOC starts a consultation process with various stakeholders to change their 2015 guidelines. I think it's important to highlight 3 main United Nations documents that have been important to move the debate around gender inclusion in sport towards a more human rights-based approach. In 2016, the Special Rapporteur on Health called on sports governing bodies to reach consensus on policies allowing for participation both in competitive and amateur sports by transgender and intersex people, and to remove any policies that require women athletes to undergo unnecessary medical procedures in order to participate in competitive sport. The report also called on states to review their legislations and adopt policies to ensure that all persons are able to participate and safely enjoy sports, to protect the physical integrity and dignity of all athletes, and to remove any laws, policies, and programs that restrict their participation or require them to undergo intrusive, unnecessary medical examinations, testing, or procedures in order to participate in sport. In 2020, in her report to the UN Human Rights Council on the intersections of race and gender discrimination in sport, Ms. Bachelet, the Human Rights, the High Commissioner of Human Rights, highlighted the internationally recognized human rights that are at stake in the debate around inclusion, and these are the rights that should be considered as states, sports bodies, and sports for development organizations reflect about gender inclusion in sports. Some of them I already mentioned, but they are the right to participate equally in sports, the rights to freedom from torture and other cruel and inhumane and degrading punishment and treatment, the right to dignity, bodily integrity, and bodily autonomy, the right to the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of physical and mental health, including sexual reproductive health and rights, the right to privacy, the right to work and to the enjoyment of just and favorable conditions of work, the right to equality and non-discrimination, right to participation in sport, equally participation in sport, as I mentioned, and the right to gender self-determination, which was highlighted in the recently published report of the independent expert of protection against violence and discrimination based on sexual orientation and gender identity, Mr. Victor Madrigal. So in his report last year, he talked about the right to gender self-determination as a fundamental part of a person's freedom and identity. So it is true that the debate around gender inclusion in sport has become more and more politicized, many times infused with hate and with serious knock-on effects on the trans community more broadly, and on children and youth willing to participate in sports in communities at schools, colleges, and university levels. But despite the hate and the divisiveness of the current discussions, what we are slightly beginning to see in some contexts is a shift in this conversation about fairness, safety versus inclusion towards a more human rights-based approach. So as sports bodies reflect about this issue and design and redesign their eligibility criteria, what we are hoping to see is a consensus among them that their policies, practices, procedures, and regulations must respect the human rights of all. This should be like the baseline: do no harm, do not threaten athletes' health and well-being. Also, it's key that affected people, cisgender women, transgender women, women with variations in sex characteristics, especially the most vulnerable ones, are engaged in ethical and meaningful consultations and participate in the decisions that will have an impact on their lives. And finally, it's important to conduct gender-responsive human rights due diligence process in order to assess, prevent, mitigate, and remedy any harms and negative impacts on people because of their gender, gender identity and expression, or sex characteristics, in particular the risks of egregious harms to people. And in fact, the IOC framework released last year is a good starting point in this direction. It is based on extensive consultations with cis and trans athletes and other key stakeholders, and it is in alignment with internationally recognized human rights. And the first of the 10 principles of the framework is actually inclusion. So everyone, regardless of their gender identity or sex characteristics, should be able to participate in sport in a safe environment and free from discrimination, and this is important. So under this principle, the IOC highlights the importance of sports bodies creating awareness-raising campaigns, offering training and capacity building for athletes, coaches, officials, administrators, with a content that is informed by affected stakeholders. Then the second principle highlights the importance of, when establishing eligibility criteria, it's important to identify and prevent any potential risks to the health and well-being of athletes. Then under the third principle of non-discrimination, it is stated that although athletes could still have their physical capacity and performance tested to verify any kinds of disproportionate advantages, athletes should never be subjected to tests which aims at determining their sex, their gender identity, or sex variations. And then it is complemented in Principle 7 that eligibility criteria should never involve gynecological and other invasive physical examinations in any woman, in any person. And it calls the attention on the importance of sports bodies educating coaches and members of the athlete entourage to avoid misinterpretations, because in the past, at local levels, national levels, eligibility criteria were misinterpreted and caused a lot of harm, severe harm, egregious harms to athletes across the world. So then principles 4, 5, and 6 will address the issue of fairness, complementing each other. So if on the one hand, sports bodies may choose to use some eligibility criteria to assure that no athlete has just disproportionate competitive advantage or impose safety risks over others, they cannot simply presume that an athlete has an unfair advantage or offers an unpreventable risk to their physical safety of others, based solely on their gender identity or on sex characteristics. Any eventual form of restriction in participation should be based on ethical, credible, and peer-reviewed research evidence, collected from a demographic group that is consistent in gender and athletic engagement with the group of athletes that the eligibility criteria aim to regulate. This means that this current practice of extrapolating data from groups of cisgender males to assume advantages of trans women, for example, should no longer be acceptable. Additionally, the research evidence must prove that disproportionate advantage is applicable to that sport, discipline, and event that the eligibility criteria is aiming to regulate. Also in Principle 7, it says that eligibility criteria should not request that athletes undergo unnecessary medical procedures to meet them. Principle 8 focuses on the importance of consulting with affected stakeholders and offering them legitimate and safe grievance mechanisms connected to gender-based eligibility. Principle 9 focuses on the importance of informed consent from athletes prior to the collection of data from them, and on the fact that sports bodies should respect confidentiality of personal and health information of athletes. Because in the past, the discourse or the disclosure of information regarding their gender identity and sex characteristics put athletes in uncomfortable and even dangerous situations online and in their countries and communities. And finally, Principle 10 brings the need for eligibility criteria to be periodically reviewed in consultation with affected groups and in line with new developments in terms of human rights, legal systems, scientific findings, and medical discoveries. So as I said, this framework brings an interesting human rights approach that may help increase the quality level of the current debate around gender inclusion in sport. And this year, it's going to be interesting to see how international federations will start defining how much they want to comply with this framework and how it will work in practice, apply to their specific sports, disciplines, and events. And we hope that they do so firmly based on the principle that the respect for the human rights of everyone is non-negotiable, do no harm, and that we all have a joint responsibility to design and redesign systems and structures in society in such a way that they are made for everyone and that they welcome and celebrate the beauty of human diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Thais. That was excellent. I just want to check, is there any questions in the room from any of the people who are here today? No questions in the room. Okay, there was quite a few comments in the chat bar, Thais, and some of them were talking about issues. They were wondering, would there be issues around transgender athletes coming into changing rooms? Would it create I'm trying to sort of generalize what they were saying, but would it create like an unfair unlevel playing field? Is there any sort of comments on those areas?
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Michael. I think this is a really good question because toilets and changing rooms have been a place of fear and anxiety for many trans people. They are often bullied, ashamed, and harassed in this space. Athlete Ally had a research showing that nearly 85% of trans children feel unsafe at school, and 70% report avoiding bathrooms at school altogether. So this is very concerning. Trans youth are at a greater risk of stigma, social isolation, poor mental health, and even higher rates of suicide. So sport can be a really powerful tool for fighting depression and building community and acquiring all the life skills that sport can bring to all of us. So, and their rates of participation are so much lower than of cisgender non-trans youth. So as sports and sports organizations become more inclusive, it is very important to make the whole sport environment and experience safe for everyone. But I also understand that this question also possibly refers a supposed anxiety of a cis woman or a cis girl to share a changing room with a trans woman or girl. And usually these concerns comes from fear and from misinformation and a lot of harmful stereotypes that were created around what it means to be a trans person. I think this issue must be addressed. We have to talk about this so it can be addressed with dialogue, with awareness raising, with design. So it's important to create these safe spaces where, let's say, a team of athletes, cis, trans, non-binary, can share their concerns and their anxieties in a respectful way, preferably with someone that is well trained to listen and to mediate this debate in a way that it doesn't cause harm to anyone. And then use these concerns, use consultations with women's and LGBTIQ+ organizations, use best practices to create safeguarding policies, codes of conduct, and even rethink and adapt the spaces of toilets and changing rooms, but with the intention to create a safe and a comfortable space for everyone, right? And develop awareness raising campaigns, provide trainings and capacity building for athletes, for coaches, for administrators, on how to cultivate this safe and respectful environment for everyone. The L'Oreal's Foundation last year, they released a really nice guide for trans and non-binary inclusion in sports for development that I think really applies to this conversation on changing rooms. And they kind of create some step-by-step based on the experiences of 9 organizations that were willing to become better at inclusion and creating positive experiences for everyone. So according to this guide, you start from a self-assessment. You reflect on the situation you have in your own space, right? And then you have leaders creating an inclusive culture. It has to start from the leadership. And then you ask young people, you ask trans people, you ask cisgender people, and you listen, right? And then you review your practices there in order to really accommodate everyone and try practical activities where you can open these conversations between the groups because they are part of the same team. And from these conversations and this change in culture, then you bring more knowledge and understanding, building a network of expert organizations and also a community of practice with other organizations that are struggling with the same issues that your organization is struggling. And then you create a policy. And from that policy and code of conduct, safeguarding policy, you then train people, all the sports staff members, all the coaches and the athletes on what you learned through this journey, from self-assessment to learning to changing the culture, and then having everyone on the same page.
Thanks, that's a great answer. Thank you very much. Is there any further questions, either in the room or online? No? Just one from Alison. Can we get a microphone over for Alison, please? She's just on the other side of this.
Thank you. That was a. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
That was terrific. Thank you very much. My only question is, when can we get you back again? Because what you've done beautifully is open up a subject which requires a lot more time, I think, and dedication. But you've explained perfectly, in my view, what it is we need to be doing more of. So really, when will you come back and see us again? It's a bit more time.
Thank you so much. I'm completely open to invitations.
Nice, thanks a million. I think we just need to give you a round of applause to say thank you for your time today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, and that's such a nice way to finish today. And Thais was fantastic. So I would like to invite our Chief Commissioner and Chief Executive up to do the official close of the conference. Thank you.
Before you panic, I'm not saying very much at all. David's going to do that bit. I didn't think I was going to be able to make it here today, and I'm so pleased I did, because it's been an absolute privilege listening to the people we've listened to today, and I didn't get here for all of it, and I really regret that, but what I was here for was just terrific. It really gave me so much to think about and take away with me. David will talk to you a little bit about the work that the Commission has been doing, and tempting as it was, and I promise you it was very tempting, to let David and Michael do all the hard work and then come up here and do a glory run and take all the credit. I'm going to resist the temptation and just say to the colleagues of mine who are in the room, and also what I hope are new colleagues joining us today, really look forward to working more closely with you. Sports just seems to be the perfect vehicle to look at human rights in a very practical and real way. So I'm going to hand you over to the person who actually has a lot more of interest to say about it. But thank you, Michael. Thank you, all of my colleagues as well. And thank you, everyone, for attending. I hope you agree it's been a great day. Thank you.
Thanks, Alison. This is the graveyard shift, so I'm going to keep it as quick as I possibly can. This is the first event of its type, we think, in Northern Ireland today. So it's a building block, really, and hopefully we'll repeat it again next year, and it'll be bigger and better. I suspect we'll continue doing these things in hybrid, but hopefully there'll be a lot more people who are physically present with us the next time we do it. It was organised, as you know, by the Sports and Human Rights Forum that the Commission was instrumental in initiating. But it's very much its own entity now. And also thanks to the university here in Ulster for supporting it alongside the Commission. The UN Convention on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women recognises that discrimination against women and girls violates the principle of equality of rights and respect for human dignity, and is an obstacle to participation on equal terms with men in social and cultural life. And this in turn hampers the growth of the prosperity of society and the family, and makes it more difficult for the full development of women and girls in the service of their countries and humanity. Now, today's conference in part was intended to be underpinned by CEDAW, given that it's International Women's Day, and in particular Article 10 of the Convention, which includes the obligation to take all appropriate measures to eliminate discrimination against women and girls in order to ensure equal rights, and in particular to ensure that men and women have the same opportunities to participate effectively and actively in sport and physical education. In the context of today's discussion, CEDAW also continues to note that realising equality is much more than participation, but it also has a requirement to ensure that the same conditions for career and vocational guidance, for access to study, for the achievement of diplomas and educational establishments of all categories in rural as well as urban settings, in preschool, in general technical, professional, higher technical education, as well as in all types of vocational training related to sport. It's quite a mouthful, but you can see there's a lot in the treaty that actually speaks to the issue of sport. And a lot of today's discussion as well, and I came in halfway through the day, but a lot of the discussion I heard, and rightly so, focused on the positive elements of sport. But I think it's also important to recognise that there still are, as we all know, many practical barriers to women and girls getting actively involved in sport, many of which appear almost mundane, but their immediate and cumulative effects are that they restrict access and they reduce the appeal of getting involved in sport. And the last panel in particular, I heard a number of just practical everyday examples that would put anyone off getting involved. And those things need to be overcome. There's also social and cultural barriers, such as lack of media female representation. One of the panel members spoke to that issue, and the lack of positive female role models in sport at all levels, from community participation to elite athletics to coaching to leadership issues. And this is especially true of women in vulnerable and marginalised groups that remain, for the most part, highly underrepresented across many areas of sport and life. Another area that makes it more difficult yet again is intersectional inequality. Forgive me, I'm sure it was mentioned today. I didn't hear it directly in those terms, but certainly we heard it in terms of the issue that was raised around disability participation in sport. And the fact remains that as well as gender barriers, girls and women face multiple disadvantages or discrimination, including disability and race. But we could look down all of the categories of discrimination and add gender to it as a multiplying factor, which reduces participation even further again. And worryingly, and I hope this remains accurate because staff provided me the detail this morning, but worryingly, research last year, many of you are probably familiar with it, for the Northern Ireland Assembly, showed that female participation in sport in Northern Ireland is actually dropping. And this is likely to continue to deteriorate simply because of the fact that children in Northern Ireland are reported as having the lowest rates of physical activity in the United Kingdom. I noted from the same report, 49% of the women that were engaged in the research in 2021, this was, said that they hadn't participated in sport or physical activity in the previous year. We simply need to find ways to encourage girls into sport and physical activity. And we have to do better in fulfilling the obligation, I think. It's underpinned not just by CEDAW, but the Convention on the Rights of the Child. Article 31 of the Convention is pretty explicit that there's a requirement on the state to uphold the right of children to engage in leisure and play and recreational activities. So the question really for the forum and for everybody involved today is, how can a human rights-based approach to sport improve access for women and girls? And for me, having worked with the forum for a while now, I think there's very simple things, whether it's simple to say, not simple to necessarily realise in practice, but there are simple things that could be done. First of all, we can champion many human rights issues through sport. Alison just said there now how useful an avenue it is. These are things from safeguarding girls and women to ending discrimination on and off the field of play, to proactively increasing participation in leadership at all levels. And if needs be, and I take a slightly different view from some comments that were made earlier, but if needs be, by introducing temporary special measures. CEDAW allows it, it has to be done. It wouldn't be okay in public life for a board of directors to have one or no female representation on the board. There's laws and policies rightly in place to stop it. And it's just not acceptable today that that continues to be the case on many sporting bodies. Women and girls should be present by their visibility, not by the attempt to include people and just talk about it. You're not around the boardroom table, you don't have a say, you can't influence the policies that emerge, and it becomes a meaningless conversation. The second thing is non-discrimination and inclusion. It's enshrined in a human rights-based approach. And this is already starting to break down barriers and access to sport by reaching out to women and girls who may not have previously considered that sport was for them. There was lots of good examples today. The Northern Ireland Sport and Human Rights Forum, as many of you know, is a multi-stakeholder platform. It aims to facilitate exchanges of knowledge and good practice in sport and human rights issues. And the Commission acts as the secretariat for the forum. And we see ourselves as a resource to be utilised by the membership. So for those who aren't already members, please join us. The forum's programme of work is built around helping the members in very practical ways deliver the commitments that are set down in the Declaration of Sport and Human Rights, which was drafted by the membership with guidance from the Centre of Sport and Human Rights in Geneva. And some recent examples of our work include facilitating discussion and expert advice on the subject of gender inclusion. That was the focus of the last forum. We're also supporting peer exchanges in a safe space where people can bring their problems and their difficulties and share good practice with one another. And we're much more than that. We're actually actively involved in influencing changes in law and policy. And the most recent example I can think of is advocating for the extension of the position of trust law in Northern Ireland so that it includes sporting bodies. At the same time, the forum's membership retains direct access to us as a Human Rights Commission. And we're here, as I said, to help people work through difficult issues that may raise points of human rights concern, either individually for their organisations or collectively. We're here to provide advice. And in this regard, the forum is increasingly showcased globally as an example of good practice. It demonstrates how ourselves as a national human rights institution can work in partnership with sports bodies in order to exact real and meaningful change. So I'd like to close just simply by saying thank you everyone for being with us today, particularly those who are joining online, and for sticking with the programme all day long. And as Alison already said, a special thank you to Michael, to Joe, to Connor and Jason for putting everything together, and to Lisa at the back there, as I see as well, for putting the programme together today and making this first event such a success. And I'm sure it was said at the beginning, but I'll finish at the end by wishing everyone happy International Women's Day. Thank you.